Wessex Tales by Hardy Hardy. So I got to apologize for that lack of contrast, right? We got 2 stories about hangmen straight up in a row, and it's hella sus. But back in the day, county towns used to be all about execution tales, and the writer of these pages had a homie who was trying to get the job, but failed and got all emo about it. So, his story was always lit because he'd vibe with the ones who were good at their craft, you feel. But what's wild is his disappointment tale still has people wondering why he went that route. Of course, his ambition was straight fire, no matter how messy it was. Anyway, there was this old woman, Rhoda Brooke, and she got all into some drama with her blood-turned vibes, kind of like in The Withered Arm. Anyway, I had a convo an older friend who knew Rhoda, and they told me my last story was low-key inaccurate. Turns out it actually happened on a hot afternoon when the incubus got all up in her grill, and she shook it off, leaving some kinda after effect on the real life dude involved. I'm not hating on memories, but sometimes they change their facts, and that's what happened who wrote a story. It's wild how our brains shaped our originality of live events into something entirely different from reality. And Delta, there's this one tale about some oak smugglers who hid stuff in caves and pits by planting apple trees in little boxes over the mouths of their holes. It's super unique, and my dad had a homie who was an old carrier woo tubs for years, and he'd talk about that all day time. He never told me how he got the tree and everything up there, though since it was a whole lot of weight. Yes, Hardy's bank account is low-key wuck, bro. His profit margins are hella skewed compared to what he'd get in a sick, steady job. Ick how he handles all that stress. Loki, the first story in the series, is all about how some women with that creative energy might have, weird physical reactions, right? And it's got some real-life evidence from medical professionals and other people who see this stuff go down. T8. April 1896. An imaginative woman when William Marchmill finna find a new crib to rent in Upper Wessex. He comes back to the hotel, and his wife is low-key chillin' with the kids, and they're all just vibing on the shore, you feel. Marchmill's what's good? But his wife is caught up in her book, and she's all, honey, I'm so sorry you've been gone for a hot second. He's all no worries, babe, and explains he had some trouble finding something that suits him. The room is basic, but it's the best he could find at this time. Anyway, they ditched the squad, the kids, and the nurse, and went back to chill with each other. They're not on the same page. Fam, Marchmill's all about keeping it real, practical, while his wife, Ella, is more let's keep it fancy and artsy. He's got a sick business as a gunmaker in the city, but she's all I don't want to know about that. Ella's all high-strung and emotional, bruh. She can only vibe when she's talking about art and stuff, but she tries not to think about how some of her hubby's products are used for, harming animals and humans too. But she's good with it because she needs the Benjamins. You know? Loki. Ella was hella confused about this thing she found in the dark. She was is it basic? Mentally walking around it, trying to figure out if it was rare or trash, gold or lead, a pedestal or a clog. She made some wild conclusions and just kept her feelings alive by feeling bad for her hubby's lack of sophistication and for herself to... She'd daydream, imagine scenarios, and have these deep night sighs, but William wouldn't be affected if he knew about REM. Ella was tiny, elegant, with a lil build. She tripped or bounded around in a major way, dark, eyed with this fire in her eyes that was straight up mesmerizing. It was like her soul was on fleek. But, for real, it could be super hurtful to her dude friends, and sometimes even her herself. Her hubby was all tall and broody with a brown beard. He looked deep in thought most of the time, but he was chill with Ella. He spoke proper and wasn't worried about anything material. They walked until they found Coburg House, which was straight fire, fronted by this little garden of evergreens and stone steps leading up to the porch. The spot was hella lively now, but in winter it got real rough, needing sandbags and keyhole stuff just to keep it from blowing away. The landlady met them in the passage and showed them the rooms. She was all anxious about the conveniences, but Ella was low-key stoked about the situation. However, there was this one thing. 2 rooms were taken by some bachelor dude who didn't pay season rates. He was nice, though, and gave no drama. The landlady was all, please don't kick him out. So they just headed back to the hotel, planning. Loki got to meet with Hardy's agent to get the tea, right? Hardly even sat down for tea when the landlady hits them up. Her gent was super chill and offered to give up his rooms for 3 to 4 weeks instead of ghosting him. You feel. The Marchmills are all, it's really kind, but we wouldn't want to inconvenience him. Meanwhile, the landlady is low-key obsessed with being there. When the storms are raging, it's just him and his thoughts. She's basically saying he'd rather be at this island cottage than here. So yeah, the Marchmills take over the spot the next day, and it's a vibe for them. After lunch, Mr. Marchmill is strolling by the pier, and Mrs. Marchmill is getting the kids to play outside while she checks out some books in the room Hardy used to chill in. She finds this furniture that's hella personal, old books with rare editions everywhere. The landlady comes over to make sure everything is good for Mrs. Marchmill. I'm going to make this my own room 'cause of these books. So Mrs. Marchmill. And then she hits up Hardy Robert True, asking if it's cool that she can read some of his stuff. The landlady is, oh, no, ma'am, he's actually a poet. And Miss Marchmill's all, I know who that is. We're literally taking over his rooms and kicking him out. She opens up one of the books and sees Hardy's name on the title page. Then she thinks about Robert Truey, and it's like her life story or whatever. I'm low-key salty when I think about Hardy's emotional state, 'cause she was trying to keep it all bottled up, but her feelings were straight fire. You feel like the whole routine of life with her fam and the gloom of being a stay-at-home mom was sucking the life out of her sparkles. These poems she wrote under a male pseudonym were straight flames, and they popped up in some hella obscure mags, and even some big ones too. I'm talking about this one poet, Robert Truey, who was all about keeping it real, you know. He had his own thing going on with the editor, and they both got inspired by this same tragic incident that was getting major coverage in the news. They put out these poems together, and the editor was all like, Yas, this is fire. And honestly, it was a real vibe. But Hardy's been keeping an eye out for Truey's stuff, 'cause he never even thought about revealing himself as a woman. He's just all about the art, you know. And Hardy's like, I need to step up my game if I want to be on his level, though. But honestly, her vibes were straight trash compared to his. Truey's poetry was all about feeling the pain and the struggle, but he didn't worry about making it look pretty. He just kept it real, you know. And Hardy's like, I wish I could be that brave But she's also got her own struggles, like being a mom and nobody taking her seriously because of her background. So True puts out this collection of his poems, and it gets some decent reviews. That's when Hardy's all, ooh, I need to do the same thing. She starts collecting her own stuff. But it's hard for her to get anyone to notice. The publisher is all like, nah, this ain't gonna work. And the book flops. It's a total bummer, but Hardy's still trying to push and keep pushing, you feel. Hardy was low-key vibbing when her hubby just dropped a bombshell she was about to cop. Third child, and her whole poetical thing got a major reboot 'cause she wasn't even thinking about it no more. She had paid the bill like a boss with her hubby's insurance, and now they were good to go for a hot sec. But Ella was hella more than just some basic multiplier of her kind. She was straight fire. She'd been feeling that old creative energy again, and now she was sitting in Robert Truey's rooms, getting all up in his biz. She searched the spot like a boss, checking out his own sick verse, even though she already knew it by heart. Then she hit Mrs. Hooper for some tea, asking about this youngin, and got the tea. He was low-key shy, but Mrs. Hooper wasn't about that life fam. She spilled all the deets. True, he'd have lived in her spot for like 2 years, and even when he wasn't there, he'd just chill in his rooms whenever he wanted. He was always written, reading, and wasn't exactly social, but Mrs. Hooper was feeling him hard. He was that kind of dude who made everyone want to be there by him. Because even though Truey didn't really socialize, he was all about spreading the love. Mrs. Hooper'd ask him how he's doing, and he'd be like, I'm good, Mom. But then she'd be like, yo, you should take a break. And he'd get all inspired to travel somewhere new. Mrs. Hooper was low-key seeing the sensitivity in that dude, and also seeing some weird stuff, like when he'd rehearse his poems at night and keep her awake, 'cause the floors were hella thin. But for real, they vibed hard. This convo was just the beginning, though. Mrs. Hooper kept spilling tea about Truey's scribbles on the wall, tiny little messages in pencil that Ella had never even noticed before. Lem see. Look, said Hardy, Loki trying to conceal his excitement as he leaned in close to the wall. These are the old lines from his poems, no cap, said Mrs. Hooper, with that knowing vibe. He's got this habit of written down in the morning, like when it hits him at 2 a.m. He don't want to lose M in the morning, do my G. I got the T. Some of these lines you see here are straight out of the magazines, and some are brand new. Fam. Ella Marchmill was low-key shook, and then she felt like getting a little extra space from her homie's convo. It was more than just being lit about Hardy's rhymes. It was 'cause Ella was trying to keep it 100 with herself. She was all about that solo life, sailing solo on them steamboats and vibbing to the moonlight dance parties. She ain't worried about taking her hubby there, 'cause he said it was too extra for him. So while Hardy was getting his sea air and manufacturer vibes, Ella's life was pretty basic, just chilling, bathing, and walking on that shore like a hot girl. But when the poetic juice started flowing again in her veins, she was all, I got this. And let me tell you, it wasn't just about the rhymes. It was the personal connection she had with Hardy, even though they never met in real life. His vibes hit her hard. She felt like she needed to tap into that emotion and make some moves. Hardy, it was low-key obvious their vibes were dead, just like her husband's love for her. They'd been ghosted, no cap. Ella was a firecracker, always repping strong passions, and now she needed some real fuel you feel. She started sneaking around the house with her homies, trying to find something that would turn up the heat. One day they found some old duds in a closet. Mrs. Hooper was like, "That's Mr. Truey's stuff. Lem hang it back up." Ella got all fancy, put on his Macintosh, and rocked that waterproof cap. She was Loki channeling her inner Elijah, saying the mantle of that genius. Her eyes get wet thinking about how she ain't on his level, you know. She caught a glimpse of herself in the glass and felt a little queasy, like her heart was doing flips. Her husband walked in, and she was all what's good. She had to rip off the outfit because it was too extra. He was all what's going on. And she was like, he just found this stuff, and I'm trying to vibe with Elijah. The next day, Ella had a convo with their landlady, who was straight fire about Mr. True. He'd written her, and now he's coming by to grab some books. She was low-key hyped, because she could get in the way and maybe even meet him. Next morning, Hardy said, "Hey, Elle, I've been thinking. Maybe I left you hanging out too much." Ella was all, "Oh yeah, that's real." So they're about to hit the yacht, but Ella's feeling a lil off. She don't want to be away from Mr. True, no cap. Hardy was low-key vibe-ing, and he just kept it moving. The crib was hella quiet. The kids were out chilling on the beach. The blinds were waving in the sunbeams to the soothing sound of the ocean, and the green Silesian band was popping, keeping all the residents and tourists at bay from Coburg House. Then someone knocked on the door. Mrs. Marchmill here, any homies going to answer it, so she got a little impatient. She was stuck in her room with books, but nobody showed up. She hit the bell. "There's some dude waiting at the door," she said. "Nah, ma'am. He ghosted us ages ago." I answered it. Mrs. Hooper swung by and had some tea to spill. "She's so whack." We said, "True ain't coming after all." Ella was hella sad, and for a hot minute couldn't even read Hardy's sad song on severed lives. Her little heart was aching, and her eyes were getting all teary. When the kids came in with wet socks and spilled the tea about their beach adventures, she wasn't even vibbing like usual. "Mrs. Hooper, you got a pic of the dude Hardy who used to live here." She was getting extra shy talking about his name. "Yes, it's in that frame on the mantelpiece in your bedroom, ma'am." "No, those royals are in that frame too." "Yeah, so they are, but he's hidden behind M, you feel." He was like, "Cover me up from all these strangers for real. I don't want to be stared at, and I know they won't stare back at me." So I put the royals in cause front of him. That's what you do when you're a low-key introvert like Hardy. Ayla asked, all hesitant, like, "Is he cute?" I say so. "Some people might not, though." "Yeah, should I?" She was low-key hyped. "I think you'd be totes into it, though some people would say he's more lit than cute. He's got them big eyes, thinking deep, and that electric spark when he looks around fast, like a poet who's all about the vibes." Ella asked, all curious, like, "How old is Hardy?" "Yas, Hardy, you're low-key around 31, fam." Ella was like, totes close to that too, but she didn't look as hella old, feel. She's got this whole mature vibe going on, but she's still low-key figuring out this whole emotional thing, you know. Like, women in her life are starting to suspect that maybe last love was straight fire and not just some one-hit wonder. And then she's going to have to deal with the extra drama when the more extra ones can't even handle a dude coming over unless they're ghosted or something. Anyways, she's chilling, thinking about Mrs. Hooper's comment and nothing else, fam. Then, Loki out of nowhere, this telegram comes flying in, and it's from her hubby, Hardy. He's been sailing the channel with his squad, but he's got to wait till tomorrow to get back, 'cause, dude's all about the adventure. So, Ella's just vibbing by the shore, chillin' with the kids, thinking about that mystery picture in her room, and getting ready for something hella special, you feel. See, when she found out hubby was ghosting her for the night, she was like, nah, let me save it till I can be all alone and sassy. She didn't want to ruin the mood with that harsh afternoon sun, fam. So she's getting her life together, getting comfy in her PJs, setting up the tea, and getting ready to pop open that picture frame. She gets to the table, arranges her throne, reads some poetry from True, and gets all lit, fam. She takes out the portrait, looks at it, and is like, it's you, Hardy, who's been ghosting me all this time. She's low-key getting emotional, thinking about how much she loves him, but also kind of feeling hella used. Then she breaks down in tears, wipes her face, and laughs it off like a total savage. And then, in a whole nother level of realness, she's like, wait a minute, I know all his feels. Fam, Hardy was feeling her vibes, no? He wasn't really into the whole family thing, but that was cool, 'cause he had to pay the bills. She said, he was low-key her real G, you feel. Like they connected on a deep level, even though she'd never seen him in person. She put his book and pick on the bedside table, then got all cozy on the pillow, and read some Robert Truey vibes that made her go weak in the knees. She set up the photo on the coverlet and just stared at it while she was chillin'. Then she looked over at the wall next to her head and saw some scribbles from Hardy. They were like little phrases and couplets, ideas all messy and stuff, but they felt so real and true. She could almost feel his breath on her face. It was that intimate. He must have written them down sideways, 'cause he used his whole arm, right? These poems were like the thoughts in his head when he wasn't worried about what others thought. They'd been written in the dead of night or by candlelight or whatever, and now she felt like she was sleeping on his lips, all wrapped up in his vibe. She was lost in a world of her own, just chillin', when she heard some footsteps comin' down the stairs. It was her husband, Will, and he asked if she was cool. She didn't want to tell him about Hardy. So she slipped the photo under the pillow before he could see it. He came in all relaxed, like he'd had a good day or something. But she just told him she was fine. He said they would make it back on time because they were going to be at another spot the next day. She asked if he wanted to come down, and he was all on, nah, I'm dead tired. So they were both good for a night's sleep. He wanted to get up early, though, 'cause they had plans for the next day. I ain't gonna bother you about me getting up, 'cause it's Defoe not happening anytime soon. Hardy just chillin' in the room while Ella's still low-key asleep. He walks into the room, and she's all, you, what's good? But then she subtly moves the photo of Mr. Tree further out of sight. You feel me. You're not sick or nothing. Mr. Hardy's all, what's wrong with you? And Ella's like, nah, I'm just hella extra. He bends down and gives her a quick peck on the cheek. Next morning, Marchmill is waking up at 6, and he hears his wife Ella muttering to herself, what in the world is going? And she's still half asleep, but she can tell it's him trying to figure out what happened with the dude's photo that got left behind. Miss Hardy's all shook up and says, Fua, I'm freaked. Ella wakes up and's like, what's good? And he's all, this is the same dude who used to live in our spot before we moved in. How did his pick show up here? He thinks maybe someone accidentally knocked it off the table when they were making the bed. Ella's like, he was looking at this pick yesterday, and I think it must have fallen. Mr. Hardy's all, you got a friend from my landlady or something. Ella's all defensive because she's been looking at that dude's pics and she can't even handle him getting ridiculed. He's hella talented. She says it with this weird tremble in her voice, and I'm over here like, God, calm down. Mr. Hardy's all, how do you know he's talented if you've never met him? Ella's all, Mrs. Hooper told me when she showed me the pic. Mr. Hardy's like, Ward. Then he's all, I gotta roll out, I'll be home early. Sorry can't take you today, it's gonna be a real drag for the kids. The next day, Mrs. Marchmill asks if Miss True is coming back any time soon. Mrs. Hooper's like, yeah, he's coming this week to stay with a friend near here. Mr. Hardy shows up early and says they got to leave in 3 days instead of the original plan. Ella's all, but I want to stay. And he's like, we can't do it, Elle. It's getting kind of slow around here. Then he's all, you might want to come with me and the kids to North Wales or Brighton, but we'll be back together in 3 days. Ella's like, but I don't want to leave. And Miss Hardy's all, relax, it's not your fault. It seems like Ella's lost her shot at meeting that dude she got a major crush on, and now she's all in for him or nothing. So she decides to make one last move. She finds out where Miss True lives and takes the boat over from the pier the next day. Ella's trip was hella late. She knew where the house was, kinda, and when she thought she found it, she asked a pedestrian if he lived there, but he was all like, kick. And even if he did live there, how would she even reach out to him? Some girls might be confident, but Ella wasn't feeling it. She'd get roasted for asking him to hit her up, and that was a whole mood. So she just vibed about the beachy spot till it was time to roll back into town and catch the ferry. She got home without anyone missing her too much. The last min, Hardy says he's cool with Ella and the kids sticking around for the rest of the week since she wants to, but she's low-key hyped. She keeps it on the down low, though. So Marchmill goes off the next morning solo, but then the week goes by and Truey ain't reaching out. On Sat morning, the fam leaves and Ella's just sitting there feeling dead inside. Hardy's killing it in business, and he's living in this big new house with a yard that's like, whoa. But Ella's life is hella lonely here, especially during these seasons. She's got all the time she needs to write this sad poetry stuff she's into. So when she gets back, she sees this poem by True in her fave mag, and it's like totally inspired. The couplet he wrote is on the same wall where she saw it in Solon Sea, and Ella can't resist written him a letter as a bro poet. She uses this whole John Ivy, I think, to get his attention, and in her letter she's hyping him up for his sick verse skills. Then 3 days go by, and Truey hits back with this super civil response, telling Ella he recognizes the name, but ain't exactly familiar with Mr. Ivy's work. He says it sounds like someone who wrote some dope stuff that moved his soul. And then he sends her a piece that's straight fire. Pieces, Hardy was low, key hype to cop Missa, Ivy's acquaintance via letter, and he'd defo keep it on his radar for the future. There had to be some tea in his last epistle, though, of course, Tree was straight up serving up the vibe of an elder and superior in this response. But, like, what did it even matter? He replied, sent that letter with his own 2 hands from his quarters, and now he's back in the house she knew so well. The convo got lit for 2 months or more, Ella Marchmill sending him her fave pieces, which Hardy was totes down to accept, though he didn't give it up that True was actually reading them hard. He also wasn't sending any of his own work back, though. Ella'd be hella salty if she knew what was good for her, but she was still feeling the love that Hardy had for her as a dude, not a lady. The situation was hella sketchy. A cute voice in her head told her that if Hardy just came to see her, things would be different and better, you know. Maybe Ella could have dropped some truth bomb about being a lady first, though. But something else happened that made it unnecessary. So, like, one day she's chillin' with this editor dude who's the bro of the newspaper boss, and they're talking about Hardy. And he drops that Truey is his homie too. And they're currently in Wales together right now. Ella was low-key familiar with the editor's bro, so she invited him to come stay at her crib for a hot sec on his way back. And asked him to bring Hardy along, though it would be to meet the guy she'd been veebing on. The next day down, she sat and wrote that invite again and got a response like 5 days later. Hardy and his bro were all about accepting her invite on their way southward, which was supposed to go down in like 3 days or so. Ella was hella stoked. Her plan had come together. Her boo was coming. Look out, Hardy's here, she thought, all ecstatic. And, like, winter is over, rain's gone, and flowers are blooming, birds are singing their hearts out. But for real, Ella needed to think about the deets of where they'd be staying and eating. This was the real tea. She had Loki dressed up extra in a fire robe from that new Bond Street dressmaker. Ella got it for her last London trip. Her visitor comes into the room, and she's all eyes on him. "Ooh, I'm sorry," says Hardy after they chat for a second. "True is hella weird, you know, Mrs. Marchmill, he said he'd come then. He changed his mind. He's been out in the woods. You can't knapsacks lol, and he didn't want to get back home. He's not coming." He's not. Remember something, she Loki wants to run away from this dude and cry some tears. Just now we were passing by the turnpike road out there. They're so aesthetic, boo ass there until when we got to his gates we stopped talked for a bit, then he wished me by and kept moving. He kinda down in the gloom he's friend, don't want to see cool. Can be a little gloomy, too much, thinks to this portrayals. Yes, don't get X and extra by that much, just don't get it. He's noticed these tin rolls who lid dumps in by that river. He's gets a loss somebody from the station though you saw it. Just kind mad as when it is some trash they write. You get his things, it hurts, move on, don't be the lot you kick him half siddle. This person is on how do you feel, right? Ella didn't even bother to vibe with Hardy's energy, her house, her poems, or whatever. As soon as she could ghost it, she hightailed it to the nursery and tried to get her feels out by giving those kids a bunch of extra kisses, till she got hella disgusted at being reminded how basic-looking they were, like their dad. Hardy was low-key clueless and only really saw himself in the convo, not Ella's real intentions. He was all about showing off his visit to Ella's husband, who was hella into him too, and took him on a whole tour of the neighborhood. Neither of them even noticing Ella was hella done with it all. Hardy just chillin' for like 2 days when, while sitting solo upstairs one morning, he checked out that new London paper and saw this paragraph, "Suicide of a poet, misser." Robert Truey, aka Hardy, who's been getting some recognition as a lyrical genius for a hot minute, went full on dark act his pad insolency on Saturday night last by shooting himself in the temple with a gun. It's low-key no surprise he did this, though he was already feeling hella done after that new volume of his verse dropped and got roasted in the review. Like, It said maybe that savage review killed him, or something. But heck, for real. He'd been acting depressed since the article came out. Then there was the report from the inquest, which had this letter read, "Dear, I'ma get out of this whole scene before I lose my mind." Fat. I won't spill the tea on why I did this, but let's just say it was for real reasons and they're sound. Gee, had an imaginary girl inspire my last volume and all that jazz. But in reality, there ain't no one real behind it. It's just me being extra and written about some unattainable vibe. No cap. I'm low-key sorry for messing up your crib, Hardy, but I'll be ghosted soon, fam. Got my bank account on lock, so I got this. Ella was like, "What's good?" Then she rushed into the adjacent room and face planted onto the bed, bro. Her grief and drama had her shook to the core, and she was in a full-blown sob fest for more than an hour. She was just spitting out words all over the place. If he knew I existed, knew me, oh. If we ever met just once. And I put my hand on his forehead, kissed him, told him how much I loved him, that I'd go to hell and back for him. Maybe it would have saved his life. Fam, all hope was lost. The meeting was cancelled, and she was just over here trying to live vicariously through her fantasies. It's like this 1 hour that could have happened. But didn't you feel the moment when two hearts connected, but life just wasn't having it? Boy, she wrote a hella subtle letter to Mrs. Hooper, saying she saw Mrs. True in the papers and was low-key obsessed with him back at Coburg House. "Can I get a favor, sis? Can you hook me up with some of his hair from his coffin? And send me that pic from the frame, too, okay? By return mail, there's this letter with the goods." Ella's over here weeping over the photo and putting it in her private stash. She tied the lock of hair to a white ribbon and was holding it close to her heart. Every now and then she'd be like, "What's good?" to no one in particular, just whispering his dad. Who is it? Marchmill asks. But Ella's all, "Nah, not right now, Will." "Ooh, all right." He just walks away whistling some random tune and leaves Ella be. Later on, he's like, "Yo, I got this," and decides to spill the tea. His wife's hand been low-key around Hardy lately, and he heard some tea from the landy about True, when they used to live there. He was like, "Orbs, it's him." How did she even find out on him, though? Women are so extra. Anyway, he just brushed it off and moved on with his day. Meanwhile, Ella at home has hella determined to figure out where True is at. Mrs. Hooper gave her the scoop that they're having a funeral tomorrow, and now Ella's low-key obsessed with knowing what's going down. She wrote Hardy a note saying she's got some fam business to take care of and will be back the next day. But for now, she's ghosting him. She left it on his desk and told the other servants to keep it on the low. When Hardy gets home early, the nurse is all anxious-like and tells him that Ella's been acting crazy lately, thinking she might have tried to kill herself. Hardy's all, "Nah, bruh," but still keeps it moving. He hops in his whip and heads to the station to catch a train to Solent Sea, Aka Hardy's spot. It's dark when he gets there, and he's low-key worried that Ella might have beat him here. Anyway, the season is done, and the vibe is hella gloomy. He asks for directions to the cemetery and finally makes it in after some drama with the gatekeeper, who's all "nobody's here." It's not even late, but the dark is intense, and Hardy's trying to find True's grave. He sees something out of the corner of his eye, takes a step closer, and then sees Ella, who's all bent over like she's looking at something on the ground. "Oh, fam, you're good," Hardy says, trying to keep it real with her about what's going on. Yes, maybe you didn't make it out all night, though. She low-key wasn't responding. Girl, I hope that drummer with him ain't affecting your vibe at all, said Will. No cap, don't diss me, fam. He got this I won't play along no more, do you feel me? She said. He grabbed her arm and took her out of the cemetery. It was hella hard to get back that night, so they crashed in a super low Key Coffee house near the station. They left early morning, ain't saying nothing, just chillin', knowin' it was one of the messy situations in married life that words can't fix. And they made it home at noon. Months went by, and neither of 'em dared bring up that convo again. Ella seemed extra sad and low, keep pining all the time. She was due for another kid, and honestly, that didn't lift her spirits. I don't think I'ma make it this time, she said one day. Pooh, what's good? Why can't I just be me now? She shook her head. I feel like I'm a ghost, and Nellie and Frank and Tiny would be all messed up without me. And you'll find someone new to fill my spot, she whispered, smiling sad. You'll have that right, boo. Bill, are you still thinking about that poet you're always talking about? She neither said nor denied it. I ain't getting over this illness this time, she repeated. Some vibes telling me I'm check out for good. This was a hot mess, and 6 weeks later, in May, she was laid up in her room, feeling weak and ghostly, with barely enough strength to breathe the baby for which she was struggling to live. Just before she went, Marchmill whispered, Will, I gotta spill the tea on what really went down between us. It's the time at Sullensea. I don't know what possessed me. How could I forget you like that, hubby? But I got in a bad place. I thought you wasn't treating me right, thinking you was neglecting me, and you wasn't on my intellectual level, while him was. And way above it. I wanted something more than just another dude. She couldn't finish talking, too tired. And then she ghosted Marchmill a few hours later without saying nothing else about her feelings for the poet. Yaz, Hardy Loki knew his wife had been beefing with some dude from back in the day, but he wasn't all about it, you feel. Like years went by and she was ghosted. When she got buried 2 years deep, Hardy was chilling, just minding his business. Then one day, while scrolling through old papers for his second wife got in the mix, he found a lock of hair from that bay, along with some pics. It was from their trip to Sullensea, and it had a handwritten on the back with dates. Hardy was like, wait a minute, and grabbed the little dude who was supposed to die, now just a noisy toddler, and upheld the hair against his head. He took some pics of both 'em side by side, and Loki thought they were kind of similar. He was all, I'm dead if I didn't think so, and got salty about it. She totally played me with that dude at them lodgings. Let's see. August, May, yeah. You poor lil bruv, you ain't nothing to me, 1893. The Three Strangers hard. The land in England is still pretty fire after all these years. You got your grassy downs and combes that ain't changed much since the dawn of time. There's this one spot where a shepherd used to chill, and it's still standing tall. It's not like it's all alone or nothing, but the spot itself is like 5 miles from the nearest city, so it gets kinda isolated. But even with that, it's still got some sick views, especially during them harsh seasons when it's just you and the elements. And let's be real, if you're a poet or philosopher, you'll find this spot all nostalgic, because it's like where you go to think deep thoughts and get inspired. But Higher Crowstairs is like no ordinary place. It's all alone out here with nary a tree or a thin camp to speak of. It's just this weird little house that stands on its own. And Hardy's story is about to take us on a wild ride through its wilds. Hardy was low-key exposed to the elements for like 500 years. No cap. The wind here blew so hard when it did blow, and the rain hit Hardy that hard whenever it fell. But for real though, the winters up in this coombe ain't as hella cold as everyone thought they'd be. The raw rhymes wasn't as savage as down low, and the frost was barely noticeable. When people pitied Hardy and his fam for their struggles from the exposure, they was like, Loki, we're actually less bothered by wuzzes and flames than when we lived in that cozy valley stream. The night of March 28, 182. Like who even knows what year that his law was a night? That made people go, why you? Was this real life? The level rainstorm came for Hardy like no joke. Walls, slopes, hedges all getting soaked fam, like the sheep and outdoor animals had to take cover or get blown by the wind. Even little birds trying to chill on a scraggy thorn got turned inside out like they was in an umbrella fail. The gable end of the cottage was straight up stained with wet, eaves droppings flapping against the wall like. For real though. Yet no one felt Hardy's pain because he was low-key hosting this fire party celebrating his birthday. Guests showed up before the rain started and were all hyped in the living room. You could glance in there at 8 o'clock and it'd be like, this is a cozy spot. There was them fancy sheep, crooks hanging over the fireplace, shinning, candles lit everywhere, even the ones that never get used on special occasions. The lights were all over the place, 2 of them standing on the chimney, piece like it's a party, no cap. Fire blazing in front of a backbrand, crackling like laughter from the fool. 19 people was there, 5 women rocking them bright gowns, girls chillin' by the window, 4 men, including Charlie, Jake, and Elijah, new sippin' on something. John Pitchervibben with his dad, in-law a youngin, and maid blushing, 'cause they was trying to get some feels. Hardy sat chillin' in the corner cupboard, and old dude who's been around for like 50 or longer moved around restlessly from spots where his bae wasn't to spots where she was. The vibes were pretty lit, and 'cause they weren't worried about what others thought, it was even more turned. They had this low-key confidence in each other that made them super chill, and the way they carried themselves was like royalty, no drama. No stress, just straight-up serenity. Shepherd Fennel had married a real goat, his wife being from a small town where her pops was a dairy farmer. She brought 50 guineas to the table and kept it there till she needed it. This savage woman had been low-key stressing about how to keep the party lit. She was all like, do we have this sit still crew or get turn up? But if you're chillin' in one spot for too long, you might get carried away and drink the whole house dry. So Hardy and his wife were all about that middle ground. They had these short dances with some sick beats, but also some real talk and singing. It was like a vibe check, keep it lit, but don't get too wild. But Hardy himself was hella extra. He wanted to throw this whole thing, no holds barred. The fiddler was a youngin' from around here, 12 or so, and he had skills for days. He could do the jigs and reels like nobody's business, even though his fingers were sure small and super small. He'd have to get all up in the high notes. But Elijah knew. The parish clerk brought his serpent game to the party, and it was straight fire. Dancing started asap, missus. Fennel told everyone to keep it real quick, no more than a quarter hour. Okay? But Elijah and the fiddler were all, we're good. We good. And then Oliver Giles, 17-year-old dude, throws some cash at the musicians, like, keep going, fam, missus. Fennel is over here seeing everyone's steam start to rise, so she slides on over and gives the fiddler a little tap on the elbow, all like, hey, easy peasy. I'm dead, fam, so I just chillin' in Mrs. Fennel's crib, hosting this fire dance party, but no one notices me, you feel. So I'm sitting there vibbin', when suddenly this human shows up on the scene, looking all hood and mysterious. Bruh. He's comin' from the low-key dark side, trying to sneak into higher crow stairs, but his timing straight fire, he arrives just as we're getting this dance going hard. This dude's got a hella unique style going on, all fustian and hobnail boots, but for real, he's rockin' black code-vited vibe without even trying, you know. His walk is straight caution mode, like he's mentally checking the surroundings before making his next move. And let me tell you, this dude's got swag even though it's not your typical black coat squad. He's rocking that fustian look like a boss as we're chillin', watching him approach the shepherd's crib. The rain comes down like a whole mood, but this traveler's all good, standing his ground like a boss. He spots the empty sty and decides to hit it up for some shelter from the storm. While he's there, he gets caught up in the vibe of the house next door. Snake dance is straight lit. Like Hardy just walked up on some fiddlin' going, down by the garden, and the rain is comin' down hard, soaking all the cabbage leaves, and the beehives just chillin' on the path. And the drippin' from the roof into these buckets and pans they got set up under the cottage walls. It's all about conserving water at higher crow stairs, because it's always low when you're living up here, but when it rains hard, they just use everything to catch some water. They got to get creative with the suds and dishwater during the droughts, but right now it's all good because the rain is plentiful. The fiddling stopped and the house got quiet, so Hardy woke up from his thoughts and walked out to where he was standing before going up to the door. He goes inside, drops down on a big rock next to these buckets, and takes a huge swig of water, gets quenched, then stands up and starts thinking about knocking, but hesitates looking through the wood panel like he's checking all the vibes before deciding. He looks around, but it's all quiet, not one soul in sight. The garden path is slick like a snake's track, the well cover, roof, and gate are all varnished with this wet liquid. You can see the river way down in the valley where they're high up. There's these few bleared lamplights from the county town waving at M like hello, but it's super still. The stranger knocks, and then there's a chillin' atman side with no music or movement, just some dude talking about singing, but nobody's feeling it, so the knock is kind of welcome. Come on in, says the shepherd, and the door creaks open. Hardy steps out of the night onto the mat, and the shepherd gets up, sniffs his candles, looks him up and down, and sees he's dark-skinned and straight-up handsome. Hardy was low-key, eyeing his surroundings without hiding that his peepers were big and open, moving around the room like he was scoping out the vibe. He seemed straight fire with what he saw, and aftershelf his messy afro, he let loose in a deep voice, "Yo, fam, it's hella rainin', so I'ma come in and catch my breath for a bit." The shepherd low-key nodded at that, and the woman added, "Hardy, you made good choices coming here, since we're getting turned up for a sick reason." The shepherd continued, "It's actually a birth and christening party. Ain't nobody got time for that more than once a year, right? The stranger asked if his host was going to be extra about the guest list and got invited to grab a sip from the mug. Hardy was all in, and suddenly his vibe shifted from hella suspicious to just chilling. The shepherd dude was like, "Late to the party, bro, I get it." Hardy plopped himself down in the chimney corner, saying he was a little damp from coming inside out the rain. "Mrs. Fenriel gave him the green light, and Hardy stretched out his legs and arms like he owned the place. He casually mentioned he was looking. New kicks, for some new kicks, 'cause his old ones were straight trash, and had been scavenging for whatever he could find to rock. He asked if Mrs. Fennel knew of any joints around there that sold new duds, but said it'd be hard to know it for her, Corty was all the way in a different part of the country. The hostess called him out, saying she probably hadn't heard of him, but Hardy just brushed it off and kept it moving. He said he was low-key trying to keep his past on the Duddell from people who'd still be talking about it when they met him in a few years. The hostess seemed to wrap her head around that and called off the questioning. Hardy then said, "I'm just missing one last thing, some baxi, fam. I'm hella low on it." The shepherd jumped up and filled his pipe with new clay, saying as he handed it over, "You gotta lend me your old pipe, Hardy." "Baxi. Box him about to fill that, fam." The dude searched his pockets like he was about it. "Lost your baxi box too," said Hardy's homie, looking kind of surprised. "For real, I ain't got it," said the dude with a confused vibe. "Give me some paper to roll a joint on." He lit up his pipe with a sick suction move and then chillaxed in the corner, eyeing the fog from his legs like he was done talking for now. Meanwhile, the party was hella caught up in a convo about making a tune for the next dance with the band. The vibes were so fire that nobody noticed this new dude who just walked in. They were about to get their dance on when Hardy's homie said, "Ooh-ho, hold up." And then another knock at the door came through like a surprise party. When they heard it, the dude in the corner picked up his poker and started fiddling with the flames like he was trying out for a fire show or something. Then Hardy's homie said, "Come in." For real? Another dude just walked into the room. He was a different vibe from the first dude, straight freight fire. This dude was all about being laid back, and he had that whole cosmopolitan swag going on. He looked like he'd been around the block a few times. His hair was all grey and frosted, his brows were bristly, and his whiskers were cut low. His face was kind of round, but it was still straight fire, you feel. He had some gnarly grog, blossoms on his nose, and when he flung open that long coat of his, you saw it doped underneath in this sick grey colour, with these heavy seals dangling from his fob, like he was rocking the whole 90s thing. He shook off the water from his hat and said, "Hey, fam, I need some shelter for a hot minute or two before I get to Casterbridge." Hardy's homie was all, "Make yourself at home, bruh." The dude wasn't trying to be hella extra or nothing, but the room was pretty small, and they didn't want to have too many wet dudes in there with the ladies and girls in their bright colours. So he took off his coat, hung it up, and sat down at that tiny table, pushing it all up against the wall like he owned the place. That brought him face to face with the first dude who was chilling by the fire. They nodded at each other like, "What's good?" This dude Hardy just handed his neighbour's fam mug, which is low-key lit, having been used by all these thirsty homies for generations. The inscription on the side says, There is no fun until I come. The other man, no cap, sipped that mead till he was hella drunk. The shepherd's wife was totes surprised when the first stranger offered her the mug. But she's all like, I knew it. She's been watching Hardy walk into his garden, and she's all, if there's bees, there's honey. And if there's honey, there's med. She didn't think she'd find this fire med, though. Hardy took another sip, and the mug got all tall, like he was trying to prove a point. The shepherd's wife was low-key annoyed, but Hardy just kept it movin', sippin' that mead till he was feelin' himself. Glad you're vibin' with this, he said. The shepherd's wife was all. It's okay, I guess. She didn't want to be basic and say she liked it too much. We make our own mead in the summer, she said, trying to keep it real. But Hardy just kept sipping, getting more turned by the minute. The shepherd was all, dude, you're so extra, but he was just trying to keep it with his homie. Then Hardy got up and started getting lit, spreading his legs and showing off. Hardy said, gotta go to Casterbridge, and the shepherd's all, you don't live there. And Hardy's like, nah, I'm just moving there soon. The shepherd's all, you startin' a business or something? No, said Hardy's wife. It's low-key clear that the dude is straight fire and don't want to grind at all. The cinder, grey stranger paused for a sec, like he was trying to figure out if this definition fit him. He shook it off by saying, rich ain't even the word for me, hater. I do work, no cap, and I gotta put in the time. Even if I only roll up to Casterbridge by midnight, I gotta get my day started at 8 am. Yep, it's het or wet, blow or snow famine or sword, my day's work is done. Gee, poor dude. So you're low-key worse off than us, replied Hardy's wife. It's the vibe of my trade, fan. It's not about being broke. But for real, I got to roll out or I won't get a spot in town. However, the stranger didn't move and straight up. There's time for one last round of squad before I dip. And I'd hit it up ASAP if the mug wasn't dry. Here's a mug of small, said Mrs. Fennel. Small, we call it, though to be sure, it's only the first wash of the comms. No way, dude. Hardy's wife replied with a side eye. I won't let you ruin your vibe by hitting up my second wave of kindness. I'll fill this mug again. The stranger went off to grab some goods from under the stairs where the barrel was at. The shepherdess followed him, looking all kinds of upset. Why are you doing this? She asked with a hint of shade. He's empty-handed once, though he could have had enough for 10 people, and now he's not satisfied with the small sauce. Must needs get more of that fire, and he's some stranger we don't know squat about. For my part, I'm low-key not feeling him at all, but he's in our crib. Honey, it's a wet night, and it's a christening. What's a cup of mid more or less? There'll be plenty more. Nextby, burning, said Hardy's wife with a sly grin. A very well this time. Then she poured out his allowance in a small cup, keeping the large one at arm's length from him. When he'd tossed off his portion, the shepherd asked again about the stranger's occupation. The dude in cinder grey didn't say squat at first, and then dropped it like a bomb, saying, anybody can guess my trade, I'm a wheelwright. A good trade for these parts, said Hardy's dad. And anybody can know mine if they actually put their head out and look around. The stranger in cinder grey added with a bit of shade. Yas, Hardy's hands are hella full of thorns, bro. He was thinking, looking at his own paws. My fingers be as rough as an old pin cushion, fam. The dude in the corner was low-key getting some shade from the fire and vibbin' with his pipe. Meanwhile, the table dude was all like, low-key, my trade is turned up, it's all about Brandon, the customers, instead of me. Nobody had any tea on that, so the shepherd's wife started getting ready to serve some new music. But for real, nobody could get their act together, 'cause they were all hella nervous. The one with no voice was just ghosting, and the other dude forgot the whole song G. Then, out of nowhere, the stranger at the table is like, he got you. He starts singing this fire verse. Oh my God, my trade is so rare, simple. Sheep farmers, all day. My customers I tie up tight and send them to a far-off land for real. The room was straight silence when he dropped that knowledge bomb. But then the dude in the corner is like, this chorus, and joins in with this deep bass voice. The whole crew's just chilling, trying to process what they just heard. But, like, nobody's really feeling it, fam. The shepherd's looking all down, thinking about some deeper meaning. The shepherdess is straight suspicious, wondering if the stranger's just repping an old song or making one up on the spot. Everyone's all confused, like Belshazzar's feast and all that jazz. Then the stranger starts getting all poetic. My tools are basic. Fam, a little hempen string and a swingy post are all you need to do my thing. The whole crew's low-key freaking out. The young woman's got some major anxiety attacks, and she just face plants G. The crowd's all hell excited, whispering about this dude Hardy comin', for the sheep thief the clock maker from Shotsford. I'm straight up starvin' for some grub Hardy, whose fam is hella strugglin', so he rolls out of Shotsford by the high road, grabs a sheep in the open. Low-keying. The farmer, his wife, and his son, and every dude in the room. He and they're all vibbin' towards this shady dude is from up north, Corth. There's nothing to do where he's from, so he took over our town since our county man is gone. He's low-key living in the same crib under the prison wall. The cinder grey dude just takes his time sipping on some swag and sees his homeboy in the corner getting it in. He offers up his cup to that homie who returns the favor, and they clink cups like besties. Everyone's got their eyes on the singer, but then there's another knock at the door, and it's a low-key, hesitant one. The whole room is shook. The shepherd looks all kinds of consternation, eyes towards the entrance, and his wife is trying to keep him from freaking out. He says, come in, for the third time, but then this other dude stands up on the mat, and it's another stranger. This one's short and sweet, looking all put together in them dark clothes. He starts asking if anyone knows the way to when he sees the cinder grey dude, and goes all weird. The cinder grey dude is so into his song that he just keeps going like, tomorrow's my work day. Simple folk, all tomorrow's a work day for me, 'cause the farmer's sheep got slain, and the kid who did it got caught. He gets everyone hyped by repeating the same verse back in that deep voice. The cinder grey dude is waving cups like nobody's business, spilling med everywhere. Meanwhile, the third stranger just stands there, staring at the officer of justice like a total scaredy cat. His knees are shaking, his hands all wobbly, and he's white-knuckling the door latch like it's going. He turns around, slams the door shut, and makes a quick exit. What a dude. Can it be, said Hardy the rest, between the awfulness of their late discovery and the odd conduct of this third visitor, looked as if they knew not what to think, and said nothing. Instinctively they withdrew further and further from the grim gentleman in their midst, whom some of them seemed to take for the real villain, till they formed a remote circle, an empty space of floor being left between them and him. The circulus cugis centrum diabolus. The room was so silent, though there were more than 20 people in it, that nothing could be heard but the patter of the rain against the window shutters, accompanied by the occasional hiss of a stray drop that fell down the chimney into the fire, and the steady puffing of the man in the corner, who had now resumed his pipe of long clay. The stillness was unexpectedly broke. The distant sound of a gun reverberated through the air, apparently from the direction of the county town. Ibloki shook. Cried the stranger who had sung the song, jumping up. "What's good?" Asked several. "A prisoner escaped from the jail, that's what it means." All listened. The sound was repeated, and none of them spoke but the man in the chimney corner, who said quietly, "I've often been told that in this county they fire a gun at such times, but I never heard it till now. I wonder if it is my man," murmured the personage in cinder grey. "Surely it is," said Hardy involuntarily. "And surely we've seen him, that little dude who looked in at the door by now, and quivered like a leaf when he saw ye and heard your song." His teeth chattered. "And the breath went out of his body," said the dairyman. "And his heart seemed to sink within him like a stone," said Oliver Giles. "And he bolted as if he'd been shot at," said the hedge carpenter. "True, his teeth chattered, and his heart seemed to sink, and he bolted as if he'd been shot at," slowly summed up the man in the chimney corner. "I didn't notice it," remarked the hangman. "We were all wondering what made him run off in such a fright," faltered one of the women against the wall. "And now it's explained. The firing of the alarm gun went on at intervals, low and sullenly, and their suspicions became a certainty." The sinister gentleman in cinder grey roused himself. "Is there a constable here?" he asked, in thick tones. "If so, let him step forward." The engaged man of 50 stepped quavering out from the wall, his betrothed beginning to sob on the back of the chair. "You are a sworn constable?" "I be, sir." "Then pursue the criminal at once, with assistance, and bring him back here. He can't have gone far." "I will, sir. I will when I've got my staff. I'll go home and get it, and come sharp here, and start in a body." "Staff, never mind your staff, the man'll be gone. But I can't do nothing without my yars, Staff Famkin I Hardy, William John, and Charles Jake. No, for there's a king's royal crown on the low, and the lion and the unicorn, so as when I raise it up and hit my prisoner it's made a lawful move. No cat. I wouldn't even try to take someone down without my squad, no, not me. If I hadn't the law to give me courage, why, instead of taking him, he might just take me, you feel. Now, I'm a king's man myself, and can give you authority enough for this," said the formidable officer in grey. "Now then, all of ye, be ready. Got any lanterns?" "Yarshevy got lanterns, I demand it," said the constable. "And the rest of you able-bodied many S's, the rest of you. Have you some good stout staves and pitchforks?" "Staves and pitchforks in the name of the law. And take them in your hands, and go in quest, and do as we in authority tell ye." Thus aroused the men prepared to give chase. The evidence was, indeed, though circumstantial, so convincing that but little argument was needed to show the shepherd's guests that after what they had seen it would look super wuck if they didn't instantly pursue the unhappy third stranger, who could not as yet have gone more than a few 100 yards over such uneven country. A shepherd is always low. He got some lanterns, and lighting these hastily, and With hurdle staves in their hands, they poured out of the door, taking a direction along the crest of the hill away from the town, the rain having fortunately a little abated. Disturbed by the noise, or possibly by some nasty thoughts about her baptism, the baby who had been christened started crying heart-brokenly in the room overhead. These notes of the grief came down through the chinks of the floor to the ears of the women below, who jumped up one by one and seemed hella glad of the excuse to ascend and comfort the baby. For the incidents of the last half hour greatly oppressed them. Thus, in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, the room on the ground floor was deserted quite. But it was not for long. Hardly had the sound of footsteps died away when a man returned round the corner of the house from the direction the pursuers had taken. Peeping in at the door and seeing nobody there, he entered leisurely. It was the stranger of the chimney corner, who had gone out with the rest. The motive of his return was shown by his helping himself to a cut piece of skimmer cake that lay on a ledge beside where he had sat, and which he had apparently forgotten to take with him. He also poured out half a cup more mead from the quantity that remained, ravenously eating and drinking these as he stood. He had not finished when another figure came in just as quietly as friend, in cinder grey. "Oh, you here?" said the latter, smiling. "I thought you had gone to Hardy was low, key stressed about gettin' that mug of old mead. But then he sees his homie, and's all hay. I thought you were ghostin' on me. The other dude is still trying to finish his skimmer cake, and Hardy's all, aye now. Bro, there's enough for both of us, fam. It's a whole mood out here, and the God ain't got time for our drama. Hardy's for real, though, and they're both trying to be cool about leaving the wild goon behind. Hardy's all, they'll get him. We won't have to lift a finger. The other dude is chilling. So yeah, let's just keep it moving." They're talking about heading to Casterbridge, but one of them got a roll solo. He nods off in the right direction. Both are feeling meh about putting in more miles before bed. They part ways, and the pursuers show up at the top of the hill. They're trying to come up with a plan, but since Hardy ain't there, nothing's poppin'. They slide into the trap, losin' their footing on them flint slopes lanchets. Lanterns are doodin', and they're stuck till they get back together. The shepherd dude takes the lead, and knowing the terrain like the back of his hand. He guides them around them sharp turns, but it's still hella dark and treacherous. They make some noise, but mostly just darkness and rustlin' bushes. Yas, Hardy and his squad were low, key chillin', near a solo tree in this desert coombe, like 50 years ago or whatever, when some bird sounded there. And, standing next to the trunk was this dude they're trying to find. You could def tell he's in the pics, 'cause he was all lit up against the blue sky. The band dropped silently, and they got into position. Hardy gave the constable a side. "Aye. Dude, we got your back or our lies," said John Pitcher, playing the hero. "Nah, fam, that's not our vibe. We're with the law, you feel." That's some vagabond nonsense. The constable was all bent out of shape. He had to say something, so Hardy and his squad shoulder kept it moving. "Hold up, prisoner at the bar, surrender in the name of the Father, and also like the crown, gee." The dude under the tree seemed hella out of it till now. Then took a step closer. He was small fries, but on the verge of chillin', you know. "Hey, did I hear you talking to me?" he asked, all nonchalant. The constable threw shade. They gotta take this dude down for not keeping it real in Casterbridge jail. They had a warrant out for him, bro. On hearing the charge, Hardy was low-key enlightened and said nothing more. He just copped to being taken away with that smooth, preternatural civility. The squad surrounded him, staves in hand, like they owned the place. They marched him back to the shepherd's cottage, where it was already lit at 11 p.m. When they rolled up, there were 2 officers from Casterbridge jail and a famous magistrate outside, all vibing on some intel about an escape. Hardy led the squad inside. They found the living room invaded by these new folks in black, and some serious drama went down. The constable gave a briefing. Gentlemen, I got this dude back after some major risk. Everybody do their part. They had this whole crew of body-able people chillin', and they lent Hardy some aid without even knowing the law. Hardy brought the heat. This is him. One official was like, dude, no way. The turnkey corroborated, play it cool. The constable was all, how else could this happen? And one of the officers was all, you don't get it. Yaz, Hardy's not the dude everyone thinks he is. He's low-key, a whole different vibe from that other guy. He's got them dark hair and eyes, looks kinda fly, and has this deep bass voice that'll stick with you forever. What's good souls? It's the homie in the chimney corner. The magistrate steps up after asking some deets from the shepherd chillin' in the background. You're telling me you ain't got the right dude. For real, sir, says the constable, is our guy, but not our ideal man. We're looking for someone else, if you feel me. The magistrate is like, Ward, that's a whole lot of drama. You should hit up the other dude, a sap. Hardy's all, hold up, I got this. He speaks up for the first time, and the mention of the dude in the chimney corner gets him all shook up. Sir, he says, approaching the magistrate, you can stop stressing about me. It's time to spill the tea. I ain't done nothing, but my bro is in a whole mess of trouble 'cause our fam member is on death row. So I'm just chillin' with him here at home when he stops by. We're trying to be low-key for some reasons. We got benighted, and I asked the locals for directions. When I opened the door, it's like looking at my bro in the condemned cell right before his execution. The dude was sitting in this chimney corner, all jammed up next to the executioner, who's about to take his life. The executioner was singing some song and trying not to freak out about being close to his victim. My bro gave me a look that said, keep it on the low, fam. I'm shaking hard. Can't even stand right now. So I hightailed it out of there without knowing what was good. Every vebbin with Hardy's story. And the magistrate is all. And where's your bro right now? Nah, I don't know. We lost touch after that. Word we've been between M ever since, says the constable. He thinks he can just chill elsewhere, huh? What's his thing? He's a watchmaker, no cap. Hardy replies. I thought his hands were kind of rusty for the trade. Adds Shepherd Fennel. The magistrate is like, hold up, let's not keep this dude in custody. We got to focus on the other one. So Hardy gets released, but he looks pretty shook still. Hardy was low-key stressed because he couldn't just magically erase the problems on his mind. Fam, they were about this other dude he was really worried about. When things cooled down and the dude was ghosted, Hardy decided to chill for the night since it was super late anyway. The next day, though, everyone in town was hella hyped to find that sneaky sheep thief, but honestly, the punishment was kind of savage for what he did. Most folks in the area were low-key rooting for the dude, huh? And people couldn't help but respect how chill Hardy was with the hangman. It was a whole mood. So, maybe not everyone who was out looking for him was as thorough when they looked at their own homes. There were rumours of this mysterious figure showing up in old woods and fields, but nobody ever found anything when they searched. It all just kind of fizzled out, and Hardy never got caught. Some people said he tailed it across the sea or something, while others said he just went off grid in a crowded city. Either way, Hardy was Maya from his job at Casterbridge, and he never ran into that buddy again who they'd chilled with back at the old homestead. The graves of those sheep farmers have been green for ages. The fams who came to their kid's birthday party are long gone too. But this whole story about Hardy getting weirdo vibes at the shepherd's place is hella famous around these parts. March 1883, it was a sick Thursday evening, and Hardy had just started his shift at Casterbridge. The milkmaids were all low, key, vibing with each other while they worked out their cow cherry. One of them was like, "I heard that dude's bringing home the bread tomorrow," meaning his bride. They made it to Anglebury today. But nobody knew where she was. From the first. "Loki, they say she's fire in bed," she added, and as the milkmaid spoke, she turned her face so that she could glance past her cow's tail to the other side of the barton, where a thin, fading woman of 30 milked somewhat apart from the rest. Years younger than he, they say, continued the second, with also a glance of reflectiveness in the same direction. "How old do you call him, then?" 30 or so. "More like 40, broke in an old milkman near, in a long white pinafore or wropper, and with the brim of his hat tied down, so that he looked like a woman. He was born before our great weir was builded, and I hadn't man's wages when I laved water there." The discussion waxed so warm that the purr of the milk streams became jerky, till a voice from another cow's belly cried with authority, "No, then, what does the Turk do it matter to us about Farmer Lodge's age or Farmer Lodge's new miss? I shall have to pay him £9 a year for the rent of every one of these milchers, whatever his age or hers. Get on with your work, or 'twill be dark afore we have done. The evening is pinking in already." This speaker was the dairyman himself, by whom the milkmaids and men were employed. Nothing more was said publicly about Farmer Lodge's wedding, but the first woman murmured under her cow to her next neighbour, "It's hard for her," signifying the thin-worn milkmaid aforesaid. "Oh, no," said the second. "I hasn't spoke to Rhoda Brook for years." When the milking was done, they washed their pails and hung them on a many-forked stand made of the peeled limb of an oak tree, set upright in the earth and resembling a colossal antlered horn. The majority then dispersed in various directions homeward. The thin woman who had not spoken was joined by a boy of 12 or thereabout, and the twain went away up the field also. Their course lay apart from that of the others to a lonely spot high above the water meads, and not far from the border of Igden Heath, whose dark countenance was visible in the distance as they drew nigh to their home. "They've just been saying down in Barton that your father brings his young wife home from Anglebury tomorrow," the woman observed. "I shall want to send you for a few things to market, and you'll be pretty sure to meet him." Eyes. "Mother," said the boy. "Is father married then?" Eyes. "You can give her a look and tell me what she's like if you do see her." Eyes. "Mother, if she's dark or fair, and if she seems like a woman. Who has ever worked for a living, or one that has been always well off, and has never done anything, and shows marks of the lady on her, as I expect she do. Ice. Hardy creeped up the hill in the twilight, Loki entering the cottage. It was built of mud walls, the surface of which had been washed by many rains into channels and depressions that left none of the original flat face visible, while here and there in the thatch above a rafter showed like a bone protruding through the skin. She was kneeling down in the chimney corner before 2 pieces of turf laid together with the heather inwards, blowing at the red, hot ashes with her breath till the turves flamed. The radiance lit her pale cheek, and made her dark eyes, that had once been handsome, seem handsome anew. Eyes, she resumed, see if she is dark or fair, and if you can notice if her hands be white. If not, see if they look as though she had ever done housework, or are milkers' hands like mine. The boy again promised, inattentively this time, his mother not observing that he was cutting a notch with his pocket knife in the beech back chair. Chapter I. The young wife. The road from Anglebury to Holmesburg is hella level, but there's one spot where it breaks up the vibe. Farmers who are low-key exhausted from the market town have to walk their horses up this short incline. The next evening, while the sun was still lit, a fresh new gig with a lemon-coloured body and red wheels was spinning westward along the level highway at the heels of a powerful mare. The driver was a yeoman in his prime life, cleanly shaven like an actor, his face being toned to that bluish vermilion hue which so often graces a thriving farmer's features when returning home after successful dealings in the town. Beside him sat a woman many years his junior almost, indeed a girl. Her face too was fresh in colour, but it was of a totally different quality, soft and evanescent, like the light under a heap of rose petals. Few people travelled this way, for it was not a main road, and the long white riband of gravel that stretched before them was empty, save of one small scarce moving speck, which presently resolved itself into the figure of boy, who was creeping on at a snail's pace and continually looking behind him, the heavy bundle he carried being some excuse for, if not the reason of, his dilatoriness. When the bouncing gig party slowed at the bottom of the incline above mentioned, the pedestrian was only a few yards in front, supporting the large bundle by putting one hand on his hip. He turned and looked straight at the farmer's wife as though he would read her through and through, pacing along abreast of the horse. The low sun was full in her face, rendering every feature, shade and contour distinct, from the curve of her little nostril to the colour of her eyes. The farmer, though he seemed annoyed at the boy's persistent presence, did not order him to get out of the way, and thus the lad preceded them, his hard gaze never leaving Hardy, just chillin' till they hit the top of the mountain. Right? The farmer's all relieved, but he's still low, key ignoring Hardy. You feel how that poor kid stared at me, said the wife. Yeah, I saw that. Is he from around here? Nah, more like from the neighborhood. I think he lives with his mom a mile or 2 off, though he knows who we are, no doubt. For sure, fam. You gotta expect people to stare at you when they first meet. They do, but I think that poor kid might have looked up to us, hoping we'd help him out, not just because he's curious. Feel? Nah, bruh. These country kids are all about it. They can carry 100 BLBs on their backs like it's nothing. His backpack was straight fire too. He got you another mile and I'll show you the house from afar, if we don't get lost in the darkness first. The wheels were spinning, and particles were flying everywhere till this whole white house came into view. It had a sick farm setup and ricks at the back. Meanwhile, Hardy's just chillin', taken up that by lane like 2 miles short of the actual farm, headed to his mom's cottage in the leaner pastures. His mom just got home from her dairy gig, all done with milking, and she's gettin' ready for dinner, washing cabbage at the doorway, doing her thing. Hold up, net, fam, I'm about to fill this. She's putting leaves in the mesh thingy when Hardy shows up, bundled down, taking care of business. Yeah. Did you see her? Like, really saw her. She was fire. Yeah. She is, Is she that ladylike, though? Yes, more so than most ladies. She looks all grown up and whatnot. Yeah, mom's the word. She's a total woman. And what about her hair and face colour? Is it lit? Her hair is kind of light, and her face is straight fire like a door. And those peeps, man, blue-ish, nice and red in the mouth too. When she smizes, them teeth pop out white hot. Ease she tall. I got to see for myself. The mom was all sharp like girl, you better check that. Do we go to Homestoke Church tomorrow morning? She's deaf gonna be there. Hit it early and take notes on her style. Come back home and tell me if she's taller than you. All right. Mom. Got it. But why don't you just sneak a peek for yourself? I wouldn't even look at her if she walked by my window right now. She was Mr. Lodge, though. What did he say, though? Just the usual old ignore stuff, fam. Hardy walked in, and he was low. Key first to get a seat by the font, vibbin' on all the parishioners coming through. The well-to-do Farmer Lodge crew came straight up last. His young wife, who's trying to keep it real as a modest woman, got hyped walking up that aisle with him. Everyone was hella focused on her, but Hardy was just chillin', low-key, not even notice. When he rolled back home, his mom asked, well, before he even came in the room, "She's not tall, fam," he replied, "but she's super cute, like really cute." His mom was hyped, and it showed. Hardy's vibe got her, even though she's kinda hard on him sometimes. "That's all I need to hear," she said, quick. "No, spread the tablecloth, bro. The hair you caught is fire, just don't get flippin'," she asked. What kind of hands did she have? Hardy was like, "Nah, I ain't seen 'em." She never took off her gloves. His mom asked, "What was she rocking this morning?" "A white bonnet and a silver-coloured gown," he replied. "The thing that whirred and whistled loud when it hit the pews. That made Lady Lodge super extra for real. She pulled that hat in so tight, but when she sat down it just got louder, bruh. Mr. Lodge was hella turned up, all smiles and whatnot, his waistcoat poppin', and them gold seals shinnin' like a boss, but Mrs. Lodge was trying to keep that gown away from her, no cap. His mom was cool with it, though. "Not her problem," she said. So Hardy kept telling her stories about the newlyweds from time to time, whenever he had a chance encounter. But Rhoda Brooke? She's hella shy and never ventured into that quarter where Lodge farmin', even when she was milking at the dairyman's yard on his outer farm. She kept it moving, never brought up Mrs. Lodge's marriage. The dairyman, he knew all about the tall milkmaid. He always kept it on the low with Rhoda so she wouldn't get salty. It was all anyone could talk about when the new wife rolled in Hardy's description and whatnot. Rhoda got a mental pic of Mrs. Lodge that was straight fire. Hardy was low-key haunting Gertrude Lodge's dreams for days, and she couldn't shake it at night. Gertrude finally caught up with Rhoda Brooke in her sleep, and it was a whole vibe. The old lady showed up as herself, but with a distorted face and wrinkly skin, just sitting on top of Rhoda like a boss. The pressure from Hardy's presence grew real heavy. Her eyes were straight up, cruel, staring down Rhoda's face, and then she snatched out her left hand, and it was all sparkly cause of that ring on her finger. Rhoda went ham mentally, feeling suffocated by the whole thing. She started thrashing. But Hardy just watched, then retreated to the foot of the bed and came back at her like a boss again. Rhoda was low-key losing it, gasping for air, when she finally swung out her right hand and grabbed that ghost arm, whirling her away into thin air. "Oh, my God, what just happened?" she hollered, sitting on the bed edge in a cold sweat. She could still feel Hardy's grip, even after it was gone. She looked down at where they'd sent the ghost flying, but there was nothing. Rhoda Brooke didn't sleep again that night, and when she showed up for milking next morning, she was all pale and haggard, like she'd been through a whole ordeal. The milk she poured into the pail started shaking, 'cause her hand was still all shook up from the ghost touch. It wasn't until then that she calmed down. When she came home for breakfast, her son was all, "What's good with you? Did you have a rough night?" And she just shook her head, not want to talk about it. She went about her chores in silence, but her boy was all curious, asking what happened at 2 when the clock struck 2. Rhoda just shook her head again, looking all sheepish. Between 11 and 12, the garden gate creaked open, and Rhoda's eyes locked onto that ghostly woman standing in the gate. She was straight up transfixed. "Oh," she said, "she'd come." Her boy exclaimed, "Also seen her?" "Oh, yeah. When? How did you know us?" His mom asked, getting all worked up. "I talked to her yesterday," he replied. "I told you never talk to nobody from that house or go near that place." But he'd met the ghost in the road, just chilling, and she hadn't said nothing. When she asked what they talked about, he was all nothing, just a convo. "You can hardly bring the heavy load from the market, or what?" And Loki, she was looking at my kicks and said, "They won't keep my feet dry if it's wet, because they're hella cracked." I'm like, "Live with my mom. We got this. It's a thing." She's all, "Okay, I'll come bring you some new boots and check on your mom." But she gives that extra to other folks in the meds, you feel. Mrs. Lodge was Loki trying to make an appearance, but not in her fancy silk vibes from last night. She had a basic morning hat and gown on, looking hella relatable for once. She's got a basket on her arm, and it's still fresh in my mind how she looked at me like I was some kind of phantom or something. But for real, her voice is so sweet. Her smile is so kind. It's like the whole vibe changed. She came back with them boots and other goodies for Hardy. But honestly, it's all a bit confusing. Like, why's this rich lady being so nice to me? Can't she see I'm trying to live my best life over here? When she left, it felt like the whole house lit up or something. Next thing you know, she shows up again 2 days later and asks about the boots. Then another time after that, when Hardy's not around, she's all, "I walk a lot, this place is hella convenient for me." I'm like, "Yeah, no problem, ma'am." But then she starts getting all deep with me about our strengths and weaknesses. It's kind of weird. Anyway, we started talking more about how we're both human or whatever. And when she leaves, she says something about the air being good for her, but also mentioning this one thing that's got her stumped. It's all good, though. She low, Key uncovered her left hand and an arm, and Hardy's vibe was straight out of Rhoda's gaze. It was like she was looking at a mirror image of the real deal from her dream. There were these faint marks on the pink surface that looked hella unhealthy, like someone had been holding onto it rough. Rhoda's eyes went wide and riveted on the discolorations. She was trying to figure out if they resembled her own 4 fingers at all. "How did you even get this?" she asked with a blank expression. Mrs. Lodge just shook her head. "I'm not really sure. I guess it happened one night when I was snoozing, and my arm started aching like crazy. I must have hurt myself or something, but I don't even remember doing it." She laughed and said, "Telling my husband, it looks like he went ham on me and hit me there. For real, it'll probably clear up soon." Rhoda was low-key freaked out. She didn't want to think out how weird this was. Mrs. Lodge dropped the bomb that it happened 2 weeks ago at 2 a.m. Rhoda's mind was totally blown. The disclosure caught her off guard. She wasn't even thinking about how trippy this was, just straight up accepting it as real. When Hardy left, Rhoda was like, "Is it possible I'm actually cursed or something?" She never really got why people thought she was a witch, but now she was wondering if maybe that's what all the fuss was about. Could this be the reason her fam had always acted weird around her? Had anything like this ever happened before? Chapter Ivor suggestion. The summer vibes were getting real, and Rhoda Brooke was low-key dreading her next encounter with Mrs. Lodge. She actually kind of felt bad for her. There was something about Hardy that made Rhoda feel guilty, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It was like fate or something, always steering Mrs. Lodge towards Homestoke when she left the house for a reason other than work. So they bumped into each other out of nowhere. No wonder Rhoda brought up the weird arm vibe first. "Is your arm all good now?" she asked, trying to play it cool. But then she saw Mrs. That Lodge carrying that left arm stiffly, and her heart went straight to her chest. "Nope, it's still hella painful sometimes," Mrs. Lodge revealed. Rhoda suggested maybe she should go see a doc, but Mrs. Lodge was like, I already did. Her husband had forced her into the doctor's office, and he'd been all wrong about what was going on with that arm. Her to low-key dip it in scorching water, and she had already gave it a bath, but the tea didn't do much, fam. "Will you let me see it?" asked the milkwoman. Mrs. Lodge slid up her sleeve and showed off the spot, which was like right above the wrist, no cap. As soon as Rhoda Brooke saw it, she was shook, bruh. There wasn't nothing like a wound, but the arm at that point looked all shriveled up, and the outline of the 4 fingers was straight fire, you feel. Moreover, she thought Gertrude's imprint on her arm was identical to the one on Rhoda, the first finger right by Gertrude's wrist, and the 4th by her elbow too. What the vibe was all like. It seemed like Gertrude had a hunch since they last saw each other. "It looks kind of like finger marks," she said with a faint laugh, adding, my hubby says it's like some witch or devil took hold of me and cursed my flesh." Rhoda got chills. "Fam, that's extra," she said, quick. "I wouldn't care about it if I were you." "I'm low-key not that bothered if," Rhoda started to say, then paused. "If it wasn't affecting my hubby's love for me, no can." Emma, super into looks. Her hubby was hella proud of hers at first, too. "Keep your arm covered from his sight," Mrs. Lodge said. "He already knows the thing is there, though." Rhoda tried to hold back tears as she thought about it. "Well, ma'am, I'm really hoping it fades away soon." And so the milkwoman's mind was all like, what's good? Again, with a super dark energy, you feel. The more she thought about it, the more Rhoda felt bad for not hating on her successor, but not at all. She just didn't want to go through that pain. no cap. It wasn't like Gertrude could make it right or anything. Rhoda was just chill with it, fam. She didn't want to rock the boat or hurt anyone's feelings. If Gertrude only knew what really went down, though. That'd be a whole nother story, lol. Rhoda didn't know how to spill the tea, and she couldn't even come up with a plan. She low-key obsessed over it all day, wondering if she could catch another glimpse of Gertrude by the next morning's milking, by keeping it 100 from afar. She spotted Gertrude taking a solo ride, probably off to meet her hubby in some field, no doubt. When Gertrude saw Rhoda, she cruised on over and said, "Good morning, Rhoda." "I was low. Key gonna hit you up," Rhoda said when she finally showed up. "I hope with a bad arm," said Mrs. Lodge. "They tell me there is possibly one way by which I might be able to find out the cause, and so perhaps the cure of it," replied the other anxiously, is by going to some wild dock over in Egdon Heath. They did not know if he was still alive, and I cannot remember his name at this moment, but they said that you knew more of his movements than anybody else hereabout, and could tell me if he was still to be consulted. Dear me, what was his name? "But you know, not Conjurer Trendle," said a thin companion, turning pale. "Trendley's. Is he alive?" "I believe so," said Rhoda, with reluctance. "Why do you call him Conjurer?" "Well, they say they used to say he had powers other folks have not." How could my people be so extra as to recommend a man of that sort?" I thought they meant some medical doc. "I shall think no more of him." Rhoda looked relieved, and Mrs. Lodge rode off. The milkwoman had inwardly seen, from the moment she heard of her having been mentioned as a reference for this man, that there must exist a shade of sarcasm among the work folk, that a sorceress would know the whereabouts of the exorcist. They suspected her. Then, a short time ago, this would have given no concern to a woman of her common sense. But she had a haunting reason to be superstitious now, and she had been low-key freaking out that this Conjurer Trendle might name her as the bad influence, which was blasting the fair person of Gertrude, and so lead her friend to hate her forever and treat her like some fiend in human shape. But all was not over. 2 days after, a shadow intruded into the window, pattern thrown on Rhoda Brooks' floor by the afternoon sun. The woman opened the door at once, almost breathlessly. "Are you alone?" said Gertrude. She seemed to be no less harassed and anxious than Brooke herself. "Yes," said Rhoda. "The place on my arm seems worse and troubles me," the young farmer's wife went on. "He is so mysterious." "I do hope it will not be an incurable wound. I have again been thinking of what they said about Conjurer Trendle. I don't really believe in such men, but I should not mind just visiting him from curiosity, though on no account must my husband know." "Is it far to where he lives?" "Yes, 5 miles, said Rhoda backwardly, "in the heart of Egdon." "Well, I should have to walk. Could you go with me to show me the Waysay tomorrow afternoon?" "Oh, not as that is," the milkwoman murmured, with a start of dismay. Again the dread seized her that something to do with her fierce act in the dream might be revealed, and her character in the eyes of the most useful friend Hardy had ever been ruined irrevocably. Mrs. Lodge was low-key urging it, and Rhoda was hella on board, though she was low-key worried about the tea. She was sad that her journey would be a whole mood, but she couldn't just ghost her patron's weird affliction. They agreed to meet at the edge of the Heath Quay. They had to keep it 100 with their mystic vibes, so they didn't want to draw suspicion. by the next afternoon Rhoda would have done anything to get out of this convo. But she was all in, and there was something about getting low, key-lit in the occult world, that got her hyped. She started just before sundown, and it was like half an hour's walk or whatever, and she ended up at the southeastern extension of Egdon Country, where the fir plantation was. It was hella dark, and there was a slight figure cloaked, and veil echemissis. Lodge rockin' that left arm sling. They barely spoke to each other, and they just went straight into their climb through the Hith. It was a whole mood, with thick clouds and all that jazz, and the wind was hella howling over the hills. Gertrude Lodge was talking a lot, but Rhoda was low-key zoning out, responding with some monosyllabic vibes. She had a weird aversion to walking on Mrs. Lodge's side, where her arm was all bruised, so she'd just move around to the other side when it got close. They were chillin' on this cart track, and there was heather all over their feet, and then they saw this house that belonged to some dude they came for help with. This dude didn't give any tea as remedies. He was all about selling local products like furs and turf. He wasn't even trying to make it seem like it was a big deal when his warts went away, or whatever. It's all just chance, right? He was home when they got there, 'cause he saw them coming down the hill. You feel me? I can totes show you the hella person too, but eck who it is though, I'm good with that. She pressed him hard, so he's all hoda, hit the bricks, and brought Miss Lodge into the room. It's like the door opens up, or whatever, and Rhoda can low-key see what's going down without being part of it. He brings a tumbler, fills it with water, gets an egg, and does some private magic tricks on it. Then he cracks it open and puts the yolk in the glass, so the milkwoman can see it do its thing. Like, as it gets all dark and stuff, he takes it to the window and shows Gertrude the sick details. They're low-key staring in the air together, and Rhoda's not even close enough to figure out what's going on. "Do you catch any faces or vibes?" demands Hardy from Mrs. Lodge. She's all like, "And von DM," in this super quiet voice that's hard for Rhoda to hear. And then she keeps gazing intently at the glass. Rhoda's all whatever, and walks away for a sec. When Mrs. Lodge comes out, her face is like coof, pale as Rhoda's, but way more sad. Trendle shuts the door behind her, and they're like starting homeward together. But Rhoda's all, "Dude, did he charge much?" And Gertrude's all, "Nah, didn't even take a penny." And then Mrs. Lodge is all, "Was it you who first suggested coming here?" And Rhoda's all, "Nah, I geck," but she's low-key hyped that the young'un at her side is learning their lives got played by other factors than they themselves. Gertrude's girl was straight fire and low-key stunning, but Hardy got dealt a sick hand literally. His left side was all bent and messed up. And let's be real, she didn't even get him no little one, so that was just another reason he might be the last of his fam in that valley for a minute. He thought about Rhoda Brooke and her son, and was low-key freaked out, 'cause he thought this was some kind of judgment from above. You feel. Gertrude used to be hella fun and enlightened, but now she's all irate and superstitious. She's trying to find a cure for her ills with every random remedy that comes across her path. She's genuinely into her hubby, but deep down she's trying to win him back by looking fly again. So, yeah, her closet is hella stocked with weird stuff like bottles, packets, and ointment pots. We're talking herbs, charms, books on necromancy, the whole 9 yards. Hardy gave her a sick burn when he saw all that goop, but she didn't say nothing, just gave him that sad puppy dog look in his face, you know. He looked all shook up and said, sorry, dissin' her, 'cause he only meant it to be real for her. She went hard on him, was like, I'm done with this whole witchy mess. I'ma clear out the closet and find something else. But then she's all vulnerable and stuff, and he's all, hey, maybe you just need someone to cheer you up. He used to want to adopt a lil dude, but now he's too old for that. And Tebby, his boy, Rhoda is Maya, and Gertrude's all like, I know who he's talking about. It turns out she's Loki creeped out of their convo about the whole Trendle thing, but now she's all, hey, maybe I should go see that dude again. What if it's the only way to get my life back? Visit should def be paid. This time she Loki went alone, though she almost got lost on the heath, and roamed like 1,000,000 miles out of her way. Trendle's crib was finally reached, though he wasn't indoors, and instead of chillin' at the cottage, she went to where his bent figure was pointed out to her at work from afar. Trendle remembered her, and laid down the handful of furze roots he was gathering, and tossin' into a heap, he offered to ride with her homewards, though the distance was hella, and the days were short. So they walked together, his head bowed nearly to the earth, and his form all Loki lit. You can send away warts and other stuff, I know, she said. Why can't you send away this? And the arm was uncovered. You think too much of my powers, said Trendle, and I'm old and weak now, too. No, it's too much for me to attempt in my own person. What have ye tried? She Loki named some of the 100 medicaments and counterspells she'd adopted from time to time. He shook his head. Some were fire, he said approvingly, but not many of them for something like this. This is of the nature of a blight, not of the nature of a wound, and if you ever do throw it off, it'll be all at once. If I only could. There's only one chance of doing it known to me. It has never failed in kindred afflictions that I can declare, but it is hard to carry out, and especially for a woman. Tell me, said she, you got a touch with the limb and the neck of a man who's been hanged. She started a lil at the image he'd raised. Before he's cold just, after he's cut down, continued the conjurer impassively. How can that do good? It'll turn the blood and change the constitution. But, as I say, to do it is hard. You got to get into jail and wait for him when he's brought off the gallows. Lots have done it, though perhaps not such pretty women as you. I used to send dozens for skin complaints. But that was in former times. The last I sent was in the 20 years ago. He had no more to tell her, and when he'd put her into a straight track homewards, turned and left her, refusing all the cash as at first. Chapter via right, I gotta tell you, Hardy, it's hella unlikely that Gertrude could sneak into the criminal's crib on her own. And the fear of her husband getting hella salty about it kept her from spilling the tea about Trendle or anyone else who knew him. She just chillin', doing nothing for months and dealin' with her disfigured face like it was nobody's business. But she's all, hey, I'm low-key looking for some new love in my life, and that's what got her thinking about trying something crazy. She's all, what's done by magic will come back by magic, but then she gets these major anxiety vibes when she thinks about doing it, and she's like, whoa, Trendle said, it'll turn my blood into pure ice. Then the desire to try it comes back and is all, Gil, you got to do this. There ain't no county paper coming out with that kind of info. So news spreads by word of mouth from market to market or at the fairs. So Gertrude's like, I'm a check in on what went down at the last assizes. But she's too late, 'cause her hubby ain't having if she mentions that stuff. She had to wait for another chance to roll up her sleeves and get this done. Her determination got a major boost when she found out 2 epileptic kids from Homestoke went to the last assizes with some positive results. Some people thought it was hella dark, but Gertrude's all, "I'm do my thing." April, May, June pass, and by July, she's so over life that she's basically praying for someone to die every night instead of doing her regular prayers. This time around, she's more organized and systematic in her approach. She also got her hubby on a sick vacation leave while the assizes happen in July. And now she's got to figure out how to get to Casterbridge with no drama. Hardy's mom was trying to get into jail or something, but nobody ever said no to that for, so now it was all messed up. She was low-key freaking out, thinking she'd have to go back on her hubby for helping her. But when she talked to him about the assizes, he was straight up ice, you feel. So she decided to do this solo thing, no cap. Then, one Thursday, Hardy's mom was all, "I'm ghostin' you for a bit. I got business at a fair." And Hardy was like, "Coke. Cool." He was low-key surprised that his wife was actually trying to stay home with him, though. Usually she'd be hella salty if he cancelled plans. Anyway, now it's her turn to roll out. She thought about driven, but then realized it wouldn't be lit. 'Cause she'd have to stick to the main road and get all the extra attention. So she decided to ride solo, even though there wasn't no horse just for her. Hardy had a bunch of horses, but one was straight fire and equine Amazon. That was low, key fly. She chose this horse, and then she's all, if my arm didn't shrink, I'd be good to go. She dressed up, strapped up the bundle with some clothes and stuff, and told the servant to chill if she ain't back by 10. She meant to tell her hubby too, but the plan changed. So Hardy's mom took off in the opposite direction from Stickleford, just to throw him off, you feel. But then she turned left into Egdon and wheeled around on the heath to get to Casterbridge the real way. As Hardy's right in through Egdon like it's nobody's biz. She just got to keep her horse's head in line with the sun, and she'll hit up some farmer or cottager to get the 4 to 11 on where they're going. It's low-key a rad route, but still pretty wild. See, back in the day, Egdon was straight fire, but now it's all fragmented and stuff, 'cause these farmers tried to grow crops on the lower slopes and break up the original heath. The Enclosure Acts didn't kick in yet, so they just left their fences and boundaries wherever they were, which is pretty hella confusing. Anyway, Hardy's cruising through with no major obstacles besides some prickly furze bushes, heather mats, and watercourses that'll soak her horse to the bone. Her steed is straight up slow and heavy-footed, but Hardy's got a half-dead arm, so she wouldn't want to ride it anyway. It's almost 8 o'clock when Hardy pulls over at Roshi Pond, which is literally just a pool surrounded by hedges with a railing in the middle. Over the railing, she sees this low-key green country and some trees with roofs on M, like the town of Casterbridge. On top of that building, there are these workers building something, and Hardy's skin is getting all nervous. She slowly gets off her horse and finds herself in cornfields and pastures. Half an hour later, she rolls up to the White Hart Inn, which is the first inn on that side of town. But honestly surprised by her arrival, 'cause it's not like anyone expected a woman ridden solo on horseback, all by herself. The farmer's wife, Mrs. Lodge, is supposed to be some young thing coming to hang fair tomorrow, but Hardy's actually just trying to get away from the creepy vibe she got from seeing them working on that building. The innkeeper thinks she's just a weirdo and not even married, which Hardy's good with. As she's getting off her, there's these boys standing outside some harness makers' shop looking, all intrigued. What's going down in there? Hardy asks the ostler, who's like, macking rope for tomorrow. But then the man offers to sell her some rope for cheap, and Hardy's all like, nah, I'm good. She gets this weird feeling that something bad is going to go down. Hardy was low, key invested in figuring out how to get into the prison she was stuck in. So she found a room and sat down to think about it. She had been vibbing on this guy's advice that she should use her fly face as a keycard or whatever. But honestly, she didn't know much about the jail staff, just that there were high sheriffs, under sheriffs, and hangmen. She was like, I need to hit up the hangman stat. Fast forward to this date, and for years after, you could find a hangman at almost every joint. Hardy Low, Key found out that her Casterbridge dude lived in a hella lonely cottage by the river, which just so happened to be the same one that watered the Stickleford and Homestoke Mids lower down. She changed up her fit. No food or drinks for her. She was straight fire, and Hardy hit the path along the riverside. She passed by the prison, and it was all good since those rectangular lines weren't moving anymore. Another 100 yards in, she found the executioner's crib, which some young'un pointed out. It was right next to the weir, where the water was making a sick roar. Hardy stood chillin', but then the door swung open, and an old dude came out with a candle. He locked the door on the outside and started climbing up this ladder thingy, obviously headed to his bedroom. Hardy moved fast, but by the time she got to the bottom of the stairs, he was already in his room. She yelled out loud enough to be heard over the weir's roar. "Hey, what's good?" The old dude came down and said, "What's up?" Hardy was like, "He gotta talk to you for a sec." He looked at her face all pale, and he was stuffed. "Okay, I got time." So he let her in his crib. His daily work was being a gardener, but he said he only did it on the side. He was really into that whole justice officer thing, too. "So what's up?" Hardy asked him. "Yes." "That's it. Tomorrow." "Oh, I knew so." "What's good?" "The knot's not worth comin'. Hear about fam people keep comin', but if ye keep it under wraps, no biggie." "Is the dude related to you or just some low-key employee? Now, what time is the execution?" "Same deal, 12 o'clock, or whenever the London mail coach gets in. We always chill at that hour, 'cause we don't want to get a reprieve. Feel me." "Ooh, I hope not," she said, looking all nervous. "Loki, though, it's all about the Benjamins, fam. But still, this dude deserves a pass, only just 18, and only got there by chance. However, the risk is real, since they gotta make an example out of him, 'cause of all that property damage lately. I mean," she explained, "I'm trying to get some sort of charm from my affliction word." Yeah, got it. So you're looking for something to cure your skin issues. "Yes, that's what I need." She showed him her withered arm. "Oh no, my God," he said, inspecting it. "Yeah, it's all messed up," she said. "For real though," he continued, "that's the kind of thing that'd work. I can tell this dude sent you as a total vibe check. Can you hook me up with what I need?" she asked, looking all desperate. "He should have gone to the governor and my doctor, but it'll be a little pricey, fam. But if you do it discreetly, that's cool. That's cool." "So you're saying you can get this done with the whole crew knowing, though?" "Nah, I'm just saying it'll be more hush, hush. Alrighty then. What's the plan for my husband not to find out? No, he's already gone. She looked at her husband and their friends. Yes, course, she said. How am I supposed to do this? He took her to the door. Now you're going to chill at that little wicket up in the lane. Wait for 1 o'clock sharp, or later if you feel like it. He opened the door from the inside. I don't want to be late, fam, and if you don't want to get recognized, wear a veil. Loki, she ghosted out of there and hiked up this fire path above just to make sure she'd be able to find the secret gate the next day. Fam. It was totes visible to her know a low key opening in the outer wall of the prison precincts. No cap. The hike was hella steep, though, so when she got to the wicket, she was totes done for and had to chill for a hot sec to breathe, you feel. She looked back at that water and sighed cot and saw Hardy again climb in his outdoor staircase. He went into this loft or chamber thingy, and in like 2 mins snuffed out his light. Gee. The town clock was hittin' 10, so she high-tailed it back to the White Hart. She did when she came, no drama. Chapter Ixa rencounter, it was 1 o'clock on Saturday, and Gertrude Lodge was Loki chillin' in this waiting room within the second gate, which had that classic archway of ashlar and the inscription. Coventry Jail, 1793. It looked so familiar since she saw it from the heath the day before. There was a passageway to the roof where the gallows was, but the whole town was turned up, and the market was on pause, though. Gertrude had kept her room till the appointment time, then made her way by this secret route that avoided all the attention from the spectators who were huddled at the cliff. But even now she could hear their voices, like loud and clear, with that one dude's voice repeating last dying speech and confession over and over. There had been no reprieve, and it was all over, but the crowd was still waiting to see the body taken down. No cap. Anyway, she heard some trapping overhead, then a hand beckoned her to come out. So she followed directions and then went out into this inner paved court beyond the gatehouse. Her knees were shaking like crazy, and only one arm was covered 'cause it got caught in her shawl. There were these 2 trestles on the ground, and before she could even think about what they were for, she heard some heavy feet coming downstairs from behind her back. She couldn't turn her head or nothing, so she just kept it rigid and aware of this rough coffin by her shoulder, carried by 4 men. The coffin was open, and there was a young dude in it, rocking that smock frock thingy and fustian breeches. He looked like he got thrown into the coffin hella fast, 'cause his skirt was all over the place. The men just dropped him onto these trestles, and by this time Gertrude's state was hella whack. She could barely see a thing. It was like she was in a grey mist or something. She was totes on the verge of dying, but she was still getting held up by some kind of galvanism feel. Now, said that voice from right next to her, and Gertrude was just aware that someone was talking to her. Loki, Hardy was low, key stressing out. Meanwhile she heard people coming from behind. She showed off her messed up arm. Then Davies flipped open the face of that dead dude and caught Gertrude's hand, holding it so her arm was draped across the dead guy's neck on a line that was straight fire like an unripe blackberry. Gertrude went full on savage. The turno, the blood Hardy predicted, had gone down. But then this second shriek just rent the air. And it wasn't even Gertrude, no cap. It made her jump round, and when she saw Rhoda Brooks standing right behind her, face was all drawn out, eyes red from crying. Then Gertrude's own hubby came through, his face all lined up, eyes dim but no tears drippin'. "Dinny you." "What are you doing here?" he asked, all gruff. "Rhoda was hella salty, hussy comin' between us and our child now," she said. "This is what Satan showed me in that vision." "You're like her at last," and she just grabbed Gertrude's arm and yanked her back against the wall. No struggle. When Brooke let go, Gertrude was ghost, slid down to the ground. Her hubby picked her up, but she was out cold. Just seen, those two had hardly realized the dead dude was Rhoda's son. That's why they came for the body. It was their holiday. They didn't want to get exposed, so they brought a wagon and a sheet, all set to roll. Gertrude's case was hella serious, so they called in the surgeon ASAP. She got taken out of jail, but she never made it home alive. Her blood had been turned too hard, fam. Her death went down 3 days later. Her hubby never showed up in Casterbridge again, only at Anglebury Old Market Place, where he used to roll deep. Loki, Hardy was chillin' in this small town on the other side only for 2 years before he passed away from some kind of natural decline. No biggie. Turns out he left all his wealth to a reform school for dudes, but he had to pay Rhoda Brooke some cash if she showed up, you feel. For a hot sec, nobody knew where she was, but eventually she rolled back into town, and she was all about being extra independent, refusing any kind of help from the people who cared about her. She went back to doing her monotonous milking at the dairy, which was lit for like 20 years. Trail, she started looking old and frail, and her hair turned white as snow. Sometimes folks who knew her story would be there sipping tea, watching her, and Loki wondering what's poppin' in that serious face, all to the beat of the milk stream. Fam. In another part of town, the shepherd on the east hill could holler at the shepherd on the west hill over the chimneys, "No cap." And at night you could just chill in the middle of town and still hear the gentle mooing of the farmers' cows count from their paddocks down by the greensward. The community that built up in this valley was straight fire, with a real mayor corporation and even a staple trade. One damp evening, like 30 years ago, this dude Down was walking down one of these hills, heading to his crib, when some young dude in a phaeton rolls up on him. "Yo, is that you, Hardy?" said the driver, a pale dude with refined vibes. "Hop in, and I'll take you home. Down's all. Oh, what's good, Mr. Barnett? Thanks for the ride." And he climbs aboard. They're both from the same town, but they're living different lives, fam. Hardy asked Down. "Hardy was straight fire when I left home," another answered, low, key, switching his deep thinking about the horse for a hella nervous vibe. Mr. Down seemed to regret hit inquiry and instantly changed the convo up. He congrats his friend on getting elected as a city rep. He thought he hadn't seen him since that went down. Hardy's wife meant to hit up his lady homie, Mrs. Barnett, but he low, Key thinks she's still sitting on it. Hardy was seeming a lil hamstrung in his replies. "We should have been hella glad you came through. I, me wife, would welcome your girl, Mrs., down at any time, as you know." "Yes, I'm a city rep now, kinda a rookie," some people say. "It's totes true, and I low-key declined the honor 'cause it was too premature when I had other things on my plate, too, if it wasn't pushed so hard, you feel. There's one thing you got going on that I just can't see the tea for," said Down with a free, spirited tone. "What's up with building that new mansion when you already got a dope spot like the one you livin' in?" Hardy's face turned a little more red, but since it was just a casual ask from the lawyer while checking out the flocks and fields. He answered after a sec with no major beef. Well, we wanted to get out of the burbs, you know. This house is straight up old and hella inconvenient. Mr. Down declared that he chose a fire spot for the new building. They'd be able to see way out into the distance from the windows. Is Hardy going to give it a name? He's low, key thinking, so. Hardy ain't worried about no name, though. But I think it has one. Down observed he saw something this morning, like Shitty Ringdale, or some lil something stuck on a board. It was an idea we had for real, though, said Hardy hasty, like. But we did decide to scratch it and move on at least, if you know what I'm saying. It must have been like a week ago that you saw it. It got taken down last Saturday. So I'm low-key firm about this, bruh, he added with some sass. Down was all unconvinced, murmuring something under his breath that he thought he saw it the day before. They drove into town and the street was hella still for 7 p.m. There was a little rain coming down since afternoon, and now it was just kind of trickling down like water on the yellow lights, making all gauzy and whatnot. Yaya's Hardy's tiny town hall, the Blackpool Hotel, and then it's off to this fire street on the right that's got like two windowed brick houses that are straight fire everywhere you go. They're all low, key identical except for the fams they got inside. Why'd I'll whip your right up to your crib, said Barnett, when Down was about to step out at the corner. He then turned into this narrow street, and we can see 3 little girls from the window of a lit up house that's like 2 yards away. It's got a young mom on it too, and everyone's looking all stoked up because there ain't nobody around. You're hella lucky, Down said. Barnett, when that fam disfers from the window to run to the door. You must be living your best life if you are. Down was like, yup, we get along pretty cool. But then Barnett was all, Nammy old crib is fine. I don't need no upgrade. He dropped a major key about how his new house ain't even his own, and it's built on his fam's property. It's got a lot of history, but he's low, key hella bitter about his fam trying to sell it. Down asked why Barnett needed a new crib, and Barnett was like, "He do it for the peace, bruh. I don't chill with my family at all. We're always at each other's throats." But I resisted that whole T. Ringdale thing because your wife used to be obsessed with Lord Ringdale or whatever.
Yeah.
Down asked what was good, and Barnett was like, Nammy fam doesn't get along. They'd never even think about reconciling if they knew the tea. Then he dropped his passenger off at Down's crib and ran his errands while Down was waiting inside. When Down finally arrived, his wife came running down the steps and was all over him like that. She pulled him up and kissed him hard and said she hoped he wasn't hurt. The kids were all like, "Poor Papa." But Barnett just looked at her and knew she was more than okay. Years he had been low, key thinking she was hella extra, but those recent tea about his own life got Mrs. Down's concern all up in his grill, and his eyes got all watery watching her be all nervous. He bid the lawyer and his fam good night, then cruised slow into town, headed to his crib. Barnett's neighborhood was hell impressionables. When Down said he might not be as unwelcome home as he thought it was like for real. So Barnett was vibbing on a whole other level, hesitated at his door. When he came in, his wife wasn't even there, and he asked around. The servant was all she's with the dressmaker run, and she ate early, so sorry about that. Barnett was like, but did she know I was coming? and the servant was all hi-yas, Serb. So Barnett just went upstairs and told his wife to hit him up, but she was still low-key ignoring him. He sat down for a solo meal, eaten abstractly cause he was still feeling all the drama from earlier. His mind started drifting back to old times when there was this one person who always made him smile. He turned his chair and looked off into the distance like he wasn't even in the room, just thinking about if she's still living that life. Dude, I wonder if she's still out here. He said out loud. Chapter I, then he just got up and was all rebellious, put on his gear and hit the streets. He was sipping slow down the main street like it was midnight or something. The sun wasn't even set yet, but the shops were closing fast 'cause it was 8 o'clock and the whole town was winding down. All the other spots that didn't have anyone there were just trying to get to close time already 'cause they knew they'd get played if customers came in late. So they all closed up real quick. Barnett just kept it moving, though, took a right turn down this one street and started walking like he owned the place. He passed by all these warehouses and gates where his fam's name was known, and people would be all, Smith from Barnett Ho-Core, or Robinson, late manager at Barnett's. It was like they knew him or something. That made him think, I'm low-key wondering if Hardy's dad's life is way more turnt than his own. You feel the houses are getting super sparse on the road. And suddenly this open space appears looking all wild. The track on the right is hella steep, but it's basically a hill now with some builders' scaffolds sticking out like spears in the sky. There's these new building courses at the bottom, and not really interested until he sees this white board with Shirty Ringdale on it. He's all, what a wild irony. No? Dan said something about this, and it's just making Hardy's day even harder. So Hardy's all bitter, and he sticks his umbrella in the mud. He takes a deep breath, 'cause he said, there's gonna be peace. If possible. Then he just leaves it, like, let it be. He puts on his umbrella and keeps moving, still got his back to town. It's like he's been more turnt since passing that new building. And then you hear this loud murmur in the gloom. It's the sound of the sea. The road leads to this harbour a mile away from town, where all the trade is at. Hardy had forgotten his umbrella, so now he's just getting rained on. The lamps are still out, but they're spaced way farther apart, and it's like they're shinning straight on his shoulders now. He looks all wet and stuff, but then you hear this murmur from the shore getting stronger. It's like a mile away or something. Then Hardy stops in front of this tiny little house, standing all alone in its garden with them wooden palings divin' up the road. He checks to make sure he ain't just tripping, then he opens the gate and knocks on the door. He waits for a minute or two. Then the door creaks open, but you can't see who's doing it 'cause there's no light in the hallway. Barnett's all, does Miss Saville live here? And this young voice is all, yeah. She lives here. A hella random thing just hit him to come inside. It was about to get lit, he said. But the night was wet, so his mom didn't even bother trimming the hallway lamp. Don't stress yourself getting a light. For me, Barnett said quick, it's low-key not needed at all. Which is Miss Saville's room, though. The young person with that fresh white pinafore just pointed to a door on the hallway, and Barnett, low-key, went for it at the same time, so no light would hit his face, you feel. He stepped in and closed the door behind him, chillin' till he heard the kid's footsteps retreating. Then He found himself in an apartment that was fire, but also super neat. Everything from the mini fridge to the dope little daguerreotype on the mantelpiece was hella tidy. The picture was straight out a frame made of embroidered cardboard, clear as day. It was made by some savage girl hands, and it was literally the portrait of this thin-faced Old Navy lieutenant. From behind the lamp, a female form rose into view, that of Lucy herself, and for real, she looked like she was from another world. She had been so deep in her own thing on the other side of the lamp that she didn't even realize he was there till he spoke up. They just stood there chillin' for a hot second without saying nothing. The face that came face to face with Barnett was straight fire. It was like something from Raphael Squifil. You feel. But her features were hella extra. They didn't quite add up. Nature was all like, wait, girl, you're not in Italy. And Lucy's face had a more subtle vibe going on. The look she gave him changed from whatever it was to this reserved, half proud and kind of salty expression, where her blood just diffused across her cheek. That brightness popped out her eyes. "Hey, no, I ain't got no business here," he said, answering the look. "But I low-key needed to see you and check in on how you're doing. You can give your hand over to me, 'cause we've held it a lot back in the day." Lucy was all, "Nah, I'd rather forget than remember all that, Miss Barnett. When I think of our last meet-up, I'm low-key shocked you came here at all," she said, still all stiff and stuff. "There was no harm in it, though. I don't bother you often. Lucy, it's been ages since you've come to visit Miss Barnett, and I didn't think that was going to happen now," she replied with the same chill vibes. I'm chillin' in her space. "What's good Mrs. Barnett, though?" He was all like, impatiently, right back at me. Yeah, he said. "At least I guess so. But only 'cause I'm trying to infer or something. You're my wife, B-Tubbo." The dude's voice in her room was low-key weird, and it woke up a canary that was just chillin' by the window. It got all flustered and started flying around its cage. She went to calm it down and gave it some soothing vibes. Maybe she was trying to calm herself down too. "I didn't come here to chat about Mrs. Barnett. I came for you specifically. I want to know how you're doing since that major loss of yours." He was looking at the portrait her dad, and his eyes were all nostalgic. "I'm getting by, Dex." His words didn't match his vibe, though he looked all sad inside. But he tried to play it cool. "What you doing when I got here? Painting flowers or something, just chilling by candlelight?" "Nah, not exactly," she said. "I was just sketching the outlines, trying to save time. Got 36 more to finish by the end of the month." Hardy looked all regretful, like he really felt bad for it. "You're going to burn out them peepers, though. You shouldn't be doing that. I should have said something years ago, but I don't know, man." She gave him a side eye and asked if this was a good time to bring up the past. He was all like, "No way, no how." Hardy looked down at his feet, and his voice got all serious. "Listen, back in the day I used to have some respect for you and me both. Don't go speaking. No crazy, don't come back here. This isn't a good time for this convo." But Hardy said he came to see her as an old homie, not just any dude looking for some action. "Don't be salty. I got some stuff on my mind, and I needed to get it out," he said. He was all about how his friend was living the dream with his fam, but Hardy wasn't exactly killing it himself. It made him realize he was doing her a disservice by coming here. But he couldn't help himself. He just really wanted to see her and catch up on old times. And before you low-key acted like though, Hardy's voice grew stronger and more turned as she added, "But I'm trying to forget it too. And I know I'll be good, though, from the progress I've made already." She'd been standing still till now when she turned and sat down, facing half away from him. Barnett watched her moodily. "Yeah, it's only what I deserve," he said. "Ambition had me. No capno. It was that hella wrong-headedness, though. Had I just reflected for a sec." He broke out big time. "But always remember this, Lucy. If you Loki written to me just one little line after that beef, I would have been back in the game. That ruined me, though." He slowly walked as far as he could go and remained with his eyes on the skirting. "But, Mr. Barnett, how could you even think of reaching out? There was no cap for me to hit you up." "Then there should have been," said Barnett, turning. "That was my fault. Well, I don't know what's good or bad, but if there wasn't nothing saying, I had to explain myself. I didn't send a letter. Everything was hella vague, and feeling your spot was way more lit than mine, I thought I might have messed up your vibe. And when I heard about that other woman girl from, some fam even you might be shook by, thought how extra I was, and kept it to myself. Then I guess it was just fate, Lucy. Accident, what? But we were always meant to be, you feel me? Anyways, you was the one I should have made my wife, and I let that opportunity slip like a foolish dude that I am. Ooh, Messrs. Barnett," she said, almost getting emotional. "Don't even think about bringing this up again. I'm not the right person to keep it moving, for you think about it. Though you ain't exactly in the clear doing this, and it would be bad for me if it got out." "Would indeed," he said, hasty. "I ain't right for doing this, and I won't do it again. It's a super common move humans make to think the course they didn't take is the best move." She continued with some gentle concern as she followed him to the door of the room. "And you don't know that I would have said yes, even if you asked me to be your ride or die." At this his eye met hers, and she dropped her gaze. She knew her voice was low-key line. There was a silence till she looked up to add, in a voice of playful soothe, "My fam was hella broke before I lost my pop. That maybe your squad would have had some issues with my energy. Your disposition would have won them over," said Barnett. She archly gave him the side. Now, never mind my vibe, try to make it up with your wife. That's what I'm telling you, though. And now you got to leave me a sap." "Yes, Hardy's all good with it, you feel. But Loki, he'll never meet another girl like her again, no cap. So he just opens the door and ghosted her, leaving her solo. When he's walking down the road, his eyes are hella spaced out from the lampposts, got them straw vibes going on. On the flip side, Barnett is chillin' with a dude under an umbrella matching his pace. Then this dude leaves the sidewalk and starts coming for Barnett's crew, turning out to be Charleston, that surgeon cat who owes Hardy some cash. Charleston ain't doing too great, got his own struggles as a doc. He's broke, not exactly nice to people, married a random girl instead of someone local, and always trying to bring the funny but end up sounding extra. His aesthetic is all off, if you feel. He's like the opposite of that quiet, straight-laced family doctor, full curved mouth, bold black eye that'll make people nervous. His crew's low-key shady, just looking out for number one, which ain't ideal in a small town like Charleston's. Hardy put his name to a bill to help him out, but now he's got to pay up when it's due. It was only $50, no biggie, but Charleston's got that brazen indifference going on. That makes you want to keep your distance. I'll get that bill sorted in 3 weeks, Hardy. Charleston says with a smile that's trying to be friendly. Hardy's all good-natured about it, but you know he ain't stoked. Then Chaucer starts spinning this wild tale about having a dream where a rich dude married some high-maintenance lady in a hasty ceremony, and then saw him hanging out with that cute girl he used to know from before. Barnet's all like, okay, dude, and looks over at Charleston, seeing if there's any truth to the wild story. So Hardy's vibbin' on this cloudy day under his umbrella, just trying to brighten up his face with some sick shade behind it, right? And he's low-key looking all sly with one eye, like a lil scamp. And then Barnet is all, hey, that's enough. Hardy's like, nah, I'm good. No need to get extra. But he knows he went too far, fam. He's hella sorry and trying to apologize, but Barnet ain't having it. Barnet's all serious. We can't be doing that. Hardy's like, yeah, I feel you. He knows scandal is a whole mood. And he's down to play Lucy's game 'cause she said so. So Hardy's low-key doing whatever Lucy wants, no cap. And Barnet's over here avoiding the harbour road like it's a bad drama and taking long walks in the countryside where it's hella peaceful and lit. But one day Barnet's just chillin' in the town council room, watching the drama unfold, and he sees Lucy's wife walking by. He spots her and gets all weird, but then Down is like, it'll be all good, fam. But then Down drops a truth bomb. There's been some wild stuff going down with Lucy lately. Barnet's like, I don't think so, bro. And he starts getting real about the situation. Down's all, what's poppin' anyway? And Barnet's all, we need to face the facts. Down asks how his fam is doing. But Barnet ain't give away nothing. All good, though. They were out that morning somewhere. Hardy was just trying to see if they were vibbing with him or not. They were straight up coming down the street, and Down pointed to the squad of 2 kids with a nanny and a lady walking behind them. You should totes hit her up and talk to her. He asked, nah, fam, I'm low-key trying to avoid everybody right now. Down was all like, you're too sensitive, Mr. Barnet. At school you used to get hella salty when anyone said something that hurt your feels. Barnet was all thinking about it. Yes, that's def true, he said. I'm trying to keep the peace at home 'cause life ain't exactly lit, even if it's not totally dark. Down was all hesitant, but then said, he got a little plan for you, Hardy. I don't know if you'll be feeling it, but hit me back and see what you think. My wife is all about it, though she wants to get on good terms with Mrs. Barnet and be her ride or die. Down's wife thought that Mrs. Barnet was straight up alone in the town and needed some advice from Emily. She knew Emily had a way of winning people over, both men and women. Yeah, you're pretty lucky to have found someone like her, fam. Down said with a flex. Hardy just smiled and said thanks for looking out for him. Down dropped the hint that Emily was ready to get all up in Mrs. Barnet's grill if she knew for sure she'd be low. Key accepted by her crew. Mrs. Barnet's been around London high society, which made Emily a little nervous about crashing the party, Down said. Hardy gave his 2 cents and told Down to hit it up with Mrs. Barnet. He was all about trying to help him out. When they parted ways, Hardy went to chill at the bank, where he was a trustee, trying to forget about his drama by looking at some numbers on the board. He watched people putting in their cash and signed his name at intervals. Before he left, Hardy just vibed out, thinking about how maybe this little errand wouldn't be so bad after all. The afternoon Hardy put his head inside the door. Lucy has seen my mom, he said in a low voice. She's got my mom's promise to take me for a ride down to the beach tomorrow if it's lit. Hardy shook hands with him without saying anything, and then he went away. The chapter of the next day was straight fire. As the sun hit peak and started going down the other way, the tall shadows from the scaffold poles of my crib stretched all the way out to the middle of the highway. I was there for the first time in weeks, checking on the progress of the build out. A building in an old town that's been around for a hot minute 5, and 30 years ago doesn't just pop up out of the ground like it's at a music festival. You got to do it right, you feel. The foundations and lower courses are put in, let it settle for a bit, then build up, and even with all the sun we got this summer, that's still no easy feat. I was chillin' by a window niche that hadn't gotten no frame yet, and I looked down into the road. Then I heard the wheels of my ride going by, and my booze anip came flying past on their way to the shore with Mrs. Down. They were driven slow. There was this fire in Mrs. Down's face that was straight reflecting off Lucy's vibe, that whole politesse du coeur thing she got going. But whatever, I decided not to get all up in it or mess with the promise of the day. Can't let my own drama ruin this for me, you feel. My wife's got her own thing going on, and I can trust that when I'm not right in it. Zenip at a ride game on point, though that rein hand was looking fresh in its lemon glove, and her whole vibe was like she was defying gravity. Or something. They were rolling by so smooth, showing off my ride as the queen of the road. I decided to chill for a bit longer, and then I'd come through and pick them up. After a little while, I started making my move. A few 100 yards down from my crib was Lucy's spot, the cottage where she's staying. It's been ages since I've been that way, but as I pulled up, this weird warmth hit me, like, what if I have to deal with this whole Lucy situation all over again? But for real, it'd be worth it to come through on my own vibe. I cruised past the little garden and gave it a quick glance. Lucy was out here vibin', walking and stooping to pick some wildflowers or whatever. She looked so peaceful, and for a second I forgot all about the drama. Yaz, Hardy's low-key snooping around some flowers, right? She was trying to save time 'cause she was hella anxious. Hard to tell if he even saw her, but for real, a vibe that wasn't quite on point with his feelings earlier led him to chill and watch her. She was vibbing hard in her half-morning bonnet, looking all cute and carrying this sick nosegay in her left hand. Then she just reached out and pulled down some lilac blossoms and was like, "You're Miss Barnett." She looked all innocent and whatnot, and then it was like they were reminiscing about their last meet-up, and he was low, key blushing 'cause he thought she might be. He was all, "I'm headed to the harbour," and she was like, "Tu m'aimes too," Lucy said, and now he's getting a better look at her face, and it's just different. She looks so pale and thin compared to how she did last time he saw her. So Hardy's all, "Lucy, you look hella tired. Can I help?" And he's thinking no way, dude, 'cause that would be a major mood killer for both of them. But instead he just said the weather was fire and took off. Then bam! This freak wind blows in, and it's harshing the mellow vibe as Hardy was trying to maintain. The air smells all oceany now, and you can tell the harbour road is getting ready to pop. There's this sick gap in the hills that lets you see the sea, and on one side there's this straight-up orange cliff, and on the other it's all dark and gloomy. In between those cliffs, it looks like some natural heaven or whatever, but for real, The Port Brady peeps have been trying to make it happen for centuries, and it's just kept getting filled up with sand and shingle. There ain't much here, just a pier, some boats, an inn, a few houses, and a ketch unloading in the harbour. But you can tell Hardy's wife had her pony, carriage parked over there by the shore, looking all empty and whatnot, with this kid holding the horse. When Barnet gets closer, he saw this indigo spot moving super fast beneath the glowing base of that eastern cliff, which was totes John Green, running with all his might. He held up his hand at Barnet, and they were approaching each other, right? The man was local, but kind of new to him. "What's good, bruh?" said Barnet. It's a total crisis." The boatman Heller explained 2 ladies had gotten capsized in a bothy, were Mrs. Down and Mrs. Barnet from that old town. They had driven down there, and it was straight fire, so after chillin' for a bit, they got tempted to go out on the water for a sec. Just as they were getting back to shore, the wind shifted like crazy. The boat flipped over, and they thought they both drowned, fam. He didn't know how that happened, 'cause John Green knew how to sail a boatway better than anyone else around here. "Which way is it to where?" said Barnet. "It was just round that cliff, brah. Run to the carriage and tell the boy to bring it to where a sap. Then hit up the harbour inn and tell them to ride to town for a dock. Has she been pulled out of the water yet? Own lady's good, but Mrs. Down it's sus, fam." Barnet ran to that part of the shore that was hidden from view by the cliff, and he saw this group of fishermen chillin' way ahead. As soon as he got there, they knew who he was, but they weren't trying to vibe with him, so they low-key turned away, you feel. He kept it moving, though, and he found this small sailboat just chilling by the water, and on the shingle next to it he saw his wife's face all soggy and stuff in her fancy dress and yellow gloves. Hardy was getting low-key devastated when the dock came to his side, and he threw every resource they had at him. Like Hardy had just been moving so fast down that road through the yellow evening vibes, with the shadows getting all up in his eyes as everything whizzed by. Tired workers were low-key staring at him from their vans as they went back home, wondering how he was getting that speed. Halfway between the coast and Port Brady town, Hardy met Charlson, who'd been the first doc to hear about the accident. He came with his assistant in a sick ride, like a boss. Barnet had sent the latter to the coast in case Mrs. Down was still chilling with her hubby when it all went down, and then he brought Charlson back to the house. But Barnet knew he didn't need to be there, so he was straight up about getting out of there a sap and finding Hardy's wife down. He was low-key sure nobody'd lost any chance with Mrs. Down by the time he left the coast. But when all those people showed up to help, it was all good, 'cause Barnet didn't need to do nothing. The only thing that made it harder was knowing Hardy and his wife were super extra about him. When Barnet went to tell Hardy the news, Down was in his office, just straight up shook when he heard the bad deeds. He turned white as a ghost, stood up, and was just standing there for a sec like his brain had been wiped clean. Then he just started crying like a baby, hard. His sobs were so loud they could be heard from the next room. Hardy just sat there like a deer in headlights. He didn't know what to do or nothing. But when Barnet came at him with some kindness, Down just went quiet and let him take charge. He took Hardy's hand and was all, "Hey, we gotta get going now." Hardy just nodded and kept crying, but like quietly now. Barnet went to the coast, found nothing, and then had to bail 'cause it wouldn't do nobody any good. At his house he met up with Charlson again. Barnet was all, "What's good?" And Charlson just threw that one line out there, "I hope we settle that whole thing between us in 3 weeks." But Barnet was all, "Never mind that fam," he wasn't in the mood for no drama. Directed Hardy to roll with the punches, like if his skills were still needed at the harbour, he should get there ASAP. Meanwhile, he low-key slipped into the crib, dodging his wife squad who were Veben off each other and him. He gave Em a flyby and hit up his own dressing room adjacent, where he paced back and forth like a madman. A minute or two in, he was all, "What's good with this whole atmosphere?" His moves were muffled, but they still seemed loud as hell, and his thoughts were causing the air to get all tense. He checked the view from the window, and that roof at the harbour had caught his eye. There was a red chimney spitting out smoke, which made him think of Lucy Savile's tea party in this very house. Like he'd seen it before, but still. After a sec, he hightailed it back to the bedroom, where he stood there for a hot minute, staring at his wife's low-key corpse. She was hella fit for her age, but you could tell she wasn't just chillin'. Her features were all intense and stuff, like she was still raging inside. He thought to himself, "Is all good? Did I do enough?" The thought came up 'cause he'd been feelin' like something was off about her face, like it was losin' its spark or something. She looked pale, but there were these subtle hints of colour still lurkin' in the crevices. Then some orange rays from outside filtered through the blinds, making everything all warm and cozy, even the mirror on the wall. It was probably just the vibes, but it felt all off to Hardy, especially since Charlson had been Maya for more than a quarter hour. Was he ghosted or what? Hardy was low, key freaking out on his chest, feeling this butterfly vibe coming and going, like super gentle, you know. He'd catch himself thinking, "Bruh, I'm good." Then, suddenly, he's all, "Nah, I got this," but then he's too weak to even move, and he's just sitting there feeling all that weakness. His mom was a real og herbalist, fam. She used to help out her hood with her natural remedies straight from this old-school book called Domestic Medicine. Hardy grabbed it quick, 'cause his mom always said that stuff was fire. He looked up, drowning, and it was like this. If someone's been submerged for less than 30 minutes, they should keep working on getting them back round the clock for at least 4 hours. There's been some cases where people came back after being in for longer, you feel. But if they're just chilling and it looks like all hope is lost, we got to up our game. We got to keep that spark lit. Hardy checked his watch. It was only 2.5 hours since he found out what went down with Lucy Savile. He tossed the book and grabbed some stimulant to get him going. He pulled up the blind, got some more light in here, and bam, his eye landed on that red chimney smoking away like nothing's wrong. And then he saw this dude and a dog just chilling on the roof. But Hardy was like, "Nah, I'm good." He stopped moving. His hand was still on the cord, and for a sec he was ghosted. Then, out of nowhere, a sparrow pops up on the windowsill, sees him, and's all, "Peace out." Next thing you know, this dude and dog are strolling around like nothing's popping. But Hardy ain't got time for that. We can guess what he was thinking during those minutes gazing at Lucy Savile's crib. The sparrow, the dude and dog, all that jazz. There are good people who wouldn't even admit to their thoughts, let alone say, "Em out loud." And then there's them other ones who are just trying to figure it out in their head, but ain't gonna say nothing. Hardy had a wife who was always playing games at home. Now she's just gone. If he just chillin', letting the world think what they want to think about Lucy Saville getting involved with him, he might be able to escape this mess and get something better than he ever thought possible. Whether it was Charleston's idea or not, Hardy wasn't sure, but one thing was for sure: his life just got a whole lot more complicated. Hardy couldn't even, confirm or anything. There was no way to prove it, and it was a question that could never be asked, you feel. The whole situation himself, his wife Lucy Saville, was low-key the only real thing. From Barnett's actions we can totes deduce he thought some stuff but didn't even think twice about it, so he just chilled for a sec, turned around, rang the bell, and was all like, is anyone still alive in there? And another doc showed up a sap. And then, lol, his hunch proved right. Mrs. Barnett came back to life or whatever. But it took a lot of care and patience to even try and hold on to her. And for real, months went by before you could even say she was good to go again. When that finally happened, Hardy left the room and just, existed downstairs. The blue smoke from Lucy's chimney had died down to almost nothing. And as he walked around downstairs, he was all like, my wife is dead and then she's alive. But not so down, bruh. 3 hours after he thought his wife was gone for good, they found her body and it was, totally lifeless. Hardy went downstairs and was all, I'll go check on my friend Down. And Down was just, completely lost in grief, even crying hysterically. Hardy wasn't saying much, but he knew some dude needed to step up and help the situation, so he took charge till Down could handle it himself. Chapter Vi, one September evening, 4 months later, when Mrs. Barnett was straight fire and looking good, and Mrs. Down was basically just a memory at this point. An Iran boy takes a break in front of Mr. Barnett's old house, drops his basket on the windowsill, and just chills for a bit. The street is still dark, but there are lights in the house, and you can see shadows moving around on the blinds every now and then. You can also hear some pretty intense conversations coming from inside, but it's hard to tell what they're saying. The boy just shrugs and moves on. 10 minutes later, the door opens, and this tall, mysterious lady in a travel outfit comes out and starts walking down the street at her own pace. The servant is standing outside, watching her go by, looking kinda worried. When she disappears from view for a bit, Hardy shows up at the door and asks if his wife left any clues about where she's going. Nope, sir. Did she leave instructions for the carriage? Nah, sir. Did she take a key or something? No way, sir. Barnett goes back inside, sits down, leans back, and just sits in silence, thinking about how messed up his life is now that he brought his wife back from the dead. Hardy low-key freaked out when he found out Mrs. Barnett was mayor, so he just chillin' till the clock struck 1 and 2. He was straight up miserable and stuff. Then he went to his rooms on repeat till another hour passed. Hardy's wife had never played him like this before, but she did it now. Eventually he crashed out, and when he woke up at 6, she was still ghosted. He searched the whole house and found that she'd snatched a case of her old school jewels. Later on, a waiter from the Black Bull Hotel came to drop off a note from Mrs. Barnett saying she hit the coach to some random relative's crib near London and asked him to send her some basic stuff, like boxes and clothes. The note was straight fire, and Hardy felt relieved when it got done by 6 p.m. he went out into the town and saw that there was a fair going on with people from the countryside coming to vibe. Hardy just walked around not observant at all, cause everyone else was vibing. So he Key made his way to the harbour, rowed and found himself by the shore. It was straight eerie, but also kind of lit, since it was moonlit and there weren't no souls in sight. And Hardy started thinking about Mrs. Downs' life and death, and then shifted gears to this young girl who'd been getting on his radar more than ever before. He never even realized he had a thing for her. But now that he did, it was all over him. The thing is, Hardy had put in so much effort to not be all about Mrs. Barnett's feelings and stuff, 'cause she barely ever showed any interest in his life. But at the same time, they were practically besties for real, so it made sense that he wouldn't even notice nothing was going on. Hardy just knew that their split wasn't because of him, her jealousy or whatever. It was all on Mrs. Barnett, and she didn't care about his feelings, period. She Key hit a common dude when she coulda took out some rich fam instead. She always hating on Barnett in the worst way, though, so he was Key tempted to roast her ego back, but he kept it 100 and didn't want to mess with that. He looked up and saw this extra girly vibe coming him from behind him, but she face wasn't lit, 'cause it was all up under the moonlight. Mr. Barnett, some random rambler said, and like they just saw a ghost or something. It was Lucy Savile's voice, though, and he was hella surprised. "Yeah?" he said, playing it cool. "How can I get you that pleasure?" She was all, "I just came for the sick view," and she was about to dip out. But then she got all up in his grill like, "Hey, Barnett, I know you're hella lonely and stuff, so if you let me help you with something, maybe I'll be good." He hesitated, though. "Why would you even bother?" he asked. She was like, "I guess I want to see if you're for real or not." But then she got all sassy like, "I ain't no charity, Barnett, so don't get it twisted." "You got to let me do something for you, though," she said, keeping it real. But he was all, "Nah, I good," and told her to chill out 'cause she was being extra. Then she got all emotional like, "Man, if only I could leave this place with you." And she started fidgeting with her bonnet string. She was like, "Don't even touch that topic again, or we done." And then she dropped the T, like, "I'm a leave for India and leave this whole drama behind." But her last words were hella equivocal. Barnett was low-key confused about whether Lucy Savile's vibe was genuinely ironical or whatever when she ghosted him. So he just chillin' alone by the sea while watching her tiny form getting smaller and smaller along the beach sand. Then, when she vanished into the harbour road, Barnett followed suit, 'cause his hopes were all tied up in that as they did online. So he hit up Down's crib, which was a messy widower situation with 4 little ones, and all the kids were tucked away in bed about 20 minutes ago. When Barnett showed up, Down was sitting alone in the same room where his fam used to chill, looking all shook up from the past year's drama. The place was straight up messy. There was clutter everywhere, no flowers, and stuff just lying around like it had been left there for months, never touched again. It had that whole stagnant, unmoved feel to it, you know. Down started blabbing about his wife, saying she was the real MVP and he'd never find another like her. But really, it was all just a bunch of feels and clutches. "She's gone to a better place," he said, wiping away tears. And Barnett was over here thinking, "Yo, Down, you gotta chill." But then Down starts showing off this design for a tome that's straight up basic, and it just so happens to be signed by Jones, The dude who's working on Down's crib. Loki, you should be more present with your kids. Run. Barnet said gently to Down, you got to soften that regret for your past and think about their future. Down was hella hopeless and just shook his head. It took Barnet ages to spit out the real reason he came to visit. Didn't you say once that you needed a tutor for them? Down was all, yeah, I did. But I don't think it's possible. Barnet called him out on it. The kind of teacher you need is going to be extra expensive. Bro, you're thinking about sending them to school when they're old enough, right? Down just nodded. Barnet dropped a major bomb. Lucy Saville's daughter was Loki looking for a gig as a tutor. She'd be cheap, and she'd actually be fire for 6 or 12 months. She'll probably come daily if you ask her. Barnet said, just make sure your house doesn't get too shook. Down was all confused. He thought Lucy had left already. Barnet told him where she lived, and that if Down wanted to consider it, he should hit her up a sap, or she might ghost him. He also warned him not to mention Barnet's name to Lucy. She was hella stiff about him, and he didn't want to mess with that. Down promised to keep it on the low, and that was it for a hot second. But when Barnet left, he made one last remark before heading home solo. You should totes consider this, bro, he said, feeling all sorts of satisfied about his diplomacy skills. So Hardy got low, key obsessed with this new build, and would spend his free time chilling on site, checking the mortar, looking at the wood grain, and just vibbin' where it grew, ya feel. One day he saw 3 kids pass by with some fire young woman. Lucy Saville, and Hardy was straight up smitten. She's got that glow, he thought. He'd often sneak glances through the half-finished windows, watching Lucy and her little fam take a stroll to the sea shore on them fine afternoons. It was on one of those days when Hardy was just loitering by the staircase hole that he saw these 3 kids pop up from below. They came running, crying, and hi, fibbing, and Hardy came out of his shell. Lucy was all sorry, crashing your vibe, but Hardy was like, and now I'm hyped you're here. He showed Em around the build, even though it was pretty bare bones at this point. The kids were low-key obsessed with it too, and when it got glazed up and they added that fire staircase, they came back every day, doing laps through every room, while Lucy waited by the door. Hardy would pop out from the living room and be all, we couldn't keep you away, with that awkward blush going on. Yes, but they're hella wild and we got to walk this way cause of the sea vibes. Loki just let them turn this house into their own playground, and you can chill in yours, said Hardy. This spot is fire for kids to get their energy out, especially when it's all muddy and damp outside, and this place won't be all furnished until who knows what. But we gotta make it happen, replied Lucy, looking around at the hall. The rooms are on point, like twice as lit as ours, and the views from the windows. Sis, they're straight fire. I'm good, he said, all chill. Will all the furniture be brand new? She asked. All that furniture be new? That's low-key something I ain't thought of. In fact, I just come here to scope it out. My dad would been down with this place, but another peep had a say, and it got settled. I'm getting used to this spot fast, though the vibes are turned up, and I'm low-key feeling at home, he added. A little unease in Lucy's tone showed that convo was getting too personal. Still, as people's tastes change, they need more room to express themselves, she said. ghosting off to call the kids, then bid him adieu and swung off. Hardy's life was hella lonely right now, but he was low-key happier than expected. His wife's absence was still a thing, but it left him free to do his thing. The solo walks gave him time for some real talking about what could have been if only he'd stepped up and claimed Lucy when the time was right. He'd hit up his friend Down sometimes, but their vibes just weren't that extra. They were more like those friends who know each other's history inside out. So there ain't no drama when it comes to breaking off. Lucy was always Mia during these sesh, either in the schoolroom or getting some fresh air outside, but now she was comfy and had dropped that whole running away from life vibe. Hardy was low-key stoked. The new house was coming along, and the gardeners were starting to cut down the front lawn. One afternoon, while Hardy was marking out the curve for the driveway, he saw her coming straight at him from the road. She'd only shown up on the premises when she felt like it before, but today she came marching in bold as day. Hardy was low-key, shook when she finally broke down and showed some real emotion. A huge smile popped up on her face as she approached him, and it was straight fire when she came up to him. She was all like, "I'm hella grateful, Mr. Barnett, and I'm surprised. You're the real MVP because you helped me get set up with Mr. Down. For real, I didn't know until yesterday, or I should have been hitting you up forever. You had beefed with me, right?" said Barnett, smelling, "and it was good you didn't know. Now, let's just move on from that, okay? It's all good now. So, is the house done yet? I'm hyped to see how it turns out when the evergreens are grown." "I think it's almost done," said Barnett, "but I'm not 100 sure. And honestly, I had no idea what style we were going for, because Mites Down handled that part, fam. She wouldn't let him bring up that sad vibe, and started talking about more lit stuff till she pulled out a small roll of paper she'd been holding onto the whole time. "Down asked me to give you this revised drawing of Mrs. Down's tome," she said, "and it looks hella beautiful." The kids came up with their hoops, and they all headed down the harbour road like usual. Barnett was actually glad to get those thanks. He'd been thinking about that for months and wanted her to know he played a part in getting her a sick pad. Now, Mr. Down had stepped in and helped him out too. He left his desolate house with a lighter step. It's weird, 'cause you wouldn't really expect it to be brighter or nothing. When he looked at the drawing, Barnett was stoked to see that it wasn't as lit as he thought, but actually kinda cute. It was like Down had come to his senses on his own and toned down all the extra drama. He sent it back with a note of approval and just kept doing the housework like before. As he walked around, gazing out the windows at the green hills and quiet harbour, he started murmuring words to himself. But they didn't really make sense even if you listened close whatever was going on in that head of his. Chapter VAU, it's like winter and spring were over and Hardy's crib was totes done. He woke up early June morning and took a sick walk before breakfast. He walked by way of the new building, you feel. Got some tea spilling in his cup 'cause Lucy Saville was going to India, bruh, even though her squad was all like, "Girl, that's a bad idea." Hardy was still hyped about it. He took a walk up the slope and saw he was straight-faced, fam. The dewy time of day didn't even make him notice how fire the bushes and trees looked or how lit his new lawn was. But Hardy wasn't feeling it, you know. He walked into the house, no key needed, 'cause it was all good to go. No workers in sight, just him chillin' by the sunny windows, trying to find some peace. But then he heard footsteps comin' from next room, and it was Mr. Jones, the architect dude. Hardy was like, what's good? They walked around the crib together, checking all the finishes, bell hanging, ventilating, smoke, jacks, fire grates, and them fancy French windows. It was all done, but not quite yet. The papering still needed to go down. Jones got up to leave, but Hardy asked him about that tome for Mrs. Down. Jones comes back all secretive like, it's finito. But then he spilled the tea. I had some major drama with this project, and I'm hella glad it's done. Barnett was low-key surprised. He thought Down had given up on them fancy altars and canopy thingies, but Jones was all, nope, he went full circle. He took it back down to the basics. Hardy was confused. Yas, waste my time with this labor or whatever, till it's just a basic headstone, right? A basic headstone. Barnett was hella confused. No cap, I held out for at least a footstone, but he said, no way, fam. Ward, his fam is low, key struggling, and expenses are getting wuck. Exactly, Jones was all like, totally not invested in the convo. Anyway, let's get back to them wall papers, Barnett muttered to himself. He was vibing for a hot sec before he heard another person at the door. Yo, it's my homie in here looking for me. His manservant came in search of him. I've been trying to find you. Bro, this letter just showed up. Barnett took the first one. It had a black frame and was from London. It wasn't his wife's hand, but he could think that might be who wrote it. He opened it and it said Mrs. Barnett had popped out suddenly the day before at their villa near London. Barnett looked around the empty hall like what? Drawing a deep breath, eyes downcast. He slowly went up those stairs like his whole world was shaky. He didn't even think about his wife being dead anymore. He went to the landing, leaned on the balusters for a sec, and then stared out that window all aimless. He muttered some incoherent words of gratitude. At last, almost instinctively, he dropped down on his knees. Wasn't his whole thing restoring his wife back from the dead? He got up fast, brushed off his pants, and thought about what's next. Can't make it to London for a while, can't even prep in half an hour, so he just shook it off and went back to those bright wall papers. He went on to low-key think about Lucy's whole vibe. She was hella coming to the house with her kids all the time. She'd get a little blushy when he talked to her. She was super into him. What woman can avoid being interested in a dude who's straight up devoted to M? If human begging could ever do something, there should be no way Lucy's leaving for India now. All the papers they chose before were wuck, so Hardy started from scratch and chose again. While he was getting into it, he heard a forced hum from outside, just to get his attention, and some footsteps coming towards the door. His dude, William, who he'd kind of spaced out on in his mental state, was still waiting there. Hey, sorry about that, sir, William said from behind the doorway, but here's the note from Mr. Down that you didn't see. He handed him the letter. It wasn't a black, bordered one like before, but a low, key practical one in Down's retin. Dear Aberrenti, it ran, maybe you'll be ready for the tea. I got that Lucy Saville and me are getting hitched this morning. I've kept it on the down, low with my squad, 'cause I'm sure you'll understand. The crisis went down, 'cause she said she wanted to cop out to her bro in India. Then I found out I couldn't live without her. It was gonna be a hella private wedding, but he asked Hardy to come quietly at 10, and Loki make it a thing with him and Lucy. He called on Hardy super early 'cause he thought he'd catch him at home, but Hardy was already up and getting it done. "Can I just leave?" William asked after a little silence. "Nah, that's cool," said Barnett calmly. When William left, Barnett read the letter, then went back to the walls they picked out. He just tore them into pieces and chucked M in the fireplace. Then he dipped out of there, locked the door, and stood outside for a bit. Instead of heading back to town, he took a walk along the harbour road, just vibbing by the sea near where Down's wife used to get found dead. Barnett was all about that misery life, and he gave it his all today. The whole day just kind of went off the rails in a major way. There were these coincidences happening, and they all just came together for this one intense half hour. It was low-key savage how all this stuff got tied up with each other like that. So like Hardy was straight up vibbing with this random god named blind circumstance, you feel. And for even though he only got a couple of minutes of hope before the next letter came through, he was getting lit. Know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like his pain now is real and it's straight up intense. There's this one line on his forehead that's all like horizontal and stuff, and nobody even noticed it before, but now it's a major thing, you know. His eyes are all light hazel, and they're looking kind of bruised. Fam, it's like he's all surprised and sad at the same time. And his situation is straight up weird, too. Like, nobody in town knows about his wife's life-death yet, but Down ain't even gonna spill the tea till the end of the day. 'Cause this whole thing with Mrs. Down is hella complicated. Anyway, Hardy can't go to London because there ain't no trains nearby. What's up with that, though? So he's just chillin' in town, trying to process all this drama. When he hears that clock strike 10, he's like, yo, I gotta do something. And he starts walking towards the harbour road. He sees his new pad, Lucy Saville's old spot, and the church, and for a sec, he's all stiffed out. You know? But then he gets this pride coming from nowhere, and it's like, I'm good. Fam. He walks in, and they are getting hitched right before his eyes. Barnett is low-key feeling himself, 'cause he just took down the law, you know? He's all calm and collected, even when everyone else is freaking out. It's like a major on top of this vibe. And when he sees Lucy looking all messed up, he's like, nah, I got you. It's a win-win situation, for real. Whatever vibe he was giving off with his whole demeanor, his grey, brown eyes were straight fire with that same solid sense of rightness they always had. But for real now it felt like there was some extra pain in them too. He shook hands with Hardy, and Down was all warm and fuzzy. I wish you could have come sooner. I called on purpose to ask you. You'll drive back with us now. But Barnett was low-key hesitant. Nah, no way. I'm hella unprepared, but I thought I'd just chill at your crib for a sec, even though I didn't have time to get all dressed up. He stood back and watched as they left, observing the whole scene from afar. Lucy and her hubby were low-key laughing, and Barnett was vibing with them. Then he got real quiet and dipped out. Down was totes comforted after his girl Emily passed away, which like 12 months ago. When the flies took off and everyone left, Barnett followed Hardy outside and just kind of stood there in the sun. He wasn't even trying to be extra. His step was all over the place, hesitating like a fool. His face was all pale and stuff, like he was lit by an inner flame or something. In the churchyard, he got hella pale like a summer cloud or whatever, and couldn't even move properly. He sat down on a tombstone and just kind of leaned his head against it. This sexton dude saw him chillin' and went over to offer some help. But Barnett was all good. Nah, thanks. The sexton was like, whatever, and went back to work. Barnett watched the sexton for a bit, then suddenly just stepped into the grave he'd been working on. He helped the sexton fill it up, and when they were done, Barnett got all deep in thought. He looked far away, did a little step, and then just vanished into thin air. The sexton was like, but just kept working while watching Barnett disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, Barnett had come up with some kind of plan, but nobody knew what it was for a hot minute. He went home, wrote some letters, hit up his lawyer, and spent the evening going through all his papers and stuff. By 11 p.m., he was done and just chilling. Hardy was low-key freaking out about all the papers piling up at his fam's crib, and he decided to set them ablaze, but it took him a hot minute to get rid of 'em all 'cause they were straight fire in quantity. He spent the whole night chillin' by the flames, trying to burn through that stack. The next morn, Hardy packed up his bags and hit the road for London, leaving a note for down about Mrs. Barnett's sudden passin', and that he was gone to lay her low. But when the time was up, Hardy ghosted out of town. Nobody knew where he went or what happened to him. It wasn't till later that people figured out he'd given his lawyer the keys to all his property, and now it was going to some mystery person's account at a big bank in London. Some thought maybe it was Hardy in disguise, but most folks were shook, 'cause nobody really knew for sure. The fancy new crib got sold with the rest of his stuff, and down ended up coppin', low-key thrivin' in the neighborhood now that he had a bigger fam and wife. Meanwhile, Hardy's old pad got scooped up by the Congregational Baptist trustees, who tore it down and built a new chapel on the spot. By the time the clock struck midnight, Hardy was basically history, and his name was gone from Port Breedy after more than 200 years of being a thing there. Chapter X20, 1 years and 6 months flew by, and you wouldn't even notice it if you looked hard enough. But for people like Barnett, it's like getting a brand new life, fam. By the time Hardy was gone, the young bloods who grew up round here were straight adults, all wrinkly and grey, while the older folks had checked out, passed on to the great beyond. The cemetery was straight fire, too, with everyone from all walks of life getting laid to rest. The only thing that changed was the train came through and tied us down to the main line, like it was the ultimate bummer. Hardy's crib on the harbour road, once looking all fancy schmancy, got a little weathered, with vines and lichens taking over and some structural issues of its own. The church looked like it had been through a war, what with some dude trying to restore it, but an ending up making a mess instead. All in all, George Barnett was never seen again, once been seen or heard of in the Loki town of his fathers. It was like the evening of a market day, and some half-dozen middle-aged farmers and dairymen were chillin' round the bar of the Black Bull Hotel, occasionally dropping a remark to each other, and less frequently to the two barmaids who stood within the pewter, topped counter in a pretty basic attitude of attention, these latter saying, and making a private observation to one another at odd intervals on more interesting experiences than the present. Days get shorter, said one of the dairymen, as he looked towards the street, and noticed that the lamp lighter was passing by. The farmers merely acknowledged by their countenances the propriety of this remark, and finding that nobody else spoke, one of the barmaids said, "Lies," in a tone of painful duty. The come fair day we shall have to light up before we start for home along. That's true, his neighbour conceded with a gaze of blankness. And after that we shan't see much further difference all's winter. The rest were not unwilling to go even so far as this. The barmaid sighed again and raised one of her hands from the counter on which they rested to scratch the smallest surface of her face with the smallest fingers. She looked towards the door and presently remarked, "We think I hear the bus coming in from station." The eyes of the dairymen and farmers turned to the glass door, dividing the hall from the porch, and in a minute or two the omnibus drew up outside. Then there was a lumbering down of luggage, and then a man came into the hall, followed by a porter with a portmanteau on his pole, which he deposited on a bench. The stranger was an elderly person, with curly ashen white hair, a deeply creviced outer corner to each eyelid, and a countenance baked by innumerable suns to the colour of terra cotta, its hue and that of his hair contrasting like heat and cold respectively. He walked meditatively and gently, like one who was fearful of disturbing his own mental equilibrium. But whatever lay at the bottom of his breast had evidently made him so accustomed to its situation there that it caused him little practical inconvenience. He paused in silence while, with his dubious eyes fixed on the barmaids, he seemed to consider himself. In a moment or two he addressed them, and asked to be accommodated for the night. As he waited he looked curiously round the hall, but said nothing. As soon as invited he disappeared up the staircase, preceded by a chambermaid and candle, and followed by a lad with his trunk. Not a soul had recognized him. A quarter of an hour later, when the farmers and dairymen had driven off to their homesteads in the country, he came downstairs, took a biscuit and one glass of wine, and walked out into the town, where the radiance from the shop windows had grown so in volume of late years as to flood with cheerfulness every standing cart barrow store. A heller old dude chillin' by the side of the road, whether it's all fancy or low-key messy. He's really into those names that some shops had painted on the front, like what they used to be called years ago. It was hella different now. The traveller cruised past and stopped at the bookstore where this fresh-faced youngin was chillin' behind the counter, no one else around. This old dude comes in and asks for a magazine, just 'cause he wanted to vibe with the store, you feel. He looks over some pages, seems like he ain't really read anything, but whatever. Then he's all, "Is Mr. what can still good?" The youngin is all, "Now your dad passed," which made the old dude go, "Damn." The old dude was like, "But I've been out of this town for so long, I didn't think it'd change that much." He then asks about some other fams, Barnett and Co., Andrew Jones being the architect, Mrs. Rose the vicar, and if there's a Mrs. Downs still kicking. The youngin is all, "Yeah, she's alive and well," but then gives more deets, like she ain't married no one, just her kids from some other wife are off in the hood somewhere. But Mrs. Down lives alone at Chateau Ringdale, and that's pretty much it. The old dude goes back to his hotel, gets all dressed up, shaves off his beard, looks all young and fly, and then heads towards the harbour road. Just as he's about to hit the pavement where the houses stop, Hardy casually strolled past this hella grim dude who looked like he just rolled out of bed and was all like, "I'm good, fam." The dude's shoulders were all greasy from being in the shadows under that gaslight. Everyone who did a double take and the shady guy took off. "Yo, Is that Mr. Barnett? Yeah, it's him for sure, yeah. And you're Charleston? For real, I'm Charleston. I can tell you're salty about something, bruh. By the way, the $50 you never paid me. But I wasn't hella bitter. The dude slapped his palm down on himself, all dramatic. He gave Mr. George Barnett a chance to marry your Lucy, which was straight fire. Everyone thought she was just some ghost girl. Lol. God forbid that's true. Charleston. Yeah, I guess my thanks were kinda low-key rude. He offered Hardy a drink for old times' sake and was all like, now Lucy is free. Bro, you should totes take her if you feelin' it. Hardy was all I know what's going on. And he threw some cash at the hella poor dude. Then he hightailed it out of there. He hit the harbor road, paused for a sec, and went up to this fancy house that was all hidden in trees and stuff. It was so lush now, Hardy wouldn't even recognize it as that old empty slope they picked out of the bushes. He swung the gate open, closed it quiet like, and slid into the semicircle driveway. The walkway looked way more lit than he remembered. Sunproof and moonproof gazebos were popping up everywhere. The whole house was overgrown with plants all the way to the first floor windows. Hardy just chillin' for a bit in the flickery shadows. Then he rang the doorbell. When the servant came out, he was all like, I'm Mrs. Downs' old homie. The hall wasn't too lit, but it was hella cozy. Gas was on low, like they didn't get many visitors. It felt like the whole house was just waiting for him to come in. Was that even possible? The wooden panels were all brown from years of wear and tear, and the staircase looked all rich, and why now instead of new and pale yellow? During the servant's absence, you could hear them talking on the other side of the nearly closed door. He didn't give his name. Just said, an old friend. Old friend? Ma'am. What's good of this dude Hardy? He's hella laid back, got them grey hairs going on. The voice of the second speaker was low key, affecting the listener a lot. After a chill moment, the lady said, all right, I'll vibe with him. And the stranger was shown face to face with Lucy, who used to be Lucy Saville. The round cheek that was once poppin' had kinda lost its curve, like it's all flat now. Her hair was all grey and whatnot, like morning dew on a heather field. Her part was wide and jagged. Back in the day it was all neat and white, but now it's more like a rugged mountain range. Still, she had some good looks going. On that knob behind her, her head was still poppin', and those curls were all wavy with a few silver hairs woven in. Her eyes were still pretty fire, but they looked a little stricter than before, like 5 and 40 is a long time to be carrying around that weight you feel. Lucy, do you know me? He asked when the servant closed the door. I always knew you'd come back to your old spot again. She gave him her hand, and then they sat down. They said Hardy was dead, continued Lucy. But I never thought so. We should have heard about it by now, if he was for real. It's been a minute since we last met, man. Duh. Yeah, what you must have seen in all those wild years you've been living Viers. Me just chillin' in this quiet spot. Her face got more serious. You know my husband is Ghost, right? I'm a lonely old hag now, but Mr. Downs' daughters keep me pretty lit. And I'm a lonely old dude. Too, it's been 20 years, fam. But where have you been hiding? And why did you dip out so low? Key. Well, Lucy, I've been living in America, Australia, India. The caper don't stay in one spot for long, but time just flies when you're getting up there in years. It's like 2 years is all you get or something. Your second question, why do you ghost me so bad? Is that even necessary? Now, I never guessed, she said, simple as, well, no, did my hubby, I know, for real. Well, indeed. Now think it over again and look at me. Can't you just guess now? She looked him dead in the face with a curious smile. Or was it because of me, though? She asked, all surprised like. Hardy nodded, smiled again, but Hardy was sadder than hers. Like, what made you marry Charles? She asked. Because I married him on the day you were free to ask me to marry you, and my wife died 4 hours before we went to church with Down. The timing of our trip was all because her funeral, but once we left, I knew I wouldn't want to come back, so I just did what I wanted, she said, looking at him with interest in her eyes. I never thought about it, though, she said. I knew you had feelings for me before, but I thought they were just a one-time thing. And I thought your wife was still alive when I got married. Was that stupid of me? But I'm so thirsty. I've never eaten late since my husband passed away, and now I'm always downing tea. You want to have some tea with me, too. Hardy agreed. And they got their tea. They chill and talked while eating, ignoring the time. Yes, said Barnett, looking around the room for the first time in a while. It's so different from when I was here last. When I was picking out wallpaper back then. Your piano used to be on 2 little tables with some cool patterns on it. And then my servant came in and gave me a note saying you were getting married to Down. So I didn't even want to choose any more wallpaper. I just tore all the ones I had picked out up and left the house. It wasn't until now that I got back. I get it now, she whispered. They both got up and went to the fireplace. The mantel was right next to her shoulder, which fit perfect against it, and Hardy put his hand on the shelf beside her shoulder. Lucy, it's better late than never, right? Will you marry me now? She jumped back, and her surprise showed like crazy in her face. It was wild that she hadn't seen it coming. But at the same time, all logic said she did see it coming, and yet she didn't want to do anything about it. You're really catching me off guard with this question, she said, laughing nervously. She added, I don't even want to marry you for anything in the world. Not after everything. Why not? It's just I would have got to say it straight. I would kind of rather marry you than anyone else if I ever got married again. You're the one who makes me feel all the feels, and if I'm being honest with myself, I'd want to do this thing with you. I'm low-key trying to move on from this whole thing, fam. Hardy is all about staying single, and I'm dead serious about it. But for real, though, can you pause, just chill? You're asking, but, like, no cap. Come on, Mr. Barnett, she said with a little flutter. I got you, though. I'd totes change plans if it were on my account. But you don't know what you're getting yourself into, brew. She added, it's straight up impracticable and kind of ridiculous, even though you seem really sincere, fam. Okay. Barnett replied more slow, letting go of her hand they were holding. I'm totes serious about this one. I know it was a wild idea, and maybe not the best life choice, but I gotta try. Sorry, boo, she said with a shrug. I just ain't feeling the whole remarriage vibe, though. No worries, no drama. Barnett replied with that same chill humor he always had. They talked for a bit longer, and when the clock struck late, he asked if she knew it was this time. I'm hella absorbed, she said, just trying to get out of there. They went through the motions, and then she sent him off into the night with a soft goodbye. When she closed the door, she checked herself in the mirror, thinking about his whole vibe. It was low, keeled how he handled getting rejected like that. No shade or beef. He just took it like a champ and walked away. She was feeling some kind of way about all this, and after a minute of thinking, she started wondering if she was too hasty with her rejection. Was she just being a hater? Maybe he was straight up smitten, and she was the one who should be feeling sorry for herself. As she got ready for bed, she noticed how much fire, bless her, she looked in the morning and realized Hardy was probably just speaking from the heart. She remembered he said he was staying at that hotel, so if he didn't come back, maybe she could send him a little something nice. No cap. She didn't want to change her mind about Mr. Barnett, but Loki, she'd let herself get all worked up about it. You feel. The next day came and went, and Mr. Barnett and didn't even hit her up. No cap. Every time someone knocked on the door, those youthful vibes was popping out of her face, and she was ghosting everyone else's convo. In the evening, she just chilling in her house, trying to figure out what to do with herself. Everything seemed hella different from how it did just 24 hours ago. That initial spark had become a full-on flame within her, and by the time the clock hit 10, she was totally invested. She was low-key thinking about Barnett like she used to when she was younger. So yeah, her heart was betraying her. She wanted to see him again. The next day, she just went for a walk, thinking maybe they'd bump into each other on the street. But honestly, that romance had her lost in thought, and she just kept walking from the street to fields to the shore without even realizing how far she was going. It wasn't until she got too tired that reality hit her. Nah, he hadn't shown up. In the evening, she was like, okay, I got this. So she sends him a note at the hotel inviting him over for tea, and she signs it with just Lucy. Then the messenger comes back, and Barnett's all like, I left early yesterday, but I'll probably come back by Thursday or Friday. The note gets sent back, but there's no word from him when he shows up. She asks around at the hotel, but nobody knows nothing, neither on Saturday nor the following night. She was hella restless and barely slept half an hour both nights. On Saturday, she just went to the Black Bull by herself, asked everyone about Mr. Barnett, and got told he said he'd come back sometime in midweek, but they didn't reserve no room for him unless he wrote. He left no address, so yeah, Lucy's all who snap and takes her note back, goes home, and is all I'll just wait. But honestly, she waited for ages, like years, and Barnett never showed up. April 1880. So Hardy hits the top of that hill, and he's low-key hoping to see long Ash Lane fade away, right? But they get to the hilltop, and it just keeps stretching out in front of him like nothing's changed. Like some years ago, there was this farmer, Charles Darton, chilling down that lane on a winter's eve. He had his homie Japheth Johns redden beside him, and the farmer's boy just cruising in the back, all hyped up on them strong cobs. You know, being well-horsed is like super key to not getting salty about long Ash Lane, especially when you're walking. But Darton's mind was elsewhere, because he had some real heat going down in his heart. He was trying to make a move that'd be straight fire for him and his fam. Darton's got it made, though he's all about them sheep, cows, and horses. His farm's poppin', with a turnover of 30 grand a year. But here's the thing, this wasn't just about getting rich, it was about following his passions. He's not just some corporate dude trying to make a name for himself. He's genuine, you feel. His pops were all about that hustle game, but Darton's like, got my own vibe now. When you get to know Darton, he's super chill and low key. He's not one to boast or show off. He just keeps it real. He's got his thoughts, hopes, and memories on lock, so he ain't never too busy for his squad. They ride through the night, the wind in their hair, but Darton's still vibbin', head bobbin' up and down like a pro, while Jaffa's just trying to keep up, even though that little homie's got to wear them awkward-looking baskets round his neck. Whoa, Neighbor Hardy asked John's, breaking a silence that had lasted since, like, forever they passed by 25 hedgerow trees and all. Mr. Hardy was low-key laughing. "Aight, call it fate, dude. Lovin' and livin' are just like destiny." Then they just vibed in silence again. The darkness got real fast, like the wave of a wing shutting down on the land. The sun dipped low, and the air got all blurry, like it was trying to be one with the mist that just showed up. Hardy's country crew didn't care about the humidity. They were more concerned about getting to their destination, an old-school village in Hintock, where the people knew how to make sick cider and wine, and the dunghills reeked of pumice like it was going out of style. The lane was hella narrow, so the brambles were all like, "Hey, hats on," as they passed by. But this old lane had been a major highway for Queen Elizabeth's peeps and the cavalcades back in the day. Its time in the spotlight was over, and its history was done for. "Hardy, I want to marry her," he said, with that smooth voice of his, "not just 'cause I like her, but 'cause I gotta be real, it's a practical move." I might have looked higher, though that's just silly talk. Sally's got that realness, you know. She's all about keeping it simple and not playing games. John's was all... Sally Hall ain't simple. She's primary, 'cause no one's primary. And secondary, 'cause if some could be primary, this Sally wouldn't be. It's like recommending a stage play saying there's no drama or violence. That's just not true, Hardy. "Would," said Johns. "But your opinion do you good or what?" Darton replied, "Nah, my bad." Then he changed the subject to something more practical. Sally hadn't gotten his birthday gift yet, which was a dope dress. Johns asked what it was, and Hardy said, "It's not just any dress. It's like a wedding dress and something. But I'm going to get her all dressed up for the big day." "Loki, Hardy, she's going to cop this look. It's hella practical for winter vibes." "Good," said John. "Serviceable is a real word for a groom. I'm feeling you, Charles." "For," said Darton, "why should the girl wear that fire outfit just to walk down the Azel?" "It's all about the solemn moment, fam. But she'll do it because she's going to do it, I guess," said Derriman Johns. "Him," said Darton. The lane they were on had been straight for miles, but now it took a turn and split into two uncertain paths. By night the roads reveal all the wonky stuff that passes under the radar during the day, and since Darton's travelled this way before, he was low-key surprised to see these two paths looking so equally lit as they did now. Johns rode on for a sec. "Don't lose your cool, sonny," he said. "Here's a handpost with the Nutch's name on it. Come grab that post and tell us the way." The young'un got off his horse and jumped into the hedge where the post stood under a tree. "Unstrap those baskets, or you'll ruin that wine." Darton yelled as the kids started climbing. The post still got their gear on. "Is this life even real? Is there ever less common sense?" John said with a chuckle. "He got you, Nocky, I'll do it." He jumped off and climbed the post like a pro, striking a match when he reached the top and lighting up the arm. The kid staring at the spectacle in awe. I've dealt with haters my whole life with a temper as chill as avocado toast, Japheth said, but even that's not enough to take on this level of crazy. And flinging the match away, he slid down to the ground. What's going on? Darton asked. Not a single letter, no way, not even just any nothing, tells us how to get to your lady's crib. Darton confessed with a hint of panic. Either the moss ate all the words away, or we're in some lost land where the locals lost their writing skills and should have brought our compass like Columbus. Let's take the straight shot, Darton said calmly. I'm low-key tired. Fam, if I knew that was comin', I'd have driven. Johns agreed. Enoch chimed in. Nor me neither, sir. These straps are killing my shoulder. If it's even further to your lady's home, can we make a pit stop and bring some of this stuff with us? Don't get all preachy on me, Enoch, John said sternly. Here, I'll grab the turkey. They moved forward by taking the right-hand lane, which went up a hill as the left went under a plantation. The sound of their horses' hooves got quieter, and that handpost stood there, like it always did, just chillin'. Yes, so Hardy's all chillin' with the squad, right? See, APIA 3 miles off the road, there's this low-key old house in Ham, hillstone with mullioned windows and solid chimneys. It's got a sick view of King's Hintock Village Street, and this dope sycamore tree is like totally blocking the entrance, fam. The house is called the Knap because it's all about that slope you feel. There's a brook dribbling past 40 yards off, which is hella loud for its size. And behind it's got this dairy barn that's totes accessible for vehicles and livestock. It's low-key lit inside with fire going on in the two-door fireplace, and these two women are vibbin', Sally and her mom, Mrs. Hall. They're totes comfy, you know. The mom's been through some stuff, but she's still got it going on, rockin' that mob cap like it's 1899. Sally's all about that fire, too, with them pink cheeks and good vibes flowing from her face. She's the real me-peep doing most of the talking, while her mom just chillin', picking up wood embers like a pro. They're low-key seen into each other's minds without even saying nothing. Supper's getting ready in the kitchen, and the table is spread, but Sally's all about it. She's got opinions, and her mom's just keeping it real, you know. Yes, it's going down in Hardy's no cap. If you're feeling late or you're feeling right, it don't even matter, 'cause I got my own style, you feel. But what time is it? She went to the fam clock and opened the glass for real, 'cause it was hard to tell the hour by night and all that jazz. So there's not much light in this apartment. It's about 8, said she. 8 o'clock, and neither a new outfit nor a fresh pair of kicks, said Mrs. Hall. Mom, if you're trying to get under my skin with that tea, you're way off. Let him be late or ghost me altogether. I ain't got time for it, said Sally. But like there was this super subtle vibe in her negation that she was trying to hide something. Mrs. Hall caught on and was all dry about how she wasn't so surely was totally fine with the situation. But maybe you don't care as much as I do, for real, she said. She see what you're not seeing. That Hardy's a solid dude, and Mr. Darton is bringing home the dough. And I'm feeling like he might be a real one too, fam. Sally wasn't having it, though. She was all, it's going to go smooth, no cap. How you always up and down. Mum, she went on. At this moment, whatever's holding him back, we're low-key, just trying to get him here and now, and his mind is on the prize, know what I'm saying? Hark! And I heard yesterday are. The next minute, her mom's slower ear also picked up the fam vibes from the footsteps climbing up the sycamore tree. The hours, it sounds like they're finally here, she said. Well, it's not that late after all, considering the distance. The footfall stopped, and they got ready for a knock. They were like, maybe it was just some low-key weirdo from the village. But then this dude shows up and clears everything up. The door swung open, and there was this paced dude in straight-up poverty clothes, almost nothing on him. "Oh, it's a tramp. Trace me," said Sally, starting back. His cheeks and eye holes were deep concaves. Maybe it's just from being weak or not living, right? There was some signs that he hadn't been keeping it 100 either. He looked at the two women for a hot sec, then dropped his gaze to the floor and slumped into a chair without saying a word. Sally was all up in her mom's grill, trying to scope out the new dude across the candles. "Why, Mum?" said Sally. Hardy was low, kiki vibbin back at Mrs. Hole, and she was hella surprised, like, "Oh, Phil from Australia is actually here." And then she got super pale and had a crazy coughing fit on the dude with the ragged clothes, because he was turning up uninvited family. To come home like this, she went off on him about, "Oh, Philippa, you low-key sick." Hardy gave the stink eye, though, all impatient and stuff, as soon as he could spit out the words. "No, Mom," he said. "But, like, how did you even know I was coming here?" And, of course, now, Mrs. Hall was all, "Well, Hardy, duh," but she didn't sound too happy about it. "So, like, tell me what's good." Hardy's side admitted he hadn't written in years, 'cause he was trying to make a comeback, but things got hella tough out there. He ended up coming home because he had no choice. "You feel." His mom asked him why he didn't hit her up first, and Hardy said he thought he might get back on his feet and send some good vibes. But then it all fell apart, and now he's just trying to survive, I guess. "Yes, things are hella bad with me," he repeated, seeing the sympathy in their eyes for those ragged clothes of his. They brought him closer to the fire, took his hat off his tiny hand that was super smooth by two, and started asking more questions. His mom was all spill the tea, Hardy, and asked if he had any idea why he came on that specific night. Hardy said nope. It was just a hot mess, fam. He looked around the room and saw they were low, key turned up for Sally's bachelorette party or something, and he was all what's good. Mrs. Hall dropped the tea. Sally was getting hitched in 2 days, and Miss Darton was coming with the squad. Hardy looked around again and was like, "Oh, I'm so out of here." But then his mom put him on the spot, being all extra about how he should have taken care of himself before coming back to ruin their vibe. But she still let it slip that they're good with having him hang out for as long as she's got the house, no cap. Hardy was low-key cringing, like he's all busted up and stuff. "Bruh, what's poppin'? You not feeling sick or anything?" He looked at his Sally like she was trying to psycho him out. "Nah, I just got this cough," he said. Sally was trying to keep it together, but she was low-key shook. She told Hardy to go chill in bed and all, 'cause he was straight up ruined. "I got you, bro," Hardy said. "Don't want to be seen out here looking like a hot mess." And Sally just gave him a sad face and said they'd bring him something to drink upstairs. But then Hardy dropped the tea on his fam, saying he had more drama going on than Sally knew about. His mom was all like, "What's good?" And Hardy was all like, "There's more to this story." He told her he had a wife who was straight up struggling, and they were both barely keeping it together. Then he dropped the bomb that they'd got 2 lil munchkins, but they weren't in some fancy schmancy place. They were actually in the stable, just chillin' with their pops. Hardy's mom lost it. Sally was all like poor little fam. She tried to keep it together, but Hardy's mom was straight up breaking. Let's just take a deep breath and be real, okay? She said, tonight, can no other drama go down on helpless women, right? This is all gonna mess up Sally's vibe and make her life super unhappy. What's good, Philip? Why you gotta bring that heat and get all up in this situation? Nah, Mom. Sally's all like, Charlie's the real one for me. But if he ain't feelin' it 'cause of Phil, then let him ghost us and find someone else. She's low-key salty, but she's good with herself. Her mom's all, wait till you're 20 and maybe you'll tell a different story. And Sally's like sobbing on the floor, feelin' that extra. Philip's all bitter. I came for this, I'm comin' for it. And he asks his mom to let him crash with her family for the night. He's all about keeping it real and making sure they don't bother him no more in the morning. Mrs. Hall's like, no way. Philip, you can't come crying to me after you did that. But then she gets all soft and says, bring me in or I'll take you out of my house. Sally's all, yes, let's get this fam into the big bedroom and make a fire. And Philip's like, we got this. And he invites Helena to come with them. They're getting ready to roll when Philip's all, hold up, I gotta confess something. And Mrs. Hull's just standing there looking all shook. So Philip tells her they passed by Evershed and checked in on Mike from the and a corn pub. He's all, I got this package for Sally, and it's low-key fancy. I'm low-key trusting Hardy, fam, since she's known me for a minute, and she was all good with it. She got it on now. Sally's got other suits, I'm sure. Sally looked at her mom like speechless or whatever. Phil just repeated himself with that, other gowns. Vibe, he's hella impatient, bruh. I thought to myself, better Sally get salty than Helena be extra. But, for real, is the dress even lit? It's whack, Emma. No, it's not even a big deal, Sally said with a sad voice, adding in this super gentle tone, you won't mind if I give her another instead of that one, right? Philip got all shook up and had to take another cough fest. Lol, they helped him upstairs because he was clearly too weak to sit, and they gave him some meds and lit the fireplace. Then they came back down for their new fam, who were hella upset. It was all weird vibes out there when they left the house fam. The girl and her mom were like, so extra. But in a chill way, you feel. They had hay sense and cow breath on M as they went outside into the open air. There was this sleet falling from the sky, and they were just trying to get to the stable quick. When Sally's mom got to the stable door, she called out Helena's name, but nobody said nothing back at first. She looks in, and it's like, whoa. Instead of the messy woman she expected, there was this pale, dark-eyed and straight-up fly lady, looking all fancy with a new gown and some old bonnet on. She's all aggro, but also low-key elegant, I guess. She saw Farmer Charles Darton standing next to this new friend of his who's got these fine features that are totes drool-worthy. They're both looking at Mrs. Hall like, what's good? And they didn't even need to say nothing because words weren't necessary or whatever. Sally comes in too. And Mr. Darton drops the friend's hand, takes his horse aside, and comes to greet Sally and Mrs. Hall. This is a whole another way of getting here, he says with some forced smile and awe. He tells her they got lost on purpose, made it late, but saw the light and came in right away. Then he says something about not wanting to crash their vibe or whatever. Mrs. Hall just keeps it real, like she's my daughter-in-law. And that's a wrap, fam. Hardy too got in the house, but he was low-key sick. Sally had been low-key staring at the whole thing until now, and she was hella surprised to see Darton shaking hands with those two little kids sitting on some hay bale. Then she went full on forward and started chatting with them and took one of them by the arm and the other by the hand. "There's like 2 kids?" Darton asked, showing he hadn't been there long enough to get the vibe yet. "Yeah, they're my little grinds," said Mr. Hall, acting all chill about it. But Philip Hall's wife, aka Mr. Hall, was hella unfazed by the whole thing and wasn't even feeling one of her presence besides Ma Darton. She just took a sec to get her thoughts together, then threw some tea at Miss Hall with this super critical look in her eyes, and it seemed like she was good with it, so she went over to talk to Mr. Hall all meek. Meanwhile, Sally and the stranger were vibbing for a hot second before Sally took those little kids inside. Mr. Hall and Helena followed, and Mayor Darton trailed behind looking at Helena's fit like he was in a daze. By the time they got to the house, Sally had already taken the little kids upstairs with her cuz Ray, because crib was just a lil Ralph compared to Mrs. Hall's bigger estate. When Rebecca showed up, she set up a bed for the lil ones and gave him some supper. Then Sally went downstairs and headed into the living room where young Mr. Hall was already there, looking all fancy after retreating with her mom in law to get her hair done and whatnot. It was clear nothing else was going to go down between Helena and Madara Darton since their super brief convo in the stable. Then Japhet Johns showed up out of nowhere and broke the ice, talking some weather and getting everyone all cozy before they sat down to supper. "A drink, Hardy," Mr. Hall said with that big old smile of hers, meaning it was good enough or whatever. "It ain't perfect, but there's plenty of her," she said, holding back from serving the real deal cause Mr. Hall was trying to prove herself as a hostess. Mr. Johns chimed in saying he was more of a cider kind of guy, 'cause his mom came from around here, and that cider is just more chill than all them other hot drinks. Or getting a black eye from an old acquaintance, right? The convo went on for a bit, but it was mainly between Mrs. Hall and Japheth, who didn't need no help from nobody. There wasn't much to say, so Sally just chillaxed and watched her, Bay Hardy and his sister-in-law Helena, trying to figure out what the tea was with their mom and her when they crashed in the stable. If that scene meant something, then they must have met before, fam. But for real, no time for explanations, 'cause both of them were still low-key shook to see each other there. Hardy's eyes were glued to Helena's outfit like it was the mystery of the century. But to Sally, it was hella basic. Helena rocked that dress. No cap. Hardy felt like fate had flipped his whole vibe on its head, like he was about to do a love dance with Sally, but instead Helena's face popped out of the bodice and their hands touched through the sleeves. Sally knew exactly what was going down. Helena didn't know Hardy's struggle with the dress. But sometimes when they looked at each other, it was like there was more to it than just the clothes. Sally ain't worried about being jealous or nothing, but these two visitors had some tea that needed to be spilled. Japhet Johns kept spitting bars, talking about Darton and Sally's situation. But when he went off to bed at the roadside inn, it was like he was thinking too much about it. He told the squad some things, but they just wasn't feeling him, Then Mr. Darton got up to leave, and Sally and Helena were both good-nighting him, trying to keep the vibe light. But when he went outside, bam, the rain started pouring down, and Mrs. Hall was all like, you should stay inside till it passes. And Hardy's now, I got this. So she said he could chill on his own by the fire while she crashed for the night. Hardy lit up a cigarette, sat back, and just stared at the flames, trying to process what was going down. I was low-key lit, vibing with the chimney crook thingy above, and every now and then a drop of rain would roll down like a sick beat. I kept smoking, but I wasn't feeling all zen about it. Later on, though being out in the wild for hours had its natural effects, I started to nod off. Ick, how long I was there. Then I woke up and my eyes were wide open like. The back brand had literally just burned itself out, and the light from that table thingy was about to dip out too. But there was still some low-key light in the room, and it was coming from somewhere else. I turned my head, and I saw Helena standing at the entrance with the bed candle in one hand and a tea kettle in the other. And, yeah, she was rocking Hardy's gown for real. Helena, I went like waking up, Darton. Her face was straight up worried, and she apologized left and right. I didn't know you were here, Mr. Darton, she said, while her face turned all red. I thought everyone was ghosted. I was coming to boil some water. My husband seems worse off than me. But, like, don't worry about it, 'cause the kitchen fire can get it again, right? I said. And she's all, no way, Miss Darton, you do that. She didn't let me take the kettle from her, though, and she just dropped it on the fire by herself. We were standing kind of far apart, one on each side of the fireplace, waiting for the water to boil, with this candle in the middle, and Helena was low-key checking the kettle. I broke the silence like first. Should I hit up Sally? I asked, but she's all, now, bruh, we've caused enough drama already. We shouldn't be here, for real. And yeah, we're just the playthings of fate or something. And we got dragged here. When I said no right here, she was like, what are you even talking about? But she wasn't spilling the tea, so I couldn't get any deets. So I asked her again, how is it that this woman who basically ghosted me now shows up with a husband who's like worse off than me? And she's all quiet for a sec. Then she goes, he had dibs. I was like, you knew him back then. And Helena's face lit up like a firework, but she was all, no more, please. I got played for 5 years straight, fam. The whole town of Darton was low-key flooded. He was super nice, but like too much so. Sorry from the bottom of my heart, he said. And then he went to apologize. Helena took a step back, and that's when he realized what he was doing. So he chillaxed and stood his ground again. They just stood there in silence, and the kettle started talking, you feel. Dude, I guess I could have been your wife if you had chosen, he said after a hot second. But that's all played out now. However, if you're struggling or broke, I got you, bruh. Since we're related by marriage, I gotta help out. Does your uncle know what's good? My uncle is dead, and he left me with nothing, she said coldly. Now I'm stressing about those 2 kids. What? Left you 0. How could he be that extra? I messed up in his eyes, no cap. Dude, let me take care of the kids while you're all shook up, Darton said genuinely. But then Sally's low-key sassy voice cut through. Ooh, you can do that. And then this third vibe showed up. It was Sally. You're gonna step in and save her now, since you wanna? She asked with a hint of sass. She's not tied to anyone no more. My bro just passed, she said, showing her face. Her eyes were popping, and the whole situation came to life. I've been hearing all about this, she went on passionately. You're stuck protecting her now, too. She then turned to Helena's sister-in-law and was like, heard something. Then it dropped during Darton's sleep by the fire. His other bro had passed away unexpectedly. The two girls high-tailed it upstairs, leaving Darton all alone again. He chilled for a bit before going outside. When he opened the door, it was dark and chilly under that sycamore tree. Hardy was low-key thinking about not leaving the house or offering no help when Sally's vibe got him hyped to do the opposite. He was still chillin' under the tree when his girl, Mrs. Hall, came out of her crib. She swung by the garden gate on the side without even seeing him. And Hardy followed her, trying to hit her up. He paused outside, thinking deep, then headed to the spot where the sun hits first in springtime, right under the wall with the beehives. He was waiting for Mrs. How to get it done, because it's a thing they do when someone dies in the household tap on the bees' hives, so they don't die too. When she started tapping, he watched till she got to the end of the row. Then he rolled up and was like, "What you got for me?" Mrs. Hall was all shook up, tearing up, and was all, "Ain't nothing's good, ain't nothing." She told him, "Son, Rebecca," showed up in bad health, barely holding on death's waiting. But they didn't know it yet. She said maybe the wedding should be postponed cause of that. Hardy was all, okay, for sure. And then he low-key asked if she'd tell to her son's wife that, since Rebecca's kids are now fatherless, he might take one of them, just trying to make it easier for her. Mrs. Hall said she'd hit her up if she needed to know. They said their piece and parted ways. Hardy chillin' on the slope, thinking about the inn, and then he was like, "Yo, Johns, we got some bad news." Meanwhile, Mrs. Hall was inside. Sally was chillin' downstairs, and her mom told her Darton agreed to postpone the wedding. Sally was all, "No way, I ain't doing it," 'cause she wanted Hardy for herself instead. Yes, so Mr. Hardy was low-key chillin' on his farm 20 miles from Hintock when Helena hit him up with a note. She was hella grateful for the childcare offer her mom, Sis, had asked about her kids, and she was all about accepting it for the oldest one, Philip. See, Philip needed cause his uncle left him with nothing, and he couldn't get help from relatives in the north. There wasn't even a sick school near Hintock that could take him, you feel. So, on a fire summer day, Philip rolled up to the White Horse at Chalk Newton with Sally and his mom and Missa. Hardy's bailiff was chillin'. They're ready to hand him over. They took him to Casterbridge School, which was 3 or 4 miles from Mr. Hardy's farm. He had already taught Philip how to ride a forest pony, so they could go back and forth to school on the pony, right? Mr. Hardy's been super quiet lately, but Philip brought some life back into his world, you know. When it was time for Christmas break, Philip was going to chill with his mom. They took 2 stages on the trip, 'cause mishap. Hardy came in person this time, and they rode horses instead of a cart. When they got the White Horse, Helena showed up alone at the door, and Mr. Hardy was like, "Ooh, yo, is Miss Hall and that other Mrs. Hall here?" But it turned out just Helena, and she said Sally wasn't coming. That's when people started getting all hyped. Know what I'm saying? Sally wrote a note to Mr. Hardy, telling him she knew his history with Helena and that he should give her another chance. She was all, "Hey, Charles, don't be salty about what you said before," and then, time went by and Mr. Hardy was back in the game. In July, Mr. Hardy asked Japheth to do the honours at the wedding, which had been on pause since last January. And Japheth was all about it, saying he's a man of his word. Hardy is low, Key struggling with his complexion. Bruh, but he's still gonna do you right like the pretty boys. There's some good vibes and fire, hair, oil out there, gee, and it'll def take off the edge from this rough girl. He's about to compliment her, saying better late than never, Sally Hall, but then Darton is all... Nah, she's young, Mrs. Hall. Japheth's face is all shook, like what's good? Not Sally. He asks, why not Sally? Johns gets hella salty, saying she was a whole vibe worth having, and now she's gone. But Darton's all. I can marry whoever I want, and the dairyman is all. Bruh, this don't fit you. They go back and forth like that until they finally ghost each other. Johns isn't even down to be a groomsman for Darton no more. He's hella extra about it. Anyway, a hot second later, Darton's tied the knot with Helena at a low-key wedding, and she and her little girl just vibe with him at his crib, you feel. For a while, Darton is hella happy, like this whole life thing is on point. But then some drama unfolds, 'cause Helena is a fragile bird, physically and morally. She's all about self-love now and moping sometimes. She doesn't give it to the haters, you know, and she's always reminiscing about her old life before she messed up with Darton. I ain't had nothing but hard times since Hardy's last shot. He's all like, maybe Johns was right, man, and that Sally chick would have been better off with him, instead of getting all salty about it. But Hardy keeps it on the low, still being super nice and cool to everyone. His life had been hella barren for less than a year and a half before he had to deal with his girl passin'. And even then, he thought she was way more dope when she was gone. The farm just ain't the same without her, you feel. Some chick can only go through that kind of drama and come out on top like Helena did. But Hardy's girl, nah, she got played hard by her first hubby. She had some major emotional baggage. Her vibes were all stuck up, and sometimes she was hella unreasonable. But deep down, she was a good person, you know. She left him this tiny little firecracker of an infant, and Hardy's all like, you got to take care of this little one. As the kid grows up, Hardy starts seeing things in a different light, like maybe he had some wisdom to learn from his mistakes. He's thinking about going back to Sally Hall, because she's low-key perfect for him. She's all about keeping it real and not judging the rural vibes. Plus, she'd be way better off than Helena, who was all high maintenance. Sally's just a chill girl who wouldn't mess with that stuff. And now that Hardy's had some time to heal from his last breakup, he's more ready for this new thing with Sally. He ain't no rusher, though, so it might take some time for things to work out. But one winter evening something just clicked, and he's all like, why wait? So he saddles up and heads back to Sally Hall, where he can make it up to her and show her what he's got. He even wants his old homie Japheth Johns to come with him. But Johns is Maya, so Hardy's got to keep it moving solo. Hardy was low, key trying to make it happen this time round. He threw on his best face without his squad and just vibed alone instead of having a real conversation with someone. The sun dipped, the branches looked all messed up like a sketch in the sky. Old dudes with faggots at their backs were all nighty-night, and Hardy was all nighty, night straight fire. By the time he got to the roads, it was getting dark, as it did when Johns climbed the directing post, but Hardy knew his stuff this time. He won't mess up again, thank God, he muttered to himself. It gave him a major itch to think he was fixing things that were all wonky, and not just some short-term fling. Nothing messed with the flow of his trip, which seemed way shorter than before. Though dark, it was only like 5 or 6 p.m. when Mr. Hall's place came into view behind the sycamore tree. On second thought, he high-tailed it back to the alehouse and checked in for the night, just like the last time. After getting all dolled up, he ordered something to drink and smooth out his worry lines in the mirror. Then he stepped on over to the nap with a fresh step. Chapter V that evening Sally was making pinners for the milkers, who were now 2 more than before, since she and her mom weren't doing the milking no more. But overall it was pretty much the same vibe as before, just some minor changes, like the crack over the window, which had been coming for 100 yards, was a little wider. Beams were darker. Mrs. Hall ditched her cap, since she had barely any hair and caps ain't exactly in style. No more. Sally's face looked way more grown up and experienced. Mrs. Hall was still lifting coals with the tongs like she used to. 5 years ago tonight, if I'm right, she said as she laid on an ember. Not tonight, but it was last night this week, said Sally, correcting her. Well, that's close enough. 5 years ago, Mr. Hardy came to marry me and Phil came home to die. She sighed. Sally, if you had managed right, Hardy would have had you Helena, or none. Don't get all sentimental on me, Mom, begged Sally. I didn't want to manage too much in that situation, though. I liked him, but am not a fan of doing something crazy just to be married. She added with conviction, I'm low-key thinking that if Hardy was asking me now, maybe. About that, I ain't sure unless you got another one on your mind. I would, but like, for love, no way, fam. And honestly, we've got enough sauce to live off if we give up the dairy tomorrow. So I wouldn't need to get hitched for no reason. I'm good with being single and all that's lit. Anyway, next thing you know, there's a light rap at the door, and Rebecca just walks in like she's from beyond. So Hardy finds out she overheard us talking about him, and he's all shook up, thinking it means something deep. Mrs. Hall welcomes him back with open arms, but Sally's all meh. Mr. Darton asks for a favor, and they're good to get past the awkwardness, 'cause he's been gone for 4 years. Then Rebecca leaves them alone so she can prep some tea, and it's clear Hardy ain't feeling himself, but Sally's all about that life, and they vibe. When the tea is ready, Rebecca joins them, and she sees how low-key Hardy was being. She thinks he's not as confident as when he came, but Sally's just living her best life. They chat for a bit, and then Hardy takes off around 7 p.m. Mrs. Hall makes sure he gets to the door and wishes him well. On the doorstep, Hardy asks Sally to marry him, and it's all very dramatic. But then she lets him down easy, saying she ain't feeling it. Mr. Darton's like, but I thought we had something poppin', the missus. Hall is all supportive, but also tells him she can't say if there's nobody else out there for Sally. Hardy's all grateful, and they part ways. He meets Johns on the way down, and it's a real vibe check. Japheth just vibed with that energy about what he was doing on his way there. He low-key gave Charles the tea. Yo, I'm hitting up your fam, Mrs. Hall and Sally. I got a feelin' a bachelor life is straight fire, and since you always threw good parties for me, I'm bringing the civ to civilization now. He nodded towards the house, and Darton was like, hold up, are you trying to get married? Charles felt a chill run down his spine when he said that, but Japheth just kept it moving. Yeah, by the help of the universe and my personal source. I'm low-key obsessed with Sally, and I know I can make her mine, he said. It was going to hit her up tonight for real for the first time. Darton was all, you just got here. But Japheth was like, Nah, it's a good sign. It means she's reppin' for me. They'd a few more bars, had a few more bars, and Darton wished his boy Japheth good luck with Sally in a somewhat forced tone. They said their goodbyes, and Johns just sent him a quick text to catch up. Darton swung by the house, but when he got there, it was all dark and quiet. He called out, "Happy Japheth, this is why." Darton left the village that night and went back to his normal grind, Swede, lifting like nobody's business. But he was hella curious about what was up with Johns and Sally. He waited for what felt like forever for a text, but nothing came. A few days later, Darton met Johns at a horse auction and was all, "When's the wedding day?" Johns just gave him that cold shoulder vibe. And Darton was like, "Wait, what's good?" Johns dropped some truth bombs. Sally said, "She ain't got time for him." Darton was shook. He thought he had a shot. Then it hit him. Man, I messed up big time. Johns just kept it real with no cap. "Yes, Hardy, I got you. The kindness you showed me by representing me with this offer again. Loki, even some dope women would be hyped to rep you and the honor." Okay, I gotta say, when I'm vibbing on your fire speeches at the Casterbridge Farmers Club, especially about mangold wurzel and that type of tea, it's a total vibe. But for real though, my answer is still the same. I got a decline. Gee, I ain't trying to explain myself, 'cause honestly, my reasons are too extreme. Mine's just not on board. I'll keep it simple. I'm good and we're done. Anyway, Hardy, you can drop that letter and be okay with it, no cap. You were low-key worried about getting roasted for the mangold wurzel tea. Ick. Maybe. But that's not even the point. The thing is, your name got mixed up in some farmer's financial struggles, and it took some time to clear it up. Now you're just chillin', focusing on your business. Wait a hot minute. Hardy. Another letter from Sally just landed, and she's all, "Hey, I'm so glad we didn't believe that rumor about you going broke." And then there's a whole other thing about her fam. Like, for real though, Hardy, it looks like Sally was just trying to protect your rep. You gotta give her some props. Gee. Now that I think about it, Hardy, what are you even looking for in a wife? Love, integrity, these things sound kinda basic, but they're essential, right? And then there's worldly wisdom. But can't you just have that with Sally already? She was all about keeping it real and not getting caught up in drama. I feel like she knew what was good for you, and now you know too. So yeah, Hardy, you gotta try her again for real. You set your heart on Sally, and nobody's gonna stop you, Kay. Anniversaries might have been what last time, but you can make it up with a fresh start. You're riding through Long Ash Lane, feeling good and ready to take on the world. And maybe even Sally Hall, it was hella hard to tell if it was even the track from Hardy's 2 winter jams. But now there was no doubt, even with his eyes closed tight. The cuckoo's note was fire between April and midsummer vibes, and them reptiles in the sun were low-key adorable, just like kittens on a fireplace. It was broad daylight and sunshine when he rolled into Hintock, and the deets of the Knapp Dairy house were popping from afar. He saw Sally chillin' in the garden, and his vibe got turned up for real. He had first thought to hit the inn, but no way, he said. "I'ma tie my horse to the garden gate. If all goes well, I can just take it round the block. If not, I'ma hop on and roll." The tall shade of the horseman was low, key darkening Mrs. Hall's spot, and making her jump, 'cause he came in through a side path that most riders didn't know about. In like 2 seconds, he was in the garden with Sally, and it went down in 3:15 for real. It was springtime and the blue skies were lit, but Darton just couldn't get in, fam. No, said Sally firmly, I ma never marry you, Mr. Darton. I would have done it once, but now I'm good. But, he implored her, trying to get that second chance. And then he went hard on the fields, telling her all about what he'd do for her, drive her to see her mom every week, take her to London, set up a sick life for them. He even threw in some wild promises and temptations, but it was all just talk, bruh. She shut him down with a firm no, like an iron gate across the road. Darton paused. Then you hadn't heard of my supposed failure when you declined last time? She asked, playing hard to get. I had not, he said. But if I had, it wouldn't change nothing. And you're not doing it because of some beef from years ago. No, she said, that's long gone. So you just straight up despise me now? Not exactly, she said slow. I don't think you're the hero I thought you were. That's all. The truth is, I'm good just the way I am, and I ain't trying to get married at all. She spoke with this sick charm that still made him want to cry himself to sleep every night, cursing his loss of her forever. So, can I ask for a solid? She said, being real with him. To any extent, he replied, but just friends, fam. And she was like, please don't even think about asking me no more. And that's when the vibe shifted, and they never crossed paths again, not even for a sec. Hardy Loki just found out that Sally was all like, nah, I ain't trying to get married in 1884, despite her hella attractive vibes drawing down on her May 13th, 183. Like, this dude, Miss her. Stockdale showed up to the village instead of some other preacher, and was all chill with the locals, but they were still kind of meh about him being, because he wasn't, like, totally a big deal yet. Anyway, it's January 13th, 183, or whatever, and the Stockdale is just trying to get settled into his new life in Netherther-Moynton, but something kept him from showing up right away. A youngin shows up in his place, though, and he's like a temporary substitute preacher. So Stockdale starts hanging out with the locals, and they're all low-key stoked to have him around, but only 'cause it's not like he was going to be a major disappointment or nothing. They're still trying to figure out if he's got the whole preacher thing down pat. Missa. Stockdale is a pretty cute dude, by the way, all curly hair and tall, gangly vibes. The ladies in the village are all over him from day one, like, who wouldn't be? But they're still kinda indifferent, 'cause he's just some temporary substitute preacher and not like the real deal. So when Mr. Stockdale shows up to his new digs, nobody's got a place for him. He's got a crash at this Mrs. Lizzie Newberry's pad in the village. He asks around and finds out she's the only one who can hook him up with some decent accommodations. Anyway, he meets this youngin who gives him the scoop on Mrs. Newberry, but that's where it stops. I low-key found out that Mrs. Newberry was a widow mama, 'cause her hubby was straight up dead. Mr. Newberry was all about being ballin', like he was a farmer and had enough money, you feel. But then he just kind of ghosted the fam. And now Newberry is trying to get it together. Stockdale's got no beef with that, though he's all about finding a new spot to chill. He's thinking, I'll cop this address, 'cause it's lit. But then he's like, hold up, maybe she's not hella into them high bro types. So he sends the kid to check if Mrs. Newberry is down to take him in. The kid comes back and says she's cool with it. So Stockdale is all, peace out, I got this. And he hits up Mrs. Newberry's pad. It's hella cozy, like a total village vibe. He meets this old woman. They make plans to get the tea going the same night, 'cause there ain't no hotels around here. Stockdale sends his luggage over from where he was chillin', and then he rolls up to Mrs. Newberry's joint. He's all about that knock life, now no more bustin' in on a stranger. Gee, as he enters the room, it's like the vibes are straight fire. There's this dope tea set up, and the fireplace is poppin'. The chair got all sorts of personality, and you can tell Mrs. Newberry put some thought into decorating. He sits down, and before he knows it, a little girl named Martha Sarah shows up to get him tea. She's Loki, the real MVP, making that good tea and getting the fam together. When Stockdale starts eating, there's a knock on the door, and this other dude comes in. Hardy was low-key vibbin' with his surroundings when he heard a rustle of garments, making him turn his head. He saw this fire woman, and she was straight flames, dark hair, a wide forehead, eyes that gave him life, and a mouth that was straight up gorgeous. Can I get you anything else for tea?" she asked, coming forward a little ways, looking hella livin'. Hardy was like, nah, thanks, thinking more about her relation to the household than what he said. The young woman was all, "You sure?" And Hardy was like, "Yup, Mrs. Newberry." She corrected him, and then she dropped a truth bomb. "It's Lizzie. BTO. Hardy was like, "Oops," and before he could even respond, she dipped out of the room. He stayed low-key, unsure, till Martha Sarah came to clear the table. "Whose crib is this?" Hardy asked. "Mercist. Lizzie Newberry's, sir. Is a Mrs. Newberry I saw earlier, not Mrs. Newberry. Nah, that's her mom. She just rolled up to see if you were straight fire." Later in the evening, when Hardy was getting ready for supper, she came back with some tea. "I'm coming myself." "Miss Sir?" She said. The minister stood up like a boss and acknowledged her presence. "Don't worry about Martha Sarah. She's just trying to keep it 100. Hardy was like, "I got you." And supper was lit. Just as he was about to take a bite, there was another knock at the door. It turned out it was Lizzie herself with some dinner. She said, "Hey, Mr. Stockdale," and Hardy's face lit up. "We've got chicken in the house. I almost forgot to mention it." Hardy was like, yeah, bring it on." But when Martha Sarah brought out the chicken, he was low-key disappointed. He'd been looking forward to seeing Lizzie again all night, but she showed up anyway, and he was hella relieved. When she came in for real this time, Hardy's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He knew she wasn't just there for the tea. Yaz, like when night rolled in and Hardy was low-key, about to spit out his words, he suddenly had this savage sneezing fit and couldn't stop. Mrs. Newberry was hella sympathetic, though. "Your cold is straight up nasty tonight, Mr. Stockdale." Stockdale was all, "It's kinda annoying." But then Mrs. Newberry went in on him. He got a sick idea. "Maybe you should get something better than that weak tea." He was all, "It's the best we got out here." But Mrs. Newberry was like, "No, fam, there's something better at this spot." She was low-key insistent. Lizzie had to bail her sis and come back with Hardy, looking all fancy in her bonnet and cloak. They went through the back door, across the garden, and down a wall that was literally just a stone thingy. They climbed up some stairs in the dark and got to this tower spot where it was all spooky graveyard vibes. Mrs. Newberry handed Hardy a lantern. They started moving old pews boards round. She was all, "Can you keep a sex?" Hardy was like, "Wire and chest." But then he noticed she had that lantern thingy in her cloak. Was all, "What's good?" Lizzie was low-key trying to throw a whole vibe, right? So she's like, "Hey, Hardy, let me show you these little barrels, and I'm all about this nonchalant thing." And Hardy is just chilling. When he sees the barrels, he's totes confused, 'cause they're hella big. When Lizzie opens, she's giving him that, what's good? Stare like, what's your take on these barrels, Hardy? So, Stockdale is all, yeah, I know what those are. And Lizzie's all, yeah, they're barrels. And then she goes off on this whole tone, like, no cap. You got it. Stockdale's just trying to keep it real. He's an inland dude. His parents are hella respectable, and he's supposed to be a minister or whatever. So when he sees the barrels, he's all, is that some smuggler's liquor? And Lizzie's like, yes, those are tubs of gin and brandy. In either Moynton, they got this whole vibe going on where people are all about this illicit trading thing. These little kegs were basically a norm in the community. It was all good fam. So when Stockdale's all, is this legit? And Lizzie's like, smuggling is low-key a thing here. And she's trying to keep it real with him. Lizzie's all, you can roll out one of those tubs, Hardy. And he's all, what for? And she's like, so you can get that cold stuff in your body, boo. It's got some nation strength properties, and it'll totes cure what ails ya. Lizzie's just trying to be cool with Hardy. She's got the scoop from the owner, and she's all, it's my right to take whatever I want. And Stockdale's all, okay, lem roll one out, 'cause you've got this going on. He's not quite feeling it, but he's trying to be cool, too. Yeah, as the tub was low-key brewed. Hardy wasn't even making a peep, and the hole was closing back up like nobody's business. Next thing, he taps one of them hoops forward. Stockdale gets in on that action with his hammer, and no make the hole where it was hid by the hoop. She says, he does her, no cap. It won't leak out, she tells him, but Hardy's all like, nah, it will, or put the tub between your knees and squeeze heads. I got you. Stockdale obeys. And when he stops squeezing, the spirit comes spitting out in a stream. When they're done, Lizzie's all, now we got to fill that keg with water, or it'll be hella clucky when someone touches it. But what if I'm supposed to take it? She asks. Hardy's like, is it even legit? And Lizzie's all sneaky, saying, only the smugglers know for sure. Stockdale's hella skeptical, though. Lizzie's filling up the keg with water, and she's using her lips to suck it in. When they're done, Hardy asks if the smugglers are worried she'll spill the tea. Lizzie's all, nah, I'm good. They've got me in a tight spot. Stockdale says, but you got to do what's right. Even if it's hard, he can tell that Lizzie's thinking about her past and getting all confused. But he lets her chill for a sec before she starts talking about Hardy's ex-husband again. She stops herself, but then tries to correct herself, saying, and my husband used to know the score, and so did my dad. Stockdale gets it now. She's not just being honest. She's also thinking about her new boo. He lets her have space, though, saying, it's tough being stuck between your conscience and your feelings. Hardy Loki walked over the wall and slipped into Mrs. Newberry's crib, where she brought him a glass of water and some hot hachet-too, then ghosted him while he was all alone in his thoughts. He was looking at her vanishing form, wondering if it was okay for a straight, laced dude like him, who's supposed to be a role model and all that, to get all cozy with someone else's landlord, even if she is hella beautiful. Sneeze was like, nah, you're good, and he realized that when he mixed the firewater with some water, it actually worked for his cold. It was like a sick cure, or whatever. Stockdale chillaxed in the deep, deep chair for a hot sec, sipping and reflecting, till he got a better vibe and was all, yes, I'm hyped for tomorrow when I'll get to see Mrs. Newberry again. But then he felt like time was moving way slower than it should be, and he started getting restless, looking around the room like a madman. He noticed this dope sampler thing on the wall with some fir trees and peacocks around it, and it had this fire quote that said, "Leave smell when roses thrive. Here's my work while I'm alive. Rose leaves smell when shrunk and shed. Here's my work when I am dead." It was totes Lizzie Simpkins' handwriting, and Hardy was low-key obsessed with the name. Just as he was getting into it, there were like 2 more knocks on the door, and Mrs. Newberry appeared again, looking all nonchalant, which was kind of rude. "You feel me?" "Want a fire in your room." "Mr. Stockdale, 'cause you got a cold." Hardy was still feeling guilty about getting cozy with her, so he was all, "Now, I'm good." Mrs. Newberry was all, "Okay, cool," and then she ghosted him again. Hardy was like, "What's wrong, Lizzie? You mad at me?" But he was trying to stay chill 'cause he knew he'd see her tomorrow, and that felt like a sick consolation for being all caught up in his feelings. The next morning, Stockdale rose and shined, no cold in sight. He was hella stoked for breakfast, and when it finally rolled around at 8, he got up early to scope out the situation, ready to see if Mrs. Newberry's still got that fire. Premises, Hardy re-entered through the door of his crib. Breakfast passed, and Martha Sarah was low-key looking out for him, but nobody came through like did the night before to vibe with him about other stuff he didn't mention and see if she could make it right. He was hella disappointed and hit the streets, thinking maybe she'd roll up at dinner. Dinner time rolled around. He sat down, ate it, lingered for a whole hour, even though 2 new teachers were waiting by the chapel door to get some real talk with him. It was whack to wait longer, so he low-key walked his way down the lane, hyped that he'd catch her in the evening and maybe vibe again about that tub broaching in the church tower, which was going to be a whole mood if he could make it more chill. But for real, it was a wild situation. His face fell when he thought how much more he cared about that than his actual duties. However, those feelings faded as the day went on. Night came, and tea and supper, but no Lizzie Newberry, and not even them good vibes. At last, the minister had to ask Martha for real, "Where's Mrs. Newberry today?" judiciously tossing a penny while he asked. "She's busy," said Martha. "Is it something that's got her shook?" he asked, dropping another penny in the background and revealing some extra change. "Now nothing pops," she said with conviction. "Nothing ever goes down for her. She's just chillin' upstairs, because that's how she rolls sometimes." Being a young dude with some integrity, he wouldn't even question it, assuming Lizzie was just getting a bad headache or something minor, despite what Martha said. He went to bed salty, not even seeing old Mrs. Simpkins. "I said I'd see her tomorrow," he reflected. But that wasn't the case. Next day things got better or worse, and Hardy ran into her at the bottom of the stairs in the morning, getting some visits from her during the day, 2 once to make sure he was good like before, and another time to drop off some winter violets with a promise to revive them when they wilted. There was something in her smile that showed she knew she was got though it was more of a humble vibe than anything else. As for Stockdale, he was low-key aware of his capacity for going back and forth, and wished those higher-ups had access to tutelary saints for all the dissenters out there. He kept an eye on his tongue, and eyes, chillin' for 1.5 hours after that before, found it was low-key pointless to struggle no more. and just gave himself up to the situation. The other minister will be here in a month, he said to himself when sitting over the fire. Then I'll be out, and she won't be distracting my mind no more. And then shall I be living solo forever? No, when my 2 years of probation are finished, I'll have a lit furnished house to live in with a varnished door and a brass knocker, and I'll low-key march back to her and ask her out flat as soon as the last plate is on the dresser. Thus a fire fortnight was passed by young Stockdale, during which time things went down the same way they have forever since history started happening. He saw the object of his heart crush on him several times one day, but didn't see her at all the next. Met her when he least expected to do so. Missed her like crazy when hints and signs as to where she'd be at a given hour almost became an invite. This mild tea was probably fair enough under the circumstances of them being so close, and Stockdale put up with it as calmly as he could. Being in her own crib, she could, after vexing him or disappointing him of her presence, easily win him back by throwing those little attentions which her position as his landlady put it in her power to bestow. When he had waited indoors half the day to see her, and on finding that she wouldn't show, had gone off in a huff to the most walk he could find, she would restore equilibrium in the evening with Emma Stockdale. I've been thinking you must feel drought o' nights from your bedroom window, and so I've been putting up thicker curtains. Is this afternoon while you were out, or you noticed you sneezed twice again this morning, Miss Stockdale. Depend on it, that cold is still hanging about you yet. I'm sure it is. I've thought of it forever, and you got to let me make a posset for you. Sometimes in coming home, he found his living room rearranged, chairs placed where the table had stood, and the table ornamented with the few fresh flowers and leaves that could be obtained at this season, so as to add a novelty to the room. At times she would be standing on a chair outside the house, trying to nail up a branch of the monthly rose which the winter wind had blown down, and of course he stepped forward to assist her when their hands got mixed in passing the shreds and nails. Thus they became friends again after a disagreement. She would utter on these occasions some pretty and deprecatory remark on the necessity of her troubling him anew, and he would straightway say that he would do 100 times as much for her if she should so require. Chapter I, how he saw 2 other men matters. Hardy was low-key, vibing in his room one cloudy evening when he heard Lizzie speaking to some dude at her door in hushed tones. It was getting dark, but the shutters weren't closed yet, and the candles weren't lit. Hardy was tempted to stretch his head towards the window. He saw outside the door this young homie wearing them whitish clothes, and he low-key thought it might be that fit miller who lived below. The miller's voice was all up and down from hush to firm, but Hardy couldn't hear what they were talking about. Before the convo ended, Hardy's attention got pulled in by another thing. Opposite Lizzie's spot grew a bunch of laurels that made a sick shade. One of the branches started quivering against sky, and then some dude peered out from behind it. He seemed to be hyped about what was going down at the door and just chilling, waiting for more tea. Hardy wouldn't gone all in if he wasn't already vibbing with Lizzie like that. Instead, he just stood up and showed himself against the firelight, so the listener ghosted out of there. When the miller left, Hardy was all uneasy, so he said to Lizzie, "Hey, Mrs. Newbury, did you know you got watched just now and someone heard your convo?" She's like, "One," and Hardy's all, "One, you were talking to that miller." there was this dude chilling behind the laurel tree, looking all jealous. Lizzie showed some real concern for once, but it seemed kind of played off. Hardy asked if maybe they were talking about something they didn't want to be overheard. And she's like, "Who nah, I was just on business." But then her cousin Olit chimed in, saying she was getting married soon. Lizzie was all smiles at first, but it seemed kinda forced. Hardy asked if maybe she wanted to be married bad enough that someone would want to listen in, and she's like, "Honestly, yeah. I wish it were true." She then wished her cousin had been talking about getting hitched instead, 'cause that'd have been less dramatic for her. "Girl," Hardy said, "it wouldn't have changed my mind, though. But anyway, I'm glad you know about this listener now. You should go see your cousin again, ASAP. Yas, let's get real, Hardy. Cut the tea and make it clear if you're down or not, Lizzie. And don't even think about getting all helicoy, just say yes or no, bruh." He held out his hand, and she was low-key allowing her vibes to rest on it. But for real, no words were spoken. "You mean to say yes, though?" he asked, like after a hot second, "'cause you're saying you'll be my ride or die, if you know what I'm saying, Lizzie." She was all embarrassed and stuff, so she didn't answer directly. He hit her up again. "Why not just straight up say you'll wait for me to get a crib and come back to marry you?" "Eck, man," she said with that awkward laugh thing. I got a lot on my plate, one thing at a time. She was trying to deflect the question about the miller, but Hardy wasn't having it. He asked her straight up if she'd never directly invited him over for a convo, and she gave some vague excuse about his crew showing up uninvited sometimes. Then Hardy asked what's good with things, basically his tubs, and why she ain't denying him. She just shook her head like, "We don't want to rock the boat." Stockdale was all salty about it, like, "Girl, you need to stand up for yourself." He told her he wouldn't pressure her into being with that dude, but Lizzie was all no thanks, Hardy. She didn't want to ruffle any feathers, especially not with poor Olit getting all excited. Stockdale just shook his head. "You're too extra." The scene closed with Stockdale calmed down and Lizzie making it clear she ain't interested in being with the miller. Period. Chapter I, the mysterious greatcoat Hardy was low-key obsessing over some new stuff. He'd been noticing his landlady's hours were all wonky. One day she'd be on time, but the next day she'd be snoozing till noon or even later. It got to the point where Hardy didn't know what to expect from her. This newfound awareness of her schedule was getting old fast. He needed some answers, stat. He was low-key convinced she had a cold or something, unless she was ghosting him to avoid meetups, which he low-key couldn't even believe. The first thought was shot down, though, when she calmly spilled the tea that she hadn't had a single moment of sickness since Jan 12. No cap. "I'm hella glad to hear it," he said, trying to contain his surprise. "I thought for sure you were acting sickly." "What, do I look all that?" she asked, turning up her face like she was showing him the impossibility of thinking. She was wok. "Not at all. You sometimes had to keep it in bed during the day." "Ooh, word, that means nothing," she murmured, with a look that some might called ice cold, and it was straight up the worst look he liked seeing on her. "It's just sleepiness, Mr. Stockdale," she said with a shrug. "Never." "It's real, I'm telling you," she said. "When I stay in my room till like 3 p.m., I'm low-key guaranteeing I slept like a baby till then, or I wouldn't stay in there. That's some bad habits right there. Stockdale, thought, thinking about how that could mess up the household of a minister. But for real, though, when it only happens at night, and you're all awake till 5 or 6 a.m., that's a whole different story, she said. Sleeplessness on that level is deaf real illness, Doc. Have you even talked to a doc? He asked, trying to keep it real with her. Nah, I'm good. I don't need no stinking doctor, she replied. And then she just ghosted him without saying another word. Stockdale might have had to wait forever to figure out the real reason for her sleeplessness if he hadn't been chillin' in his room one dark night, jotting down notes for a sermon. He didn't get to bed till 1 a.m., and before that he heard a knock at the front door, first super timidly, then louder. Nobody answered it, and the person knocked again. Since nobody was coming, Stockdale got out of bed, went to his window and asked who was there. It was Susan Wallace's voice on the other side of the door telling him she'd come to ask for Mrs. Newberry's mustard to make a plaster 'cause her dad was straight up ill on the chest. The minister had to roll up his sleeves and be all, I got this, since he didn't have no bell or nobody to serve. He went to Lizzie's room and knocked, but she wasn't answering, so Stockdale thought of that whole sleep thing again. He thumped the door low-key persistently when he low-key discovered that it was only a little bit pushed open by his own knocking, so he didn't want to push it no more, but was all, Mrs. Newberry, your wanted brute. The room was hella silent, not even a peep or a rustle. Fam. Stockdale sent a fire shout through the door, Mrs. Newberry, still no answer, though, and he heard Lizzie's mom getting her life in the next room, like she'd been woken up by his ruckus, but she was all good and just getting ready to roll with her own tea. Stockdale softly closed that little door and went on to Mrs. Simpkins, who answered before he could even try. She was looking all calm and collected, lit a candle like the whole 9. What's good? She asked him, all hella concerned. Stockdale spilled the tea. Miss Newberry's got an errand, but I'm low-key worried she ain't responding, you feel. Mrs. Simpkins was all like, Eight, we got this. And then she hightailed it downstairs to get Lizzie what she wanted. Stockdale retreated back to his crib, still thinking about Mrs. Newberry, but then he caught himself saying, hold up, maybe there's nothing wrong with her. Mrs. Simpkins was all quick to shut that down now. Everything's good, ain't nothing to worry about. Still, the minister was like, nah, man, I gotta see for myself. So he went back upstairs and knocked on that little door again. Mrs. Simpkins came back up and checked in on Lizzie, but left her alone, then went back downstairs. Stockdale was all chillin' in his room, trying to sleep, when he heard the sound of the front door opening, admitting Lizzie and Emlo key talking about something. They came out of that little room, and Mrs. Simpkins came back up to give him the tea, like there was nothing going on at all. The house went quiet again, but Stockdale's mind was all whack. He had this major suspicion, and it was killing him. What if Lizzie wasn't even in her room when he knocked? That Lizzie was just chilling with Mrs. Newberry the whole time. And then, like, he couldn't shake that thought no matter how hard he tried. So yeah, before coming to any conclusions, Stockdale just kind of fell asleep himself, and Zuz not whack until day. Bruh. He saw nothing of Mrs. Newberry in the morning, like he was trying to get some sun and vibe with it when da weather's fire. But since that's hella common, he just didn't think about it. He get. At breakfast time, though, he knew she was low, key hanging out in the kitchen, 'cause he heard her talking and whatnot. And even though he saw nothing of her, she was straight up serving up some tea while she was getting her life on, and that was totes normal, so why waste time thinking about nothing? The preacher dude had some major distractions going on in his head, and his sermons were straight fire or whatever, because he kept doing the same old thing. He was trying to make a move with Lizzie, but he got all mixed up, like he'd say Romans 1 instead of Corinthians 1. And he's all like him, man. The pulpit, and it was just whatever's law. Anyways, he was low-key thinking he could get her to commit to something, but he ain't got no game yet, so he trying to make a move on the last day of his stay. And all that, okay? He's like, hey, Lizzie, wanna take a stroll with me before it's dark? And she's all, yeah, sure, bruh. So they just chillin' on the path, and it's hella awkward, 'cause she's looking a little pale, and when he tries to get her talking, she's all like, you're so boring. And he's like, Loki got hurt feelings, Lizzie. But she's all sorry, and she admits she's hella tired, and that gives him the chance to ask her something real. But he ain't trying to be too extra, so he just waits and sees. February was a mess. Mud, frost. It was all just one big vibe, and daybirds were still trying their summer swag. In that, thrush came every night with its hopeful song, like it's trying to tell us something or what. I was ghosted by my neighbor on the night they hit me up, and her weird ways of sleeping all hours are straight up extra whenever I want to speak up. So we're still low, key together like that, but neither of us fully acknowledging the other's claim to being the one. Hardy was trying to convince himself it wasn't his hesitation, 'cause they weren't getting hitched yet, but maybe he was just letting his better half kick in and get a clearer idea of Lizzie before committing. She's always hyped for that convo, but she's still independent and wouldn't let some dude bring her down. So on the 1st of March, Hardy chillin' in his room at dusk and notices this dope coat, hat, and pants just chillin' on a chair. He's all like, where did these come from? 'Cause he could have sworn he didn't leave no clothes of his own in here. He checks them out, and they ain't his. He pauses for a sec thinking how they got there. He calls up Martha Sarah, and is all frustrated, throwing the whole outfit on the floor. What's good? How'd you end up with these in my room? He asks. She tells him Mrs. Newberry gave yam to her to brush, and she brought them upstairs thinking they were his cuz. He was the only dude hanging out at that house. Hardy's all like, no way, Martha. Take those back downstairs. As they're chatting, you hear Mrs. Newberry in the background, all confused. How stupid. I didn't tell you to take em to Stockdale's room. Martha's all meek, saying she thought they were his 'cause they were muddy. Mrs. Newberry shuts her down, saying she should have left him on the clothesline. Then she comes up and tosses the whole outfit into a closet at the end of the hallway like it was no big deal. That's when things die down and the house is silent again. The weird part is, they're just dirty clothes or whatever, but it got Hardy straight up bothered that they were splashed with mud, 'cause he's in that pastor stage right now, and it's all emotional. I'm low-key shook by all this drama. Hardy's got a major issue with Mrs. Newberry, though like she's extra sensitive about some minor stuff. But one day he sees her at his window brushing up that long coat she had in his room, and it's straight up weird. The mud on the back is hella evident, and you can tell she was just chillin' outside for a hot sec. Stockdale opens the window, and Mrs. Newberry gets all flustered. He waves at her, but she's all embarrassed, like rolling up that coat half cleaned. He shuts the window, and it's clear there's some major tension between them. Hardy can't even think of a simple explanation for why Mrs. Newberry was out in the mud, so he just lets it go. But when they meet up again, Lizzie brings it up like, "Hey, I was dusting these old clothes my hubby used to wear. I'm keeping them clean because I love him." Hardy's all, "Huh?" But really he knows she's lying. The minister's all shook thinking, is this a thing? Dude dead pay-pal come back and walk in mud. He's all quiet like, but you can tell he's freaked out. Hardy's too salty to even bother saying anything, so he just parts ways with Lizzie. But for real, it's clear that Mrs. Newberry was trying to throw him off the scent. The vibe is straight up dark now. Hardy's all sad and stuff, like he's trapped in this mystery with no way out. Some hella lit memorial thing was going down. Hardy got back and ran into this fire Lizzie vibe in the hallway, though. Whether it was the vibes that day, or him getting out the fresh air, or just being a good boy and letting bygones alone, he low-key forgot about the whole greatcoat thing and had a decent time, and not really hanging with her fam, but vibbing off her voice in the background as she was chillin' in the back room with her mom till the latter went to bed. Then Mrs. Newberry called it a night, and Hardy got ready to ghost the room, but he just stood there for a sec by the embers getting his thoughts together, only interrupted when his candle flickered out and lit up the whole room, so he felt his way upstairs without no lights. He was trying to find the tinder box in his room, but it took him ages, fam. When he finally found it, he made a spark and was getting this brimstone lit when he heard something moving. In the hallway, he high-key freaked out. He blew harder at the match and it went off, and through the blue light he saw some dude vanishing up the stairs trying to sneak out. The dude was rocking Lizzie's fresh clothes, and Hardy was like, hold up, is that even possible? But he wasn't 100 sure, so he decided to get to the bottom of it. He blew out the match and went into the hallway on tiptoes, trying to be all stealthy. He saw a faint light in Lizzie's room window and was like, she's gone. So he threw down his fist on the staircase handrail. It was her, in her hubby's coat and hat. He was kind of relieved it was some other dude causing trouble, but still hella surprised. So Hardy crept back down, put on his boots, overcoat and hat, and tried the front door. It was locked. Then he checked the back door, found it unlocked, and just chilling in the garden like a boss. It was all clear and quiet, except for the trees creaking in the wind and something else that sounded like feet on the road outside. Hardy followed the sound, and Loki got super close to Lizzie, cause of the wind blowing from the direction she was moving in. He kept it down, not want to get overheard. While he trailed behind her up the street or whatever, there were more hedge than houses on either side, so it was kind of chillin'. A figure popped out one of the cottage doors to talk to her from, and Lizzie stopped dead in her tracks. No cap. Is that Mrs. Newberry? Asked the dude who came out, whose voice Hardy recognized as some devout homie from his congregation. It is, said Lizzie. I'm Loki ready. I've been here for a hot minute. The dude, John, replied. I got bad news. There's danger tonight for our venture. Hardy was all, yawas. I had a feeling something was up. John kept it real and said, Wes, you got to tell the squad they ain't needed till tomorrow night at the same time. You're good to go. Lizzie kept moving, and Hardy followed from afar, keeping it quiet. He got hella close without getting caught. She started tripping up her pace, like she was on a mission. When she hit the turnpike road, she crossed it and then got into the track for Ringsworth. She just kept going, no chill. Hardy didn't know this area too well, but he knew if she kept it up, she'd get close to the coast, which is like 2-3 miles away from Nether Moynton. They set out around 11:30 p.m., and if she kept it real, she'd hit the shore about midnight. Lizzie found a lil mound and climbed up real quick, and Hardy skirted it on the left side, keeping it under wraps. When he got to the top of the cliff, he heard this gnarly roar like from 50 yards away. The view was straight fire. You could see the bay when she got there. There was some light in the sky, so Lizzie's disguise wasn't all that hidden. She sat down at the top and just chillin' for a sec before Hardy realized he didn't want to be there too long, 'cause it was cold and damp. Just as he decided to roll, he heard voices behind him. He thought maybe she was in danger, so he was about to run up and warn her. But then Lizzie Loki found some shelter under this little bush thingy that wouldn't last forever. Her vibe was low-key absorbed in its dark and hella lit outline, like she'd become part of it. Though she'd deaf heard the guys as well as Hardy. They were just chillin' near him, talking loud and careless, soaking up the sound of the waves, and they seemed all good vibes, no stress. But then you saw 'em passin' by, talkin' in hushed tones like they was hidden something. No. Some of their words floated over to Hardy, and he's thinking, hold up, what's the tea? What's the vessel? A lugger? About 50 tons. From Cherbourg, I guess. Yeah, I believe, but it don't all belong to Olet. Nah, he's just getting a lil bit. There's another two in it, like a farmer and all that, but the deets are hella sketchy. The voices faded away, and the heads of the guys disappeared into the cliff, and then Hardy was thinking, Mices is Loki trying to cop a share from that shady Olet, 'cause she's been all shook up about it. Light, like her name's on the line. He's thinking to himself, that's why she's here, and it's gonna be the downfall of her, bruh. But then he sees this bright light coming from where Lizzie was hiding, and before you know it, she's sipping out there like a stone from a sling, headed straight for home. The light is getting hella lit, and now Hardy can see the boff of furs in the bush, and it's crackling like crazy, and he's thinking, what the? He pauses for a sec to take it all in, then takes off after Lizzie. She's ghosting him left and right, dodging and weaving, till he comes to this gate between the downs and the road, and he's like, I gotcha. But then he stops, 'cause he's hella winded. He's thinking, she ain't running from me, she just hid somewhere, so takes off at a little more chill pace towards the village. When he gets to the house, he finds it still open like they was just chillin', and then he hears that same light footstep coming back, and he's thinking, I got you now. Loki paused outside her gate, which opened and shut all soft, and then the door latch was lifted, and Lizzie came in. Hardy went forward and said at once, Lizzie, don't be shook, bruh. I've been waiting up for you. She started, though she knew that voice. Is dat Mr. Stockdale, though? She asked. Yes. He answered, getting all hella annoyed now dat she was safe inside and not freaked out. And a sick game I found you out in last night. Lizzie, you're rocking them dude clothes, and I'm low-key ashamed of you. Lizzie could barely find her voice to respond his unexpected diss. I'm only partial to dude clothes running, she faltered, sashaying back to the wall. It's just his coat, hat, and breeches on me, which ain't nothing, since it was my own hubby, and I'm doing it 'cause the cloak is hella windy, and you can't even move her arms. I got my own dress tucked under, though. Will you go upstairs now? Let me through. I didn't want to see you like this when it's all dramatic running. But I got a right to see you. How do you think there can be nothing between us now? Lizzie was silent. You're a smuggler, bruh, he continued, Loki said. I'm just partial to the run, Hardy. That makes no diff, though. Whatever made you get into that little trade wi' me knowing? I don't do it all the time, only in winter when it's new moon. Well, I guess that's because it can't be done without nothing else. You always been a lil wild card, Lizzie. I'm sorry about that, she replied, all meek. Now, though, Hardy went all soft and said, no harm's been done yet. Won't you do me a solid, quit this lil trade for good? I gotta try my best to save this run. Lizzie got husky in the throat. I don't want to give up on you, Hardy, I know that, but I don't want to lose my vibe. I don't know what to do now. Why I kept it all hid from you is 'cause I was scared I'd be mad if you knew, da. I guess so. If I married you will finding out, you'd still gone through with it, right? I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. I just went last night to burn our haters off 'cause we found out day excisemen knew where day tubs were at. It's a little messy situation, all in all. What's you going to do now? No. Lizzie slowly dropped all the tea on how they planned to try again the next night and move their landing spot, 'cause they was always checking 3 places before Hardy was low key trying to figure out if they could make it to Lulstead Cove on the second night, 'cause they'd already been burnt off from Ringsworth, right? And if that didn't go down, they were supposed to try the 3rd spot, which was way out west, behind a headland. Suppose the officers were all like, nah, let's just stay on shore and be all dark 'cause it's between moon cycles. They'd prop string up some tubs with a stray line, and then they'd take bearings from down low. Then, when they get a chance, they'll creep for those tubs. What's that, though? Hardy asked. They'll go out in a boat, dragging a creeper that's like a grapnel along the bottom, till it catches hold of that stray line. Lizzie was chilling close to the wall, trying to process all this. There was only silence except for the clock tick-tacking and Lizzie's quick breaths from being out for a walk and getting all anxious. Hardy said, Lizzie, what's good? This is all hella wrong. He added, remember that tribute money thing. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. You got to do your part, gone. Lizzie replied, my dad's dead, but his spirit lives on. Then Hardy said, everyone in Nether Moynton does it, and life would be so basic without it. I shouldn't even care if I lived or died. Lizzie shot back, I'm not all about living for you, okay? Hardy responded with some real tea. You wouldn't even think it was worth giving up this wild life to live just for me. Lizzie said she's never looked at it that way before. Hardy then asked her to promise, and wait till he's ready. She said she can't give him her word right now. Lizzie closed the door, went into the other room, and stayed there till Hardy got tired of waiting. Then he went to his own crib. The next day, Stockdale was hella down in the dumps from all that drama the night before. He's low, key admiring Lizzie's flyness, but as a minister's wife. Nah, if I had stuck with Dad's grocery shop, she'd have been fire. He said till he remembered he wouldn't have met her otherwise. That made him realize they were still kind of stuck together, just in a different way. One time, Hardy hit her up in the garden, and he's all like, you, Lizzie, you promise. But she ain't saying nothing. He knows she's low. Key gonna do it again at night 'cause she got that attitude going on. He don't want to get involved, but he's low. Key freaked out for her, and if something happens to her, he's dead. Hardy knew she'd hit the spot again at night, so he was chillin', waiting for her to roll up. Supposed she got caught, though, he'd be hella salty. No. The next night she hits Hardy's door, and it's like, hey, you comin' with us? She's all subtle, 'cause she knows he's watchin', and he's trying to be cool. You in? Hardy asks, and she's all, I got her. But then she gets more hyped. It's lit. Hardy's all, God forbid I get caught, but he's low-key trying to protect her. They hit the wicket, and it's a whole vibe, just them two chillin'. The wind is low, key, and the stars are poppin', so they're good to go. They take this different route, and Hardy's thinking. He ain't saying nothing right now, 'cause she's all hyped up. He's trying to keep it moving, but he knows if they get caught, his rep would be wrecked, 'cause it'd be hard to explain why he was there. The hired carriers were low, key, cruising along Chaldon down with no major issues, avoiding the main cut path and leaving East Chaldon in the dust so they could reach a sick spot at Round Pound Earthwork. After an hour of grinding out some serious steps, they caught wind of the ocean, which was only a few 100 yards away from Lulstead Cove. They paused for a sec, and then Lizzie and Stockdale rolled up with them, and they all went off together to the edge of the cliff. One of the dudes pulled out an iron bar and jammed it into the ground a yard from the edge, then attached a rope he had been toting around in his pocket. They all started making their way down, mostly stepping and sliding on the incline as they tried to keep that rope from slipping through their hands. You good? Lizzie. Stockdale asked with some concern. Nah, I'm just going to stay here and scope out Olit, she replied coolly. The dudes didn't say a peep when they hit the shore. The next thing was the dip of heavy oars hitting the water and the sound of waves crashing against a boat's bow. In no time at all, the keel landed on the shingle, and Stockdale heard the sound of 36 carriers running towards the beach from below. It sounded like they were getting in the water pretty hard, basically just wading in without even trying to stay dry, but it was impossible to see what they were up to. In a minute or two, the shingle got trampled again as they scrambled to find a spot to land. The iron bar started to sway a little, and the carriers one by one showed up, climbing back up the cliff, each dude dripping wet as he came ashore, and using the rope for support. Some of them had extra tubs strapped on top, 2 in front, and 1 behind, but most were just carrying 2 on their backs and 1 on their chests. The carriers looked like total bosses, strapping those things down with some serious rigging. One of them caught Lizzie's eye and said, Olit won't be coming up here today. They were like, he's chillin' on shore till we're good to go. Then the first dude just dropped off and started making his way across, as did everyone else after him. When they all made it to the top, Lizzie reeled in that rope, wrapped it around her arm, pulled out the bar from the ground, and then headed down Hardy. There's a Loki salty about Olit's safety, bruh. What's good, isn't he your cousin? Stockdale asked, trying to keep it civil. For sure he is, Lizzie replied. I got you. Let me take the bar and rope. She nodded at Stockdale, and they walked towards the downs together. The sound of the sea faded away. Is this what you meant when you Loki said you had beef with Olit? The young dude asked. Yes, this is it, Lizzie said. He never talked to him about nothing else. The other guy raised an eyebrow, thinking their whole vibe was kinda weird. It's wild that your pops and his were in brawls. Lottu Stockdale watched as the group of carriers split up into two crews near the village. They started heading in different directions, one towards the church. By the time Lizzie and Stockdale got home, the men had snuck over the churchyard wall and were creeping around the grass inside. Olet must have planned for another batch to be put in the church, Lizzie said. Dude, don't you remember when I took you there on your first night? Stockdale nodded. No cap, it was a whole vibe. He guessed they didn't need permission from anyone, since Olet owns those tubs, right? Lizzie quipped. And nah, they were mine, and I low-key had permission from myself. The next day, the group of men who'd snuck off in one direction earlier started jumping over the hedge across from Lizzie's house. One of them came up to her door looking hella nervous. Mrs. Newbury, isn't it? He asked quickly. Yeah, Jim, she replied calmly. What's poppin'? Olet said they can't put any tubs at Badger's Clump tonight because the spot's being watched. They gotta move the apple tree in the orchard if they can. That's all we got time for. All right, be quick about it. That's all. Lizzie told him to hurry up. What else could she tell him? Yowers, let's get inside, bro. Oh, it's the minister, right? You too good for nothing, fam. Gotta chill indoors and not be out here making a scene. So Olet is low-key freaking out over there, no cap, but he's all about that contraband life, no drama with his lover or whatever. Meanwhile, these dudes are creeping down from the hedge one by one, and it's a hot mess, brother cord slips, and the tubs are spilling everywhere. The smell is straight fire, fam. It's like 2 guineas and half now, but the stench is so strong. It's like someone poured all that liquid on the road. I hope Latimer don't come through till it fades away, or he'll be hella salty. Olet and a few others are just trying to clean up the mess, spread the liquor around, and then they're all entering Olet's orchard, which is right next to Lizzie's garden. Stockdale is hella nervous, fam, 'cause everyone recognizes him, but nobody says nothing. Lizzie peeks out the window, seeing the dudes moving stuff around in the orchard. All that drama went down without a peep or a light, and now they're all ghosting off to their respective homes. But then Lizzie comes back out, and Stockdale is still leaning against the gate, trying to play it cool. He's like, it's all good, I'm coming in. But then, there's a clatter, fam. It sounds like Latimer and his crew are rolling up just as they're about to make their escape. Lizzie's all excited. They're too late. Stockdale is like, hoop-hoo, he's all. And Lizzie's all, just get inside, bruh. They lock down the door, and it's all good. Lizzie is low-key salty with him, but he's all, I love you, I'm on the king's side, and she's just shook. You know exactly what I've been through for you, and Lizzie's all, whatever. They low-key touched each other's fingers while vibing on them vibes in the cold good. Night of those who was straight up salty about whatever went down. They were chilling on the landing, but before they took 3 steps apart, that tramp of horsemen came back to life, almost right at the crib. Lizzie turned to the staircase window, and she just opened it a little bit, then put her face all up against the gap. Yes, one of 'em is Latimer, she whispered low-key. He always rides that white horse. Like, you think it was the last color for a dude and his crew. Stockdale looked over, and he saw the whole white thing going by. But before they rode off, Latimer stopped his horse and said something to his homie that neither of them could really hear. It didn't take long for it to get clear, though, 'cause the other dude just stopped too, and he was all like, "Hold up." And they both turned their horses around and started going back the way they came from. When they got back to Mrs. Newberry's garden, Latimer dismounted his horse, and the dude on that dark horse did the same. Lizzie and Stockdale were hella intently listening and watching, so they just put their faces as close as possible to the slit in the window, and like their cheeks basically touched, though they kept on listening like they didn't know nothing crazy had happened to their faces. But the pressure was like getting stronger with time. They could hear those excisemen sniffing around like dogs as they strolled slow through the village. When they got to that spot where the tub busted, both of them just stopped dead in their tracks. It's straight fire here, said the second officer. Should we knock on the door? Asked Latimer. Nah, bruh, maybe this is just trying to throw us off the scent. They wouldn't be all up in arms if they were hiding somewhere close. The other dude was like, for sure some of them must have been brought here somehow. Latimer was all mumbly for a sec. Unless it's all just trying to mess with us, and we got to come back another day with more people. I got a feeling we should just chill at home tonight without saying a word, and then come back first thing in the morning with more hands on deck. He was low-key thinking, I know there's storages around here, but we can't do nothing by moonlight. We'll scope out the village and see if everybody's in bed, and if it's all quiet, we'll do what I said. They kept going, and the two inside could hear him passing through the whole village like they were cruising. The street curved around at the bottom and connected to the turnpike road at another spot. This way the excisemen followed, and their horses just kind of stopped moving. "What's up?" asked Stockdale, pulling back from the window. She knew he was trying to change the subject, 'cause he didn't want to be all about that tenderness they shared in the window, as a thing rather dreamt of than done. "Ooh, Loki," she replied, with as much sass as she could throw under her disappointment at his vibe. "We often have storms like this. You wouldn't be shook if you knew what's good about them. Imagine riding horseback through the village they'll probs here and see nobody while they're all loud, but they're always hella scared to get off, in case some of our squad should come after 'em and tie 'em up to a gatepost. Gee, they've done that before, too. Good night, Miss Stockdale." She closed the window and went to her room, where a tear fell from her eyes, and that not because of the alertness of the riding officers. Chapter v' the great search at Nether, Moynton Hardy was so hyped by the events of the evening and the drama he was in between his conscience and love that he didn't sleep or even doze, but remained woke as a boss. As soon as the grey light started touching the whiter objects in his bedroom, he arose, dressed himself, and went downstairs into the road. The village was already lit. Several of the carriers had heard Latimer's horse while they were getting ready that night, and had already got with it on social media and olet about the situation. There was only one doubt left about those tubs under the church gallery stairs, and after a quick convo at the corner of the mill, it was agreed to move M before it got light and hide M in the middle of a double hedge bordering the adjoining field. However, before anything could go down, the footsteps of many men were heard coming down the lane from the highway. "Damn it, here they are," said Olet, who had already drawn the hatch and started his mill for the day, standing stolidly at the mill door covered in flour, like he was all about that life. The 2 or 3 with whom he had been vibben dispersed to their usual grind, and when the excise officers and the whole crew they hired reached the village cross between the mill and the Mrs. Newberry's crib, the village was getting ready for its morning vibes. "No," said Latimer to his squad, who numbered 13 men in all, "as what I know is that these things are somewhere in this here place. We got the day ahead of us, and it's hard if we can't find M and get to Budmouth Custom House before night. First, we'll try the fuel houses, and then we'll creep around." Then the search Lizzie was low, Key watching her life from her front door, while Olet was straight up chillin' at his mill window, trying to keep it 100. A farmer in the area was straight up paranoid about those who owned shares of the smuggling operation, always on the lookout for anyone who might spill the tea. Stockdale was hella anxious, but not like the other smugglers or anything. He was just feeling meh and went about his studies with a heavy heart, low-key hitting Lizzie's door to ask her some questions about what would happen if those tubs got caught. Lizzie was all, "The consequences are that I'll lose them." And she had no tubs in the house or garden, so they couldn't touch her personally. But then Olet rents her orchard and lends it out to others, so it's hard to say who put those tubs there if they got found. It was a whole mood in Nether Moynton Parish and its vicinity today. All that sniffing was next level. Everyone was doing it methodically on their hands and knees, 'cause they knew the tubs were going to be hidden somewhere. They started with the obvious spots from dawn till breakfast, testing everything from tree hollows to fuel houses. After breakfast, they came back stronger, looking for clothes that might have had contact with the tubs. Those garments were hella tainted with spirit. They sniffed at all the places, from smock frocks to scarecrows, and even checked out some scary spots like cesspools and stable drains. But still they couldn't find anything except for the original telltale smell near Lizzie's house. Latimer was hella frustrated and said, "We got to start over again." "Find those tubs, I will." The men were low, key done, with after hours of getting down on all fours and rubbing their noses all that bad, air had kind of messed them up. But then Hardy's squad was low, key prepping to start fresh, except for 3 who were straight up whack 'cause their sense of smell had totally crashed from doing too much on the daily. By this time, not a single dude from the village was chilling at home. Hardy's homie Olet wasn't even at his workshop. The farmers were out in the fields getting it done. The priestess was keeping it real with her garden vibes. The smithy was ghosted, and the wheelwright shop was straight up empty. "Where's everybody at?" Hardy asked himself, realizing everyone was Maya, and started looking around. His squad leader said they needed to find the homies before demanding their help. "We can't even do this without the whole crew," he said. "Well, we'll just vibe without them," said Hardy's squad leader, who was all over the place 1 minute and chill the next. But for real, though, something's fishy about this silence, and everyone keeping to themselves, so I might keep an eye on it. They decided to roll up to Olet's orchard and see what they could find there. Hardy heard their convo from outside his window and was hella worried, thinking the squadry should be chillin' at home, not ghostin'. Everyone like that. The master craftsman had been running errands all day, but it was wild nobody showed up after just popping in to do some work. He went inside and asked Lizzie if she knew where the homies were. She was low-key laughing and said, "They're mostly upstairs when they're feeling extra." She pointed to the church tower. Hardy's eyes widened like a fool. "All the way up top?" he asked. "Yeah." He was all like, "We got you. We'll get 'em to come down soon enough." He heard their squad saying they were going to search the orchard and every nook in the church. So Lizzie went solo to alert their squad. Hardy had a change of heart and followed her anyway. When they reached the tower entrance, they slipped inside together. Nether Moynton's church was straight up, old school, no turret and just a ladder to get to the top. Yaz, Hardy, they're low-key chillin' in the bell loft above, but then they notice the ladder is ghosted and Stockdale's all like, "We can totes get up." She sees this eye peeking through a knot hole in the trap door, and it's like, whoa. The trap opens and there's Hardy climbing up, looking kind of shook, 'cause he's never seen consecrated bells before. He eyes them funny and looks for Lizzie. Olet's chillin' at the top of the ladder, asking if Hardy's really one of us. Stockdale's all sad about it, but then Olet tells him he's cool, just a neutral vibe. Lizzie shows up, and they're good to go. They're low-key sneaking on over to the next stage, where they can get some fresh air. Olet pulls up the ladder, and they're like, "Keep it down, heads." As soon as they step foot, Stockdale sees all the missing parishioners chilling on their stomachs, except for a few who are peeking through the window. He's low-key hyped to see the village spread out below him. Some of the villagers turn their heads when Hardy shows up. Matt Gray's like, "What's good, Mr. Stockdale?" And Jim Clark is all I'd rather it wasn't. Olet's just chillin' talking about how they've got a plan if the parishioners come searching for them. They're all about keeping it on the low. The orchard and Hardy started getting down low all over the place, just chillin' where this little tree was growing. They crept closer and got lower than ever, just checking out the ground. "Ooh, my tubs," said Lizzie super quietly as she peeked over the wall at them. "And they got M for real," said Olet. The squad's eyes were on the officers like it was the only thing that mattered. But then a shout from the church below went up, and they were all, "What's good?" And the smugglers, too, they jumped up and heading towards the churchyard wall. At the same time, those government dudes who snuck into the church without getting caught were like, "Whoa, we got some of them at last." The smugglers was just chillin', trying to figure out if it was Tubbs or people they saw. But then they looked over again, and it was Tubbs' fam. And soon, one by one, these fated Tubbs got brought into the middle of the churchyard from under the stairs. They're totes going to put them on Hinton's vault till we find the rest. So Lizzie looking all hopeless. The excisemen had set up a big stone slab and were stacking up the tubs like they was trying to find the last ones or something. When it was done, some dudes were standing next to M while the rest went back to the orchard. The smugglers was low-key, super into what their enemies were doing next, but for real, only 30 tubs were hidden in the tower, and 70 in the orchard. That's all they had so far. They got out some more tied up on a ship and dropped off at night. Okay? The excisemen came back to the orchard and we're positive there's more tubs here. We gotta find M. So they spread out around the field and started creeping through on all fours like before. They ended up at that little again, and this time the whole crew showed up. It was like they figured it out or something. when they checked the ground for a bit, one dude ran off to get some tools from the church porch and came back with a pickaxe and shovel. "Is this really where they're at?" said the minister. The smugglers just didn't respond because they was too hyped. But then they saw all these officers on each side of the tree, like for real. Hardy's low, key digging in the dirt, his hands getting messy as he lifted a tree and the turf around it. Now Hardy could see the tree was growing in this shallow box thing with handles on each side. Under the spot where the tree used to be, a square hole popped up, and an exciseman was like, "It's all good now," foretelling everyone to get down, cause they might notice them snooping. Hardy said he'd chill at that spot till it got dark, cause if they found out about it on his turf, he'd be toast. He'll meet up with the squad as soon as the sun starts getting all pink and whatnot. Lizzie was like, "What's my turn?" And Olet was all, "You're in charge of them Lynch, pins and screws. Go do your thing." So Lizzie was walking down the street, looking all confident, with the minister following her closely. The minister was trying to get a rise out of Lizzie by saying, "You're going to go home now." But she was like, "Nah, I got something to do before I roll in." She didn't even mention her name, because she knew it'd be a major vibe killer. Stockdale showed up, and he was all, "Don't worry, Lizzie, you're safe." But she was like, "No way, I'm good." She went down towards the cross, and Stockdale just stood there watching him from behind the garden gate. The excisemen was still doing their thing in the orchard, so he snuck up close to see what they were working on. He found out it was this secret cellar thing they didn't tell him about, and it was all hidden under some timbers about a foot under the ground. The excisemen thought Stockdale looked too innocent to suspect him, so they kept doing their job. When they finished moving the tubs, they started tearing up the turf and breaking out the timbers till it was all dismantled and whatnot. The apple tree was just chilling with its roots in the air, 'cause no one filled up that hole neither then or afterwards. It's still a big old depression on the lawn. Yes, Hardy's all about marking broad arrows on vehicles and stuff, trying to get the gov to take them or whatever. Latimer's low-key intense about it, and Stockdale is like, "Peace out, I'm good." Meanwhile, Lizzie's just chilling in the background, looking all tired and whatnot. Lizzie brings in some tea, but Martha's all hyped from the drama that went down in the village. She spills the tea literally about how the govt is struggling to get carts ready 'cause there's no Lynch pins, and now they got to go begging from the blacksmith hardman. Stockdale gets a vibe from Lizzie, and he's like, "Loki salty," so he leaves with Martha. Then Latimer shows up at the door asking for Hardman like his life depends on it. He's all salty about how nobody has more than 3 shoes on their horses, and it's a hot mess. Just then, Hardman is tote sipping on his pipe behind some bushes, minding his biz. When Latimer was low-key done speaking, he just kept moving in this direction, and Hardyman heard the exciseman's steps and was hella curious, fam. He peeked out from the bush at the same time Latimer was staring at him and couldn't cope with his own curiosity no more. "I've been looking for you, bruh," said Latimer with a glare in his eye, low-key sassy. "Sorry to hear that, I guess," said Hardyman, all casual-like. "I just got back from getting some work done, looking for them hid tubs to deliver to government." "Yeah, Hardyman, we know you've been busy, no cap," said Latimer with a side eye. "Oh, we know you'll deliver those tubs up to government and all that." We know the whole parish is helping us out and has been grinding all day, gee. Now can you please walk with me down to your shop and let me hire you in the king's name? They low-key walked down the lane together, and pretty much as soon as they got to the smithy, you could hear the ring of a hammer getting swung not too hard. However, the carts and horses were prepped for the road, but it wasn't till after 6 o'clock, when the muddy roads were shinning like diamonds under that horizontal light, that the smuggled tubs got packed up in the vehicles, and Latimer was driven slowly out of the village with 3 of his homies towards Budmouth, some miles away from the port, while the other excisemen were left to keep watch for the rest of the cargo. It was all a bit sus, fam. The carts, each chalked up with government's pitchfork, passed by the doors as people watched M go by in the increase in twilight, and they looked at the confiscated property with this super melancholy expression that showed they were all about that trade life. When Stockdale saw one of his ladies leave, he was like, "Lizzie, girl, I'm low-key relieved you got out of there without getting caught. You're good to go, minus that liquor. By and by," she said, but then added, "I gotta go now. Not to that hella scary shore again." Stockdale asked blankly, "No way, not today. I'm just trying to keep it moving." Gee, he didn't say nothing, just kept quiet while she moved towards the door, like waiting for him to say something. Then she was like, "You don't even want to come with me. Is it 'cause you low-key hate me or something?" He said, "Can I not say it, Lizzie, when I'm just trying to save your life from all this? Yo, must know what's poppin'. Now come through," and they low-key went into the dusk together. When they reached the turnpike road, she turned right, and he was like, "Damn, we're on some exis men vibes." He had given her his arm, and every now and then she'd be all, "Hold up, lem listen," and stuff. They walked a lil fast for a hot sec, and on the 3rd time they stopped. She's, "Oh, I hear them coming, yo." And he's like, "Yeses, I got it." What's good is they getting clear of this village, and he's all lit up 'cause he remembers there ain't nobody in the village when they left. "Hold up," she says, whispering. The cartwheels stopped making noise and was replaced with another sound. Stockdale is like, "Scuffle," and Lizzie is all, "No way, bro. She's got their back. Man, all guys are 30 to 4 of them. Ain't nobody getting hurt." But then he's all, "Wait a minute. Is this an attack?" And she's all firm, like, "Yeah, I knew it was going to go down like this. You're siding with the law breakers who steal from country traders." Stockdale don't want to argue, so he just keeps moving. Lizzie sticks by his side 'cause they got a score to settle. She's worried about him getting hurt, but he's all, "Let me see what's poppin'." They approached the scene, and she's like, "Don't you do nothing, lem handle it." But Stockdale is curious, so he keeps going. The cartwheels start making noise again, and they're coming straight for him. When they get to Warmell Cross, Stockdale and Lizzie are standing in the ditch, letting the carts pass by. And when they do, it's a whole crew of from 20 to 30 with blacked up faces and these huge female figures walking around like they own the place. As soon as the party saw Lizzie and her squad get out, and after the carts were gone, they came up to the pair. "Yayas, there's no way we can walk up this way for now," said one of the hella gangly women with curly hair that was low-key a foot long. Stockdale recognized that lady's voice as Olit's. "Why not?" he asked. "This is the public highway, bruh. Now look here, youngster," said Olit. "Oh, it's the Methodist parson. What, and Mrs. Newberry? Well, you'd better not go up that way, Lizzie. Those dudes have all split, and folks are still struggling to get their stuff back. For a hot second, the miller then high-tailed it on over and joined his squad. Stockdale and Lizzie also low-key turned around. "Wish all this hadn't been forced upon us," she said, kind of regretfully. But if those excisemen had gotten off with the tubs, half the people in the parish would have been hella struggling for a month or two. Stockdale wasn't really paying attention to her words, and he said, "You don't think I can just roll back like this? Those 4 poor exes may be murdered. You feel murdered," said Lizzie impatiently. "We don't do that here, okay? Well, I'm a go as far as warm hell cross to sea," said Stockdale decisively, and without wishing her safe home or anything else, the minister turned around. Lizzie stood looking at him till his form was all but absorbed in the shades, and then, with sadness, she went in the direction of Nether Moynton. The road was hella lonely, and after nightfall this time of year there wasn't a passerby for hours. Gee, Stockdale kept pursuing his way without hearing a sound beyond that of his own footsteps, and in due time he passed beneath the trees of the plantation which surrounded the Warmell Cross road. Before he'd even reached the point of intersection, he heard voices from the thicket. "Oi! Hoi! Hoi! Help! Help!" The voices were not at all feeble or despairing, but they were low-key freaking out. Stockdale had no weapon, and before plunging into the pitchy dark blackness of the plantation, he pulled a stake from the hedge, just in case. When he got among the trees, he shouted, "What's good? Where are you?" "Here," answered the voices, and, pushing through the brambles in that direction, he came near the objects of his search. "Why don't you come forward?" said Stockdale. "We're tied to the tree." "Who are you?" "Poor Will Latimer, the exisman," said one plaintively. "Just come and cut these cords. There's a good dude." We were low, key freaking out, thinking nobody would pass by tonight. Stockdale soon loosened them, upon which they stretched their limbs and stood at ease. "The rascals," said Latimer, getting now into a rage, though he seemed pretty chill when Stockdale first came up. "It's the same set of dudes. I know they were Moynton chaps to a man, but we can't say for sure," said another. Not one of them spoke. "What are you going to do?" "I'm low. Key done with the whole situation. Want to head back to Moynton." "You feel?" said Latimer. "Same here," replied his squad. "We're going to fight till we're dead," shouted Latimer. His crew was all about it. "But, bro," Latimer said coldly as they left the plantation, "who don't even know if those dudes with black faces are from Moynton? And proof is hella hard to come by." The squad was like, "For real, right?" "And, Teep, we won't do nothing, 'cause it's all just a waste of time," Latimer said with no cap. "Personally, I'd rather be on the receiving end than dealing with all this drama. These cords from those 2 women are straight up burning me, fam. Now that I've got some time to think, I'm low-key thinking we're getting too much heat from the government for the price." The other officers were vibbing with him, agreeing it was time to bail. Stockdale was chillin' when he got word Latimer needed assistance, so he rolled up and thanked him before peacing out. The squad headed west, while Stockdale went back to Nether Moynton. During the walk, Stockdale was lost in thought, bro. As soon as he hit his pad, he swung by Lizzie's room without knocking, 'cause she was just chillin' with her mum. He found Lizzie alone, rocking a bonnet and cloak like it was nobody's business. Stockdale didn't say nothing, just stared at the table between him and Lizzie, who looked up from her seat like she'd been caught doing something wrong. Where's everybody? He asked all casual, like, who? I don't know, fam. Lizzie replied, I haven't seen nobody since they left. If you're worried about those tubs, it's a pretty good gig for me, huh? Stockdale said slow, and Lizzie was like, you still thinking about this? She got up and put her hand on his shoulder, whispering, don't ask that, bruh. Then she dropped the tea. Do it 'cause I got her, or else my mom and me would be hella struggling. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to money and morality. Stockdale was shook. Hardy, don't want to talk about this run. She just chillin' with a serious face, and then she drops the tea. He can't do what you wanted me to. Like she's all passionate about it, but also super emotional. It sounds like she's been struggling with herself in private, and now she's expressing her real feelings. Stockdale goes pale, but he keeps it low-key and says they gotta part ways 'cause he can't go against his principles. He loves her and he'd do anything for her, but this one thing is just too much for him to handle. Lizzie gets all up in arms and asks why she should have to give up her life because of his profession. She's got a big house and thinks they could just chill there together instead of him being a preacher. But then she starts explaining how it affects her, like it's got to get done during the winter so she can stay excited. But if he stops doing it, she'd lose that spark. She's got some stories about how it makes her more aware at night when it's windy and she's just chilling, wondering what's going on with their squad. But then she's all like, I gotta keep doing this. She says it's in her blood, and she can't change. Stockdale's all messed up and leans against the mantelpiece, his hands over his face. He's all like, we shouldn't met Lizzie. It was a total bummer. But then he's like, I'm glad I got to see you and know you, though. Lizzie just looks down, her eyes getting all teary, and that's when it hits Stockdale. They're not even aligned with each other on church and state stuff. He smiles sadly, but Lizzie stays quiet, still feeling the pain of their situation for both her and him. And the days that followed were superwalk days. Both she and he went about their thing mechanically, and his depression was hella noticeable in the village, especially with people from his crew who kept it real with him. But Lizzie, who spent most of her time chilling indoors, wasn't suspected to be the one who messed everything up, because everyone thought she was low, key engaged to marry her cousin Olin. And that's been a thing for a hot minute. So they were all just vibing around, waiting for what would happen next, till one morning Stockdale said to her, Yo, I got a letter. Lizzie, I gotta call you that until I'm ghosted. Ghosted, said she blankly. Yeah, he said. I'm hella done with this place. I felt it would be better for us both if I just dipped out after what went down. And honestly, I couldn't stay here and see you every day without losing my cool feel. I just heard about some arrangement where another minister can roll into town in a hot minute. So let me just peacemaker elsewhere. That he had been all about leaving this place for so long came as a major bummer to her. You never really felt me, she said bitter. I could say the same, he returned, but I'm not going to lie. Can you do me one solid? Come check out my last sermon before I dip tomorrow. Lizzie, who was always repping church on Sundays, would often hit up Stockdale's spot in the evenings with the rest of the squad, and she said she'd be there for sure. The days flew by super fast, and on that Sunday eve before he left, Lizzie sat in the chapel to hear him out for the last time. It was hella packed. And he went hard on the whole contraband trade thing, but his audience didn't realize they were basically getting dissed until the sermon got real hot, and Stockdale almost lost it with emotion. Honestly, his own enthusiasm and her sad eyes looking up at him were too much for the youngin to handle. He wasn't even sure how he ended it. He saw Lizzie turn around and ghost out with the rest of the crowd, and then he followed her home. She invited him over for a meal, and they sat down together, just them two. We're cool, right? She said with some forced cheer, never bringing up the sermon, but keeping it hella vague, which kind of bummed him out. Yeah, we're good, he said with a forced smile, and they sat down to eat. It was their first meal together ever, and probably their last. Share? When it was over and the convo was dead, Hardy low-key got up and took her hand and supposed to be all like, we got apart. But she was all, yea, I'm good. You do, she said, looking all somber. He can say no more. Nor I, he said. If that's your answer, peace out. Hardy went down low and gave her a kiss, and she got all up and kissed him back hard. Give him an hour, bro, he said hasty, like, I got a dip? And he did, low-key ghosting her, I guess. He thought when he stepped out into the grey morning, he saw Lizzie's face peeking through them curtains in her window, but the light was all wonky and the panes were dripping wet. So he couldn't even be sure. Hardy got in that van and took off. Next thing you know, it's Sunday, fun day, and this new preacher dude is preaching to a whole lot of folks at the Moynton Wesleyan's chapel. 2 years go by, and Hardy's just chillin' in some Midland town when he's like, hold up, I gotta see if Lizzie's still here. He asks his driver some questions on that ride back, and what he finds out gets him hyped. The next thing you know, he's standing outside her old crib, looking all sweeve. It's about 6 o'clock, and the ground is all wet and glistening. It's like they're right back where they started. Hardy arrives at the door. In Lizzie's there waiting, and when she sees him, she's all snap. But then she gets a little cold feet and says something, all awkward, like, Hardy, man, you knew it was you, he said with a grin. I sent a message saying I'd roll by. Yeah, but you didn't say when. She answered, I wasn't even sure when my business would take me to these parts. Just your business brought you near, she asked. Well, that's the tea, but honestly, I've been thinking about coming here just to see you. But what's good? You said we'd be ghosted. And I didn't listen, she said sadly. I did listen, he said. I was just told it was my business too. Yeah, so like Hardy was literally supposed to shoot my cuz, but I was low-key lagging, looking on while he got hit. It was hella bad, but I made it home without passing out. It healed up in the end, no cap. You know how my cuz felt, though? No, said Stockdale, like totally clueless. I only heard he just coped with his life, you feel. He got shot in the back, but a rib deflected the bullet, fam. He was hella hurt, and we wouldn't let him get taken away, so we had to carry him all night across the fields to Kingsbere. We hid him in a barn, dressed his wound, and all that till he was good enough to move around. He'd been low-key struggling for a hot second, finally got a passage to America, and now he's settled in Wisconsin, so like Stockdale is all. What do you think of smuggling now? And I'm all. Honestly, we were hella wrong. But I've had some major struggles myself, and my mom passed away a year ago. But can you come in, Mr. Stockdale? Like, for real. Stockdale comes in, and it's deaf. Suppose they came to some sort of understanding. Next thing I know, there's a sale of Lizzie's furniture, and then a wedding at this chapel in a nearby town. He took her away from all that drama and brought her to his new pad in his hometown, where she studied being the wife of a minister, low-key serving looks. Ward on the street, she wrote this sick tract called Render Unto Caesar, or The Repentant Villagers with her own experience as the intro story, but she kept it anonymous, you know. Stockdale gets it print, makes some edits, and adds his own fire sentences. They distributed like 100 copies during their marriage. April 1879. Stockdale gets it print, makes some edits, and adds his own fire sentences. They distributed like 100 copies during their marriage. April 1879.